Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Just a gorgeous 72 degrees here and absolutely beautiful, sun shining, a light breeze in the air, and shit out on the deck working it. It's all good.
It's probably a lot warmer back home in Houston, Texas, before you relocated to Connecticut today. Fair to say?
I would say I think it's roughly 100 degrees there today. I talked to a buddy of mine in Vegas. It was 107 this morning. So I'm good with my 72.
Yeah, in the winter, you guys have it kind of rough, but this time of year, it's probably pretty roll tide up there.
Yeah, it's beautiful right now. Seriously, I got 2 days of beauty. That's it.
Well, that's more than you've ever had before. We're talking about.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, come on. In Your House, the very first one. It's funny because whenever I told somebody, oh, we're covering In Your House, they would all say, which one? And I would just say In Your House. And they'd say, which one? And I'd say In Your House. And they'd say, which one? And I'd say In Your House. They're like, no, what number? And I'm like, no number. You're going to cover all the In Your Houses? No, just In Your House. The first one wasn't numbered. They didn't call WrestleMania 1 WrestleMania 1. It was just WrestleMania. Right, Bruce?
Damn right. So what are we covering today?
We're covering WrestleMania 1. No, it's In Your House. It went down May 14th.
Which one?
Fuck off. May 4th, 1995. We were supposed to cover this a few weeks back. Life got in the way in this more unprecedented time. This one went down at the War Memorial in Syracuse, New York. Hope there's no Marines nearby. It drew 7,000. Only 3,500 of those were paying. The gate is puny, $51,748, which I guess is probably the highest gate you guys have had in months. In this empty arena era we're in. It does a 0.83 buy rate, which is the equivalent to 332,000 buys for a $1.26 million take at pay-per-view. But the reason I wanted to cover this is because, well, two reasons. One,
what is the reason you wanted to cover this?
I'm so glad you asked, Bruce. One, it was the 25th anniversary of this pay-per-view. And I just love talking about things from 1995. It's a very interesting time in the organization for me. It feels like things are down, but we're hopeful that they'll start trending upwards. And we know they do a little bit in 96, but we're still not where we want to be. And they started to get there a little more in 97. And then in 98, man, we're off to the races. But this is a lull. This is a down spot. So it's fun to talk about how you guys were trying to, as you've said before here on the show, we're in a rebuilding year. Well, 95 was a rebuilding year, but also too, I like discussing the business side of this. And this is really the first time you're trying something like this. What?
I'm sorry. Okay. This is a little inside baseball. It's probably a little, okay, but I've been texting with, one of our lovely young ladies on SmackDown, and I had sent her a text about one thing. And then you texted me about, hey, basically, are you ready? And I sent an I'm on, but I inadvertently sent it to her. And
she wants to know,
anyway,
and she wants to know what you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, that was funny. It was a sidebar. Okay. Come on. This is Padron.
Well, no, this is the main feed, baby. Eventually. I mean, yeah, everybody's getting it early on ad-free shows for sure, but
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They get it without the ads.
I love that I can just drop you anywhere with a laptop and a backpack, and you're like, I got some bullshit and I'm here to sell it. I don't know what it is, but if you're in the market for it, here it is.
I know what the fuck I'm doing here. Let me tell you about who I had lunch with the other day, bitch.
It tickles me that I said, well, yes, it's going on ad-free shows, but this is the main feed. Well, over there's no ads. You know how I knew that? Because you called it ad-free shows. I've been worked until my fingers are bleeding. I don't know what's happening. I'm texting Diva and I'm on Skype. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? No, Zoom is the thing now.
Right.
I Zoom now.
Well, not with me. We still kick it old school. We're still Skyping over here.
Good Lord.
Are you okay? Should we try another time?
Should we what?
Should we try another time? Are you okay? I feel like you're really in a struggle right now.
No, I just had to wet my whistle a little bit.
Okay. Well, let's talk about how we can wet your whistle on In Your House.
Okay.
This concept is
Am I
unique.
supposed to have notes on this?
Yeah. I sent them, 4 weeks ago when we were trying to do this fucking show. And
Oh shit.
I'll share them with you on Google right now. So if you want to text that diva back, I'm on.
Okay.
See what happened.
Hey, she gets it.
No. She understands. She works in the chaos and in the madness.
Yes. And people understand me, Conrad. I'm an understandable kind of guy. I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, but I'm an understandable kind of guy.
Let me know when it's okay to talk about the pay-per-view.
You can just go for it.
So the concept is we've always had the big four. Of course we started with WrestleMania, not WrestleMania 1. We started with WrestleMania, and then eventually we add Survivor Series, and then we add SummerSlam. Somewhere along the way, we pick up Royal Rumble. These are our big four, and we have those over and over and over. And then occasionally there's something special like the match, the movie. But by and large, we've got these.
Actually, it's the movie, the match. You know why that's important?
Because they show the movie.
You got to watch the movie first,
and then
before you get the match, because the match was new.
But do you know that for years here on the show, you've called it the match, the movie?
Yeah, because I don't fucking have a clue.
But now when I say it, you correct me.
Goddamn right.
Okay.
When I say it, it is right. When you say it, it's incorrect.
I don't know if that sounds more like my dad. Never mind. So it's a 3-hour show for one of these WrestleManias or SummerSlams or Survivor Series. But now we're going to try a different concept. Instead of charging $29.95 and $35 for WrestleMania, but instead of the traditional $29.95 for a Survivor Series or a SummerSlam or $35 for WrestleMania, we're going to charge $14.95 for a monthly concept where we trim it down from a 3-hour show to a 2-hour show and call it In Your House. This is the very first one. Is this born out of, hey, houses are down, we're not as hot as we were, licensing isn't what it was, merchandise isn't what it was, VHS isn't what it was, but our diehards are still there. Let's try to make a little money with a monthly pay-per-view, but let's be budget conscious so we're not gouging them. Let's cut it as close to half as we can. And then we wind up settling on $14.95. Is that roughly the idea of how we get here?
Well, you're looking at it, and when you're doing the monthly pay-per-views per se, which they weren't monthly pay-per-views yet at that point, but you're looking at these shows and saying, and you're looking at the market just overall, what's happening out in the world today. And during this time, the direct TVs of the world, the dishes of the world, and the cable companies are all expanding their pay-per-view availability with movies and special events and everything else in the world going on. That if you're doing live events anyway, it's kind of like, well, what's one more? And we'll send out before we do a television taping, add another day of TV, get this done and make some money. It just was it was a way to create a little bit more without doing a full-blown 3-hour pay-per-view.
Let's talk about though, once upon a time, the rumor has been this is created because you guys lost revenue from Saturday night's main event, which I don't buy, and declining VHS, home video sales, which I do buy, because once upon a time, these cassette tapes were not cheap and you guys were making substantial revenue.
I just blew my nose. Sorry. It's one of those days, Conrad. It's gonna be one of those days. I'm telling you right now. You already know that, but go ahead.
That's it. That's my question. I'll let you answer.
The main thing, probably more than anything, we talked about this before, was remember when Batman came out on VHS for, was it $9.99?
Yeah, it was a discounted number from what everybody else had been doing for sure.
For years, you would wait for VHSs to come out. They'd be in that $70 price range, and even ours were very high priced. And then the first Batman came out, and it was like $9.99, and that completely blew up the VHS tape companies, because now you have a brand new movie out on tape, and they're charging ridiculously low prices. It wasn't ridiculously low. The others were just ridiculously high. This was an opportunity to compete with that, and not having to go into the extra. You have the extra added expense of producing and distribution with video. Here, you're presenting a live television show, and there's no real additional cost other than production, that you're moving everybody out to do TV anyway and doing 3 days instead of 2 days. So pick up that extra revenue and distribute it through the systems that are already in place in DirecTV and cable and what have you. So it was why not? Why in the hell aren't we doing this? Not going as far as we thought that it was nuts to go every month. We really did. Who's going to want to see a pay-per-view every month? Good Lord, nobody wants that. But they did, and they wanted more. So it was an answer to a problem, like you said, of the videotapes, more than anything.
We should mention that even though the price is $14.95 to start, by the end of the year here in 1995, the price is going to be increased to $19.99. And I think that's probably, eventually you guys are going to move away even from the 2-hour concept and go to 3 hours, because you realize that, hey, these guys are going to buy it because they're hardcore wrestling fans. They took a $5 bump, no problem. Probably won't kill them to go another 5 or 10, and it actually works out. And that is one of the reasons that Vince was able to sort of turn things around in 1997 after he goes back to Brett and says, hey, I can't afford that contract. Well, switching to this 3-hour model and upping the price, that really helped. Let's talk about the beginning of In Your House, though. Who came up with the name? I only bring this up because it was through the course of us doing these shows that fans learned that Howard Finkel, God rest his soul, is the person who named WrestleMania. Do you remember who named In Your House?
It was a combination. I remember the meeting, and I remember some of the marketing people being in the meeting. In particular, Basil DeVito was in a part of that particular meeting, that we're going to be in your house. You don't have to go out to get it. It's going to be right there in your house. And just a different way of promoting pay-per-view. It's the same delivery system, same everything else. And In Your House stuck. It's, in a way, when we always referred to Raw, it's going to be a raw, down and dirty, gritty show. This show's going to be very raw. It became Raw. Putting it in your house, it became In Your House, and just took on a life of its own and became WWE Presents In Your House.
Let's, I know it's not really the same thing, but let's just address for a minute that the shorter runtime and it not being one of the big four made it feel to me as a fan almost like WCW's Clash of the Champions. Of course, the idea being Turner owns WCW, so he puts Clash of the Champions on TBS for free, whereas In Your House becomes a pay-per-view style event, and we know eventually it's going to be phased out and it'll be called Bad Blood and Judgment Day and No Way Out and Unforgiven and Backlash and Fully Loaded. But this is kind of topical now because we see that NXT is bringing In Your House back Were you surprised to see that NXT was going to dust off the old brand here?
No, I think, again, it's one of those, everything that's old is new again. So why not? And let's go ahead and take something that we've done before that was successful, that some of the audience is familiar with, and dust it off and introduce it to a new audience. Makes sense.
As a reminder, we're coming off of WrestleMania 11, where we saw Diesel retain the world title, defeating Shawn Michaels. We also saw in the last match on the card, Lawrence Taylor pick up a win over Bam Bam Bigelow, as well as Owen Hart winning his first title in the company. He and his mystery partner, Yokozuna, would defeat the Smoking Guns to win the world tag team titles. So that sort of sets the stage from the most recent pay-per-view. But let's take a minute and just compare year over year, 94 and 95. In May of 94, your average attendance is 3,570 fans. We're down only 3.6% a year later in May of 95 to 3,440 fans. But your average gate is way down. It's going to go from $57,250 to $43,250. So we're down 24%. And the ratings, though, tell a different story, which is sort of fascinating. They're up 15%, going from a 2.0 to a 2.3. What's sort of the temperature of the chairman here in May of 95? Does he feel like we're on a slippery slope and we're headed down? Is he hopefully optimistic, as we always hear he is, or is there any difference? Is it business as usual no matter what? He never sells it good, bad, or indifferent.
Well, there's not going to be any depression or oh my God, we're down. It's always going to be optimistic and looking to, no matter what your number is, you can have the greatest number in the world. You can do the biggest house and set all the records in the world. The next day it's, all right, today's a new day. What's next? You get all of about maybe 5 minutes to enjoy that. And then you move on and to bigger and better things. So, in looking at it, I know that there was a movement across the board with live events, because live events for everybody, Ringling Brothers, the Globetrotters, Disney on Ice, all of the family touring shows they were all feeling it. They were all declining in live attendance. So we went back to what you did in the old days, popular prices, and you reduce your prices and you promote it. And the better tier tickets usually remain about the same. However, for those tickets that are the toughest to sell, you reduce the price and you promote popular prices and a reduction in ticket prices, which hopefully is going to garner more people at the box office and coming in that may not have ordinarily come due to whatever that last ticket price was. And you do whatever it is that you can to get more people in the door, to sell more concessions and sell more merchandising. And hopefully you entertain them enough, they're going to come back.
Let's mention, after WrestleMania, Monster Ripper comes into the WWF, and she's given the name Bertha Faye to feud with Alundra Blaze for the women's title. Do you remember what led to her coming in?
I know that was a request from Medusa, because Medusa had worked with her in Japan, I believe. And we were looking for new women talent, new female talent to come in and have the kind of matches that Alundra wanted to have and make it different. So, Bertha coming in, I believe she was Canadian, and, Owen knew all of her. The Harts definitely knew about her, and she had a hell of a reputation. So she came in, and Vince took one look at her, and Bertha Faye, it fit. And I remember the first time hearing that, the way that she laughed about it and chuckled about it was so infectious that that was it. She was Bertha Faye. She was just so lively. I don't know how else to say it, but she she was tickled at that and had such an infectious smile and laugh that she was a Bertha Faye. It fit.
We should mention, she actually went to the same high school as, Owen and Brent Hart there in Calgary, which I wouldn't have guessed. Let's talk a little bit about something Meltzer reported in this era that I didn't know. 60 Minutes was once upon a time considering doing a story on the steroid trial that the WWF was going through. And this happens on the heels of the deaths of both Eddie Gilbert and John Studd. And they were both discussed in the court testimony from Zahorian and McMahon during this whole steroid trial. So when these two guys die, Sports Illustrated and 60 Minutes both start working on pieces, but Sports Illustrated appears to get the jump on Wild World of Sports. And once it looks like they've got an airing scheduled, 60 Minutes just sort of tables it. Did you guys have any sort of inclination, or did you hear that 60 Minutes was thinking about doing some sort of a story? And were you thankful that that didn't wind up happening?
At that time, I think everybody wanted to do stories on it and thinking that they had a scoop. Most, when they got into it, realized that so much of it was guys making decisions to do what they were going to do, and that the scandal and dirt that they were looking for wasn't actually there. So yeah, there were a lot of people doing shit at the time. After a while, you go, oh, okay, somebody else is doing a story. You just move on.
Right. Well, somebody else who's moving on in is Michael Hayes. Meltzer would write, Michael Hayes, aka Michael Seitz, debuted on Superstars as Doc Hendricks in a Jimi Hendrix gimmick with a haircut, shave, and being much better dressed. Jerry Lawler moved to doing Raw. Jim Cornette was only a temporary co-host, which was understood from the beginning because he didn't like having to commute to Connecticut on a weekly basis. And with Lawler doing Raw, that means he has to tape every Monday morning in Connecticut and then fly back for the Monday show in Memphis on the weeks when Raw isn't done live. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but talk to me a little bit about Michael Hayes coming in. And we had most recently seen him in WCW, of course, as a Freebird, as an announcer. And now he's joining the big time World Wrestling Federation. What do you remember about Hayes coming in?
So Michael Hayes, Michael had been one of those guys, very persistent, that if you told Michael, hey, we don't have anything for you today, but who knows what's going to happen in 6 months, give us a call back. Michael's going to call you in 6 months and 1 day. And we would continually put Michael's name in front of Vince, and Vince would continually say no. But Michael wanted to wrestle, and Michael felt he had one last run left. Time went on, and we were in a position where we really needed a color commentator. Michael called. It's that 6 month and 1 day point. And I said, Michael, what about being a color commentator? I don't give a fuck, dude, because goddamn, I need to do something. And the pitch was a little bit different this time to Vince. It wasn't, hey, Vince, Michael Hayes is available to come in and maybe work. It became, how about bringing Michael Hayes in as a color commentator to work with you on Superstars? Well, we needed a color guy, and timing's everything. And this was a point where Vince said, okay, yeah, we'll bring him in, but goddamn it, I don't want him with that look. His look is just too Southern wrestling, and not interested in that. So I called Michael back and said, hey, here's the deal. I'm going to bring you in, like to do a tryout with you and Vince, see how you guys jive together personality wise, and see if this thing is going to work. There is one thing. I can almost guarantee he's going to ask you to cut your hair.
Oh,
and well, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought I was going to get. I ain't fucking cutting my hair, ain't shaving my beard, ain't doing none of that. And Michael said, well, that's what I got to do. Then that's what I got to do. He said, don't do anything yet because it may not work out.
right.
So we felt very strongly. When I say we, I felt very strongly. I know Jim Ross felt very strongly that Michael would knock it out of the park once he got in front of Vince, and maybe Vince would like him so much that he doesn't care what he looks like. Michael knocked it out of the park. But I will never forget when Michael arrived that day and got out of the car and walked in strutting like only a free bird can, and the hair was flowing everywhere. And I was sitting down in shipping and receiving, waiting on him. And he shows up and I went, oh God, that hair's got to go. We had the tryout, put him in the booth. This was like, God damn it, let's do this thing. Just one thing, Michael. We got to talk about the hair. He's like, whatever you need, boss. All right. And it just so happened that we had a hairstylist upstairs. So that look, I brought him in fully intending to use him and put him to work that day.
You knew he was going to hit.
I knew he was going to hit. Absolutely. And rather than wait for him to go get a haircut that may or may not work for Vince,
let's hit the ground running. Let's do it today and go to work.
Yeah. I had a hairstylist there ready to go and said, well, as a matter of fact, we've got a young lady upstairs that can cut your hair for you, and we can go to work, man, and get you going. So how much are we going to cut? I mean, you take a little bit off the back and sides and
try to make you look like a normal human, kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to just kind of freshen you up a little bit, bring you into the 1990s. So we went upstairs and Vince went up with us, and she says, how about this much? And we cut, we cut his hair to a respectable haircut. I thought he looked good, actually. And I thought it also probably made him look 10 years younger. Then from there, Vince is looking at him and goes, what about that beard? And Michael said, he goes, does he at least keep the mustache? Said, well, let's see what it looks like. So they shaved the beard, and he had the mustache, and Vince was like, no, I'm cool with that. No, you look good. Then he started thinking about the name. And he says, are you, married to Michael Hayes? Well, kind of. What if we just changed it up? He goes, look, those that know, they're going to know. He says, but there's a large audience out there who's not going to know, and especially in this role. So what if we change your name up? What do you like to do? Yeah, I like rock and roll, like Southern rock. I like to sing. And so maybe something musical. And he said somebody said something about Doc Severinsen, who was the band leader on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
Right.
And he's like, Doc's cool. Yeah, I like Doc. He says, who are some of the other, musicians that you like? Well, there's, Leonard Skinner. And, we talk about Doc Skinner and Doc Leonard, all this different shit. Jimi Hendrix's name came up. It was like Doc Hendrix. Doc Hendrix was born. And put him out in the studio. And, hello, everyone, and welcome to WWF Superstars. I'm Vince McMahon. Along with me, I'd like to introduce you to my new color commentator, Doc Hendrix. And Dave. Rest, as they say, is history.
And as a byproduct of all this, Lawler winds up on Raw, and he becomes a fixture there for a long time, right?
Absolutely. So it worked out in every realm in my, I think everybody worked out and got in their right places.
Not long after WrestleMania, we start seeing vignettes for a newcomer named Hunter Hearst Helmsley. We talked about in our WrestleMania 11 show that's when he first visits the company backstage, and Terry Taylor recommends you go introduce yourself to Kevin Nash and Shawn Michaels and try to ride with those guys. It works out. he winds up doing pretty well for himself over the years. But let's talk about him coming in here. You guys just decided to stick with essentially the same gimmick he had in WCW, where he was Jean-Paul Levesque. I mean, at least looks and feels similar. Did you guys just sort of see him as that character, or was it just, let's just throw him out there and see what he can do?
No, it was different than the character. I think that the dress was the same, but the character that he was doing in WCW was a French character, to go with William Regal or Steven Regal there. And then later on, I guess Bobby Eaton filled that role, but there he was a French character that was going to be working with the Englishman, Steve Regal. We brought him in as the snootiest of snoots from Greenwich, Connecticut, and wanted him to be a Greenwich aristocrat, looking down his nose at everybody. And we looked at, the most expensive place in America to live. And I think at that time, on that day, it was actually Greenwich, Connecticut. And it was half-assed, a rib on me to Vince to say, oh yeah, let's have him be from Greenwich, Connecticut, because there's no place worse in the world to live. And anybody that lives in Greenwich
is a heel. Yeah. I knew you were going to go there. Well, it worked out for him, to say the least.
Yeah, I think it did.
During a tour of Germany during this time, you guys had, whether you know this or not, there were some programs issued that had a bunch of errors in them that have become rather collectible in more recent years. Diesel is listed as being 7'4". Sid is referred to as Psycho Kid. So just a little footnote that I want.
Oh, Psycho Kid Vicious.
Hey, speaking of Kid, around this era, Meltzer would report that the career of 22-year-old 123 Kid is somewhat in jeopardy after suffering a broken neck at the April 24th television tapings in Omaha. The injury, acknowledged on WWF television programs this past weekend, was believed to be an aggravation of an injury suffered a few days prior while still on the European tour. Kid had suffered a brain concussion, I don't know what other kind there is, on March 12th in Anaheim, and tried to come back too soon and was shaken up again 1 week later during a show at MSG. This left him well below 100% 1 week later at the Tokyo Sumo Hall rather. The injury, a cracked 7th cervical vertebrae, is believed to have occurred when he was in a tag match with Razor Ramon against Jeff Jarrett and the Roadie in a dark match designed to get the four ready for their pay-per-view match scheduled on May 14th in Syracuse. In the match, Ramon did a spot where he did an over-the-head backwards body slam with Kid onto Roadie, and Kid landed wrong. Roadie wound up pinning Kid with a DDT, and while this isn't confirmed, I believe this was the scheduled finish and not a finish just to end the match immediately because of concern over the injury. According to reports, the first doctor he saw told him his wrestling career was over, but a second opinion thought he would recover in due time. He's still waiting for the results of tests that will come back towards the latter part of this week, which could determine just how serious the break really was. The general belief at press time, and this could change later this week, is that he'll be out of action 2 to 3 months, but still most likely returning to wrestling. In some ways, the injury was similar to a famous injury suffered by Bruno Sammartino in 1976 in his match with Stan Hansen. Sammartino, who was 40 at the time, returned about 10 weeks later, although the return was rushed because he, as the WWF champion, was needed to headline a Shea Stadium rematch. On WWF TV over the weekend, it was announced that Ramon would wrestle both Jarrett and Roadie in a handicap match. We should note that Kid was first taken after the matches to an Omaha hospital before ultimately being sent home to Minneapolis the next day. A very scary situation, especially when you consider he's only 22. What were you hearing about Kid's injury, and were you optimistic that he was going to be okay?
Well, you never really know with neck injuries of that sort, because probably a general practitioner in looking at an injury like that for a normal person would say, oh my God, you can never do what you do. And you really need to go to a specialist who understands exactly what those type of injuries are like, and also someone that works with athletes that are conditioned in a little bit different way. So the experts that work with athletes are a little bit more optimistic that with the proper treatment and the proper rehab, that yes, they can come back from those type of an injury, as long as they do everything right. And they're just scary. It's head injuries, neck injuries. That shit's scary. And the way that the kid worked was high risk in and of itself to try and do the things that he did on a nightly basis with an injured neck. It's now you're wondering what kind of 1, 2, 3 kid am I going to have? So knock on wood, thankfully, it was something that he was able to come back from. But in the beginning, that shit's always scary, because 9 times out of 10, the first opinion that you get from the first doctor that looks at you that doesn't know you is your career's over. And then you move on and figure it out.
Well, I'm glad he kicked out and was able to return. Around this same time, Dan Spivey returned to the WWF, but this time he has black hair. He's named Waylon Mercy. I got to tell you, this character feels like it's way ahead of its time. JR is really, really high on this, and I bet you are too. When he first debuted on the main roster, or even in NXT, a lot of folks were saying, oh man, Bray Wyatt and Waylon Mercy, they're so similar. I could see where there were some similarities, but really the presentation is a lot different. But it is sort of fun to look back and say, hey man, was that the seeds of something to come? What can you tell us about Waylon Mercy and Dan Spivey?
Well, Waylon was something, Dan had been Dan Spivey for so long. And I think that a lot of people looked at Spivey as an unmustached Hulk Hogan for so many years. And a lot of people even got him confused. When you look at them, they both wore the yellow and red and both had long blonde hair. And this was an attempt for Dan to, Dan was from Florida and kind of had those Southern roots. This was an opportunity for Dan to change his look completely and try on a little bit of a different character. And this was more of a sadistic character based on Max Cady from Cape Fear. And just trying to speak in a slow Southern voice and tell stories, you know what I mean? And be a little off-putting, be charming to a point, but be very dangerous in the ring. And Dan's knees and body was starting to give out on him, and being a heel and being in this character would allow him to maybe, hopefully, get a few more years in the ring.
Of course, we know it's not a long run here. I assume it's just his knees couldn't keep up with the WWE schedule. Is that sort of the story here?
Pretty much his whole body. I think that, Dan, it just reached a point in his career that a lot of talent reaches where it's time to hang up the boots.
Let's do another little note here from Meltzer. According to the TV trade journals, Fox is considering a 1-hour WWF show for Saturdays at 7 p.m. 4 times after NFL football season. WWF is one of many things being considered, according to the article, but no deal is done. Now, also being considered, supposedly, is a worked karate show using wrestler gimmicks like personalities and interviews produced by former WWF execs Nelson Swegler and Jim Troy, of which 16 episodes have already been filmed in Long Beach. How involved was WWE with this, or is this once Nelson and Jim were already out of the company?
They were already gone out of the company at that point. They had tried to kind of do something off of a show that we were a part of in development, which was going to be the WMAF, the World Martial Arts Federation, but the same storyline. And they essentially took the same concept and tried to do it elsewhere. But it was, it's funny. And I guess wrestlers are like this too. It's just, I've been so heavily involved in the professional wrestling end of things the majority of my life that it's a little surrealistic. And in case you didn't know, Conrad, I'm a 3-time black belt Hall of Famer.
You remind me every week.
Not every week. I don't think I mentioned it at all last week.
I put it in a spot last week, so our fans still heard it, even though you didn't say it.
Okay, well, I mean, only because it's true.
Sure.
So I've spent my whole life in martial arts, but I never really took it seriously. I took karate because it was the closest thing to wrestling I could do. We didn't have wrestling in Texas. And so when you're dealing with the martial artists, so many of them, even the guys that were the Hollywood stuntmen, took themselves so fucking seriously that once we got into it, and I'm trying to explain to them about how, we want to tell stories, and we want, the fights will be choreographed, and this is going to be episodic television. It's going to be a 13-week season ending with a big finale that will take us to season 2. Guys not wanting to put other guys over. It was hilarious that I was sitting there with a bunch of guys who had gone from competitively fighting to choreographing in Hollywood to now that they're going to be featured as a fighter in a fictional karate martial arts competition that they didn't want to put guys over that they didn't like in real life, or they had fought for real before. I was just dumbfounded because it was some pretty big names that we were talking with, and guys that were like, yeah, I'll do it, but I have to win.
Let's take a minute here to talk about a couple other names. Well, first of all, I guess before we talk about the names, we do know that you guys do have some shows that wind up airing on Fox, sort of a spinoff of the old school Saturday night's main event. How many times do you recall, or just talk to us about that Fox relationship? I mean, we know years later, in more recent years, there's going to be a huge deal on the table for WWE. It really locks in their financial future for the foreseeable future. This deal that you guys are under with Fox and SmackDown now, that predated you coming back to the company and all that, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying, in general, the relationship with the company and Fox. I mean, we know what the relationship was with NBC, especially, much has been written about Ebersol and Vince, and you've talked to us a lot about Bonnie Hammer at USA and Vince. What was the relationship like here with Rupert Murdoch's outfit and Vince?
Rupert and Vince have always had a good relationship, to my knowledge, going way, way back. Rupert and Vince have always gotten along. The Fox deal was experimental on Fox's part. Let's try this. Let's try and do, a sampling of Saturday night's main event. The only problem with Fox and late night television was that Fox, for the most part, their late night went to the local stations. They didn't do a lot of late night programming. So that's where it was difficult. You're trying now to be on the network, and they didn't control what took place after 11 o'clock at night. The local affiliate did.
Right.
And so that's where it became a little kabuki-ish and not as advantageous for us at the time as an NBC that had a late night block on Saturday night and or after local news, so they still controlled their programming after 11:30, and that didn't go to the local affiliates. So that was probably the biggest issue as to why it didn't work and why it didn't go any further than it did.
Talk to us about Nelson Swegler. He's a name that a lot of us have heard, but aren't really familiar with. Like, I don't know that I could even pick him out of a lineup. I know that you probably got recently acquainted with him in more recent years. I think y'all may have worked a little bit together with MLW when you were down there for a cup of coffee, but Swegler is a name that we heard a lot in the good old days of the WWF. What did he do, and what can you tell us about him?
Nelson was a math teacher and an engineer. So by default, he became the producer of shows like All American Wrestling and Primetime early on because they just didn't have a lot of people. And Nelson was involved in television from standpoint of technical. He was into the technical end of TV and what equipment you would need and staffing and things of that nature. So when Vince would send people out to go shoot things, he would tell Nelson, here's what I want. Nelson would go out, and then Nelson would become producer director of some of those things and take it from there. You know, he'd bring Kerwin Silfies as the director, and Nelson would produce talent based on what Vince told him to do. But Nelson was not a really creative guy. Nelson was very misunderstood, very curmudgeonly. He was very curmudgeonly is the best adjective I could come up with to describe Nelson. He appeared very grumpy, very miserable all the time, always never had a smile on his face. And if you took the time to get to know him, he'd be a very pleasant guy. It's just you had to break through all the bullshit in the engineering wall that he would put up, because he was smarter than everybody else. He was a math teacher, so he knew more, and he was smarter than everybody. And to that, you know, I just say that I always liked Nelson. I didn't always like Nelson. Let me take that back. Because I thought he was grumpy. Once I took the time to get to know him, and after the afternoon that we had at Cheetahs in Atlanta, I like Nelson.
You took him to Cheetahs in Atlanta?
I did. And I introduced him as my dad. And then I brought
friends over,
entertainers to entertain him.
And he was happy with that.
He was great with it, man. He brought entertainers to entertain me. It was fabulous. But he let his hair down, had a few beers, and he was an absolute blast. And that's, you know, was kind of our bonding moment of, all right, he's not a stuck up, curmudgeonly old guy, but he's, I think he was 85 then, and now I think he's still like 85. I don't know. He never has seemed to age.
What was he?
He's always been old.
What was he doing with MLW?
I guess booking the buildings and booking the equipment and crews and things of that nature. I think.
I got you. Well, let's talk about the other name that's listed here, Jim Troy. I think most wrestling fans who've heard our podcast have probably only heard his name one other time, and it's in reference to the physical altercation he had with Coco Beware on a European tour. But Jim Troy was actually with Vince before Vince was even all the way in the wrestling business, right? Like, I think Vince hired him to, because once upon a time, Vince tried promoting a lot of other things. We don't ever talk about that here on the show, but he did, like a hockey league, and he had a hockey arena, the Cape Cod Coliseum, that with the Coliseum, you inherited the hockey team. And Vince, not knowing anything about hockey, hired Jim Troy, who was a former hockey goon that they used to send out onto the ice to get in a fight with the other team and beat up their best player. Jim was a tough guy, but he was also a decent businessman. And Jim is the one that really helped initialize a lot of the international touring early on with the WWF. In the early 80s. And he's the one that did a lot of those deals. Jim was the one that did a lot of the deals with USA Network initially and handled the business there with Coliseum Video. I've read over the years that he even helped put together the deal for Vincent Kennedy McMahon to buy out his father in the WWF. Is that right?
I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know if he did or to what extent that he did at all on that. But I know that Troy was instrumental in a lot of international deals, some good, some bad. Jim loved boxing, and any time that we took a foray into the boxing world, Jim was a big part of that. He was Don Draper. Best way to describe it.
He's only 67. Do you think he has any relationship with Vince now in 2020?
I don't think they do. I think they run into each other on occasion, but not on a regular basis. No.
Let's keep it going. I'm just fascinated looking back at some of these old names. Let's talk about the actual show we're here for, In Your House.
Which one?
Fucker. The first match is Bret Hart and Hakushi, and this is Bret's first match of the evening. Later in the show, he also has to wrestle Jerry Lawler. We haven't spent a ton of time talking about Hakushi. I'm really excited that we get a few minutes to talk about him here. I have to admit, I was a big fan of this guy's look and presentation when he popped up in ECW like 3 years later. That was cool, but I knew him mostly from watching old Japanese tapes. How did he make the transition to coming over and being a part of the WWF?
JJ Dillon had seen Hakushi in Japan and talked about how this guy walked the ropes and what an incredible athlete that he was, and the unique look and the tattoos all over his body. We had seen him work over there, and the guys that he was working with were a bit smaller, but you didn't have any perspective. You didn't know how big Hakushi was compared to a lot of the talent that we had. And Hakushi was working with much smaller talent in Japan. So everything we saw, he looked like a big guy. And then he came, and he wasn't that big of a guy. A tremendous talent. Very gifted, very young. And we had to bring in Akio Sato to be his manager to just kind of help him get around because he didn't speak English, didn't read English. And we had Sato be his manager to just kind of help him out here in the U.S. and help teach him English. And Hakushi was good with his studies. He actually would study and would try to learn the language and try to read and write and what have you. But I think that probably the biggest detriment was his size. And him coming in, we were really looking for him to be this big, vicious heel. And I think initially upon seeing him, it was kind of like, God, is anybody going to believe it? Go back to they'll believe it if they see it. So he came in. I was a big fan of his. Even after seeing him, meeting him, I thought, wow, here's a guy that was dedicated to his art. I loved the look and the presentation. And I thought we could have done a lot more with him. It just was. And Bret, while Bret worked with him, I think that Bret kind of felt that, I don't want to say that it was beneath him, because he didn't. And because Bret liked him. But I think Bret felt that Bret should have been working with more top tier guys.
Well, we'll talk about the match and the pairing here, but you said something earlier where you said that, we knew about the tattoos. I've always been led to believe that, and these were temporary, but I've always been led to believe that was a WWF thing. Like the look is very similar, but adding the writing all over him was sort of homage to, a Japanese folk character who had sort of a similar series of markings on his body. But I think that was a WWE thing. Do you think he would have presented that idea, or do you think someone
No, he did it in Japan.
Okay.
We completely ripped it off from him doing it in Japan. We liked it. We liked that look. And he had been doing it over there, which is what kind of drew our attention to him. He was unique.
One of the things that he did that you said the phrase, we ripped it off. A lot of people would say, oh, this top rope walk, Undertaker's already doing that. Whenever someone does something that's similar to the Undertaker, it feels like they need to get their blessing. I think somewhere along the way, even before the Austin 316 shirt hit with the smoking skull on the back, I think that Austin needed to go get permission from the Undertaker to do that. And of course, Taker was, hey man, good by me, go make your money. I don't own skulls. But within this sphere, this little WWF world, we've heard that's not always the case, so if somebody comes over and, they're Hurricane Helms, but their WCW name was Shane Helms. Well, you can't be a Shane. We already have a Shane. Okay. We're going to call you something else. Was there a concern or an issue with him doing his sort of praying rope walk, which is one of the things that made Undertaker matches so unique and special at the time?
No, there wasn't. And it was even talk about having a match with Undertaker and having a program with the Undertaker. So that was something that was discussed because of the similar styles and in some ways a similar gimmick. It was similar yet different.
It's funny that you say that, because I think Jim Johnston at StarCast, I think he was asked about this, or maybe it was just off air. I don't know. I heard it from him at StarCast that the two ideas were, or the idea for Hakushi was he was supposed to be like the polar opposite. He was the total like bizarro version of the Undertaker. So whereas the Undertaker is dark, he's light. And so he even tried to make the music sort of feel that way, sort of, in presentation, just a yin and yang, if you will, if that makes sense.
To a point, yes. I mean, it was more than anything kind of a Japanese version, and they were very similar, but at the same time different.
Well, the other thing that you do here is, I assume you put him with a manager, because that's just what you do in this era when there is a Japanese heel. But you probably needed a mouthpiece for him, even though he's still trying to learn the language. It's not like he can come in and cut a Ric Flair promo. What can you tell us about Shinja?
Well, he just killed Sato from Kansas City, and Sato had been a mainstay in Kansas City. And I believe he had worked for All Japan, looking for a job, and he was a liaison to the Japanese offices in the States, and he was the perfect guy because we were going to be using Sato as one of our liaisons to, our entry into Japan as well during this time. So he could do double duty.
What is a Shinja, I guess is what I'm driving to.
It's a goddamn manager of Hakushi. The fuck, what Shinja? You just asked me what Shinja was, so you goddamn manager of Hakushi. You don't know how many different fucking versions of Hakushi you get with different people. Hakushi. Yeah, Hakushi. Yeah. Just depends.
Well, it's fun for Sato. I mean, he had like a on again, off again relationship with you guys during this era. But when he pops up here in late 94 with Hakushi, a lot of people are excited about what this might be. But as we know, he's not long for this world. His last TV appearance is in July of 95. So not too much longer after this show. Let's sort of set the stage for this match. After Bret wins the WWF Magazine Award for Award of the People on February 20th, easy for me to say. That's an episode of Raw where Jerry Lawler would suggest that Japanese votes had been excluded, and that makes Hart a racist. And Lawler then convinced Hakushi that Hart was a racist, and on the March 25th episode of Superstars, Hakushi would attack Bret after he received a separate award from the Japanese media. So we've got a little bit of separatism already. And then on the April 23rd edition of Wrestling Challenge, we finally get our match between Bret and Hakushi set for this show at In Your House. And on that same day on Action Zone, Bret would team with Razor Ramon to take on Intercontinental Champion Jeff Jarrett, who's tagging with Hakushi. In the match, of course, Bret and Razor win, with Ramon getting a pin over Jeff Jarrett. And then on the May 1st Raw, Bret would offer to face Lawler at In Your House after his scheduled match with Hakushi. And Bret dedicated his match with Lawler at In Your House to his mother because the show was happening on Mother's Day. So I guess Bret, while he doesn't mind working with Hakushi and appreciates his wrestling talent, as you said, and he likes the guy, he just doesn't feel like there's enough pizzazz on this match and wants to take on Lawler as well.
Yeah, it just was, we kind of had the old double. We had two programs going on, and we didn't have Jerry that was working live events, and Hakushi could be a live event opponent. It just was weird times.
It is a weird time because you got double duty on a fucking 2-hour show.
Yeah.
Let's get to the match. But before we do, it's a pre-match interview where Bret says that Hakushi is undefeated, which is kind of fun. The fans start chanting USA, which is always great when you've got a Canadian wrestling and a Japanese guy. Meltzer would say Hakushi is one of the more talented wrestlers in the country, but his talents are miscast in the heel role and he has no serious heat, even when matched with the most popular wrestler in the company. Shinja tried to make up for the fact that Hakushi should be a face, but Shinja just lacks charisma. Nevertheless, the work was damn good, and this match easily stole the show. Lots of interesting stuff, including a Muda handspring elbow, lots of spectacular stuff. They get plenty of time too, especially on a short show, 14 minutes and 39 seconds, 3.25 stars. Of course, you know what happens. Brett wins. He suplexes Hakushi over the top rope. Both go over as Hart tries to get back in. Shinja's holding his ankle. This gives Hakushi the opening to do the Asai moonsault. And when Brett gets back in the ring, Hakushi tries for a German suplex, but Brett reverses it into a forward cradle for the pin. So there you go. And after the match, as Hart jumps off the apron, he acts as if he's injured his knee. So that sort of sets the stage for, yes, Brett escaped with a win, but he's worse for the wear for Jerry Lawler later on. You saw this match for the first time since it happened 25 years later. What'd you think of Hakushi and Bret Hart in the opener here?
It was as good as I remember, and I thought it was excellent. It just took the best of both guys, and Bret was able to shine him, and of course look good in the process. But tremendous match. I thought it was a tremendous match, and to me, it was a great showcase for Hakushi to be put in with Bret and show that he could be with the top guy work. Would I have done a little bit more and done something differently? Probably, to try and extend it some more. But overall, the match and what have you was excellent. Excellent.
After a pay-per-view debut like this with a top guy, that's a good outing. Is Vince on fire for his new latest toy here in Hakushi? I mean, this feels like when this is over, even though he lost, hey man, we might be onto something.
Not really. I just think that, Vince was really looking for a bigger guy in size.
He was doomed from the start, essentially.
Well, he's necessarily doomed. It just was, you have in your head a picture of something, what you think something's going to be, and you get there and it's like, it's not quite there. And he just, I think, was expecting something else, man.
Have you ever, had like a lid on a drink or something, and you take a sip and you're expecting it to be one thing and it's actually another? Like maybe you went through the drive-through or something and you thought you had ordered this, but then you take a sip and it's way different.
You think you got Diet Coke and they gave you unsweet tea,
and that feels like, wait a minute, what the hell? And then here's the thing, the unsweet tea on its own may have been great if that's what your expectation was, but once you have that sip, that's the world's worst drink now, even though it's really not. You just sort of had your heart set on something else. And that feels like what happened here with Hakushi.
That's a good way to explain it.
The next match is Razor Ramon versus Jeff Jarrett in the Roadie in a handicap match. Let me get you the backstory here. They faced each other, Ramon and Jarrett, at WrestleMania 11, but Jarrett's DQ'd. And then on April 8th on Superstars, Jarrett would face Aldo Montoya in a non-title match where Jarrett accidentally pinned himself. And then Jarrett was initially announced the winner, but then later Montoya was declared the winner, and Jarrett and Montoya would face each other again 2 weeks later on Superstars. And during the match, Razor comes to ringside and chases the Roadie backstage. Despite this, Jarrett picks up the win, making Montoya tap out to his figure 4. The next day on Wrestling Challenge, Ramon and the 1-2-3 Kid were scheduled to square off against Jarrett and Roadie at In Your House. But then after the 1-2-3 Kid breaks his neck, they just changed this into a handicap match. It's worth mentioning that Savio Vega is new to the WWF at this time. And he actually tried out way back when, in like 1986, but for whatever reason, it didn't work out. Now it is. He's made a name for himself in Puerto Rico as TNT, and he's brought back here as your favorite and mine, Quang.
You used to call him Quang.
I did it just for you because I thought you were going to call him Quang. Either way, though, he turns into Savio Vega eventually. I'm just mentioning that because it's going to matter in a moment. So here we go. These guys, Razor Ramon, Jeff Jarrett, and the Roadie in this handicap match, they get plenty of time, 12 minutes and 40 seconds. And at the start of the match, they do something kind of cool, especially for the time. They have a live telephone interview with 1-2-3 Kid from home. And they're doing this because, again, this was supposed to be a tag match, but he's broken his freaking neck. What'd you think of the match, and what'd you think of the live telephone call between Vince and the 1-2-3 Kid at home?
Well, it's just a different way to tell the story. And goddamn, that was revolutionary during those times, to be able to bring guys in and comment live and not have it skip like we do on Skype now. But I thought the match was good. I don't think it was as good as Brett and Hakushi. I kind of felt like a little off, but to me, the guy steals the show was Road Dogg, doing that roadie gimmick. And it was early on enough where we just did so much goofy shit, and watching Brian work was, to me, just very entertaining. And that was a highlight for me, going back and watching that roadie gimmick and what it turned into later on.
I got to tell you, he stole the show. We watched it back. I had a house full, when I decided to watch it late one night, and, everybody in the room was fascinated with who Road Dogg would later become. The roadie character, though, just, he stole the show. It's worth watching. We should mention that, you know what's coming. Razor Ramon hits the razor's edge on Jeff Jarrett, picks up the pinfall, and after the match, he has Rhodey up for the edge, but Jarrett clips him and then puts on the figure 4. Aldo Montoya tries to make the save, but he's quickly disposed of. Jarrett goes back for the figure 4, and then they bring out a run-in, which looks like a quote-unquote fan who's going to clean house. And they even have police come in to give the indication that this wasn't part of the show. But later in an interview, Ramon would call the guy Savio. So this is the debut of Savio Vega here. Pretty cool way, since you've already got it. It's sort of naturally built in that this was supposed to be a tag match. 1-2-3 Kid can't do it. So now they've got the advantage on him, and he needs a friend. Well, who better than Savio Vega? Excellent way to debut him here.
Yeah. And, we had, Savio there that trying to come up with something for Savio and trying to come up with something for him to do. Right time, right place, and right situation to take the mask off of him from the whole Quang gimmick and let him be this Puerto Rican superstar that he truly was, and trying to get that character out of him. So it was introducing with Razor and let nature take its course.
Do you prefer Savio Vega or Quang?
God damn it. It was TNT. Long before it was Quang. And, he was El Casario in the Mid-South. So there.
Fuckers out of
remember, he was El Casario. He came in and he shaved his head. And everybody used to give him a hard time saying, "Whoa, we're telling Carlos, you shaved your head." Because he wore a mask and wore the karate pants and all that stuff. So it was, he's had many different names. I think Savio Vega has been the best one for him.
We go backstage and we see Jerry Lawler yelling at Jack Tunney, demanding to have his match occur next because he knows that Brett's hurt, but Jack Tunney won't let that happen. Now, the next match is the first qualifying match we see for the 1995 King of the Ring tournament. Here's one of your favorites. It's Mabel versus Adam Bomb. The backstory here is, on the March 12th Action Zone, Men on a Mission lost the tag team title match to the Smoking Guns, and after the match, Men on a Mission attacked the Guns, and then on the March 26th Wrestling Challenge, Men on a Mission defeated Ken Raper and Gary Sabeau in a squash match. After the match, MOM apologized for their attack on the Guns and then invite them to shake their hands. The Guns come out, but of course, MOM attacked the Guns and then beat up their manager, Oscar, officially turning them heels. And we don't see Oscar again after this. Well, you and I would. What can you tell us about kicking Oscar out of Men on a Mission here?
Well, look, you're not going to boo a fun-loving, great rapper like Oscar, by God. And Men on a Mission are mom, is like M-O-M, goddamn it. Men on a mission. They're men on a mission. So really, I guess they'd be Mome.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to go to Mome. Mome should be a shirt over at brucepritchard.com.
Maybe it should be Mome, Men on a Mission, or Males.
Maybe it should be ma'am, M-A-M, because Oscar's not there anymore. He's the O.
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
Well, no, that's not right.
Mabel and Mo, M-A-M.
Yeah, but they were men on a mission.
I was joking about dropping Oscar because they dropped him here in storyline.
And then but what if he was MBM?
Was Oscar tore when y'all wrote him out?
Was he what?
Was he tore up about being written off TV and his wrestling run coming to an end?
I think he was a little confused. Yeah. Just kind of wanted to continue. We were actually looking for other things for him to do and utilize his talents as a rapper and musical tidbits. Look, Oscar's a damn talented guy.
Tell everybody again how Oscar wound up getting a gig with the company.
Well, we were in Las Vegas at Caesar's Palace, and it was right after Vince and Randy Savage had thrown me into the fountains in front of Caesar's Palace. We were making our way through the casino, trying to get up to the room so that I could change clothes and take a quick shower before we flew back east. And this guy comes running up to us, and we're surrounded by security and trying to get through the casino, and people are going nuts because they see Brother Love. You know, that's it. Oh yeah, Randy Savage was there too. And this guy just starts cutting a rap on us, and a very good rap about the Macho Man and Vince McMahon, and oh my God, there's Brother Love type shit. And he cuts this rap all the way to the elevators. And Vince is laughing his ass off. And as we're getting in the elevators, and Vince goes, God damn, that's damn good. And he says, well, then it's good enough for a couple tickets to WrestleMania. And Vince said, call my office. No shit, man. We're back at the office, and we were having a meeting, and Vince's assistant comes in and says, there's a guy on the phone that says he met you in Las Vegas and you told him to call the office. He said he sang a song for you or sang a rap for you. And she said a song. It's like, oh yeah, fuck, put him through. It's like it takes the call and starts talking to him. And he goes on about, you know, the different places that he's appeared, and he had rapped on stage with Frank Sinatra. He had done all these really crazy things. And Vince says, yeah, you know what? You got your 2 tickets, but I want to do something with you. And he goes, let me think about it, threw it out to us. And as they say, you know, timing's everything. Jerry Lawler, we had TV in Lowell, Massachusetts, and we brought these guys in for a tryout. And Lawler talked about how there was one guy that literally couldn't fit through the doorway, and that was Mabel. And they were there, and just one look at them, the size, they had charisma. They were the shits, but they had charisma. So lo and behold, Men on a Mission were born. Mo, Oscar, and Mabel. M-O-M, Mom.
Well, here we go.
I mean, you know, people ask all the time, fuck, man, can I, you know, I'll study. I'm in a wrestling school, which JPWA, Jacobs Prichard Wrestling Academy in Knoxville, Tennessee. There's a nice backhanded plug. Is the best one to go to. But if you're looking for places, you know, the way to get in, just, you know, you hang out and kind of rap, and next thing you know, you're starring on television.
Yes, you are. So there's going to be lots of people trying to interrupt you and rap for you now. I hope you realize what you've just done. Mabel and Adam Baum square off here in a 1 minute and 53 second match for a King of the Ring qualifier. Mabel picks up the win after a power slam. This is Adam Baum's last pay-per-view match. If you're keeping score at home, his pay-per-view record is 0-6. He was 0-2 at the Royal Rumble, 0-1 at WrestleMania, 0-2 at Survivor Series, and 0-1 here. He's out come August. Why didn't Adam Baum hit?
Adam Bomb is another perfect example of not having it. There's something missing. The look, got it. Had some charisma, but it was not a bad worker, but just was missing it. Missed that connection with the audience. He used to throw out the little footballs that looked like atom bombs, and the crowd would go wild, and then that bell would ring, and oh God, all bets were off. He just was missing it. It's not something you can put your finger on, but he never connected with the audience.
When's the last time you talked to Brian?
God, I haven't seen Brian in years.
I think he got in a little bit of legal trouble with some felony charges for like drug possession and selling and narcotics and possessing a weapon and lots of conspiracy stuff.
Holy shit.
So hope whatever he's into is okay and he's all right. Of course, we know Mabel's no longer with us. It's just sad watching some of these old ones and knowing that not everybody had a happy end to their story.
Very sad.
Backstage, Razor Ramon introduces Savio Vega from the Caribbean. He says he was just in attendance.
It sounds better coming from the Caribbean than Puerto Rico, doesn't it?
Well, my favorite, actually, Shuley, from the Stern Show, his favorite moment.
I know where you're going. Fuck you, Connor.
Once upon a time, we were talking about a Caribbean strap match, and
go ahead and ask me.
Hey, where was the Caribbean strap match invented?
Caribbean.
That is Shuley's first or second favorite thing we've ever done on the show. The next match is a rematch from WrestleMania 11 for the tag titles. Owen Hart and Yokozuna. Yoko, of course, was the surprise mystery tag team partner for Owen Hart. Here, they're going to be defending their belts against the former champions, the Smoking Guns. They get not a ton of time, 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Meltzer would say it was fast paced, but way too short. He says Yokozuna ran into the ring post, knocking him out on the floor. They do a few double team moves for near falls on Hart until Bart misses a tackle and goes to the floor. And then Yokozuna leg drops him on the floor and throws him in so Owen can pin him. And somewhere in there, Billy punched Jim Cornette 2 stars. So a nice little TV style match here. What'd you think?
Nice little match. And, you know, it was, to me, during this time was where you started going, oh, fuck Yoko. You could see him struggling to move, and you could see him just kind of not being there all the way due to his weight, and he was getting bigger. And I just, in watching it, brought back memories of those moments that when you look back, you can see where the guy starts to slip. And unfortunately, this was that point.
Yeah. You watch a match from Yokozuna 2 years prior to this, and then this one, and this is a different performer.
Yes. And you watch one 2 years prior to that and you go, holy fuck, look at the athleticism of this big bastard.
Before the next match, Diesel does an interview talking about this being his first Mother's Day without a mother. And he's referencing his real life here. His mom had passed away the prior December. And then it's time for Bret Hart to wrestle for the second time. They don't have to have a ton of time to tell this story. 5 minutes and 9 seconds. Of course, Jerry Lawler picks up a win with a pinfall, and Lawler had said on TV he was bringing his mother to ringside. He'd been teasing this on TV, building this. Oh, it's Mother's Day and I'm bringing my mom. And of course, for years, he's made fun of Bret Hart's mom, but here he brings his mom, who just happens to be a smoking hot young model.
Actually, that was the mother of his girlfriend.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Of course, he thinks that Bret Hart is injured because he's been selling the knee when he reveals eventually in the middle of this match that it was all just a ruse and that Bret can walk perfectly fine. Shinja comes down to ringside. The ref gets his foot tangled in the ropes, hanging upside down. So Hakushi does a run in, comes off the top rope 3 times on Bret before the ref finally recovers and counts the fall. After the match, Lawler holds Brett, and Hakushi charges towards him. But wouldn't you know it, Brett ducks and Hakushi winds up decking Lawler. Brett then runs off Hakushi and he gets a few blows in on Shinja. It gets a 1.5 stars. Cute, sort of old school Southern style match. But we're reminding everybody, hey, this Shinja Bret Hart thing, or this Hakushi Bret Hart thing, this is far from over.
Damn right it is.
Now,
you better not forget it, by God, because yeah, they're going to get, I think, one more.
At the time, you guys thought, well, let's just see what happens. And then as we know, fucking a month or two later, see ya. Here's the really interesting thing that's fun to go back and watch. These guys, most people listening to this remember the In Your House set, but it's even a larger, more expanded set where it literally looks like the front of a house, not just the front door, but windows and all that. But there's this giant tub. I mean, it's huge. It looks like those people who have like indoor lap pools, you know, where they can swim year round against the current or whatever. And it's filled with mail. Before the main event, Todd Pettengill and Stephanie come down and do what Stephanie's last name is Wyand. Is that right?
Stephanie Wyand. Yes.
So I wanted to say it's not Stephanie McMahon, but two on-air characters here for WWE are doing the deal where they're giving away a house in Orlando. Actually watching the broadcast, and anytime you do things like this, and we've seen Vince try this a few times in different versions and contests, it doesn't always go swimmingly well, but it happens here. A guy in Henderson, Nevada is actually watching the show and wins what was probably what, $125,000, $150,000 house just for watching the show.
Exactly.
Meltzer would say,
and Jerry, the funny part about it was Jerry Briscoe, when we talked about, why don't we give away a house? Vince called Briscoe and said, hey, we're giving away a house. I need you to go to, we should give away one in a nice place like Orlando or something. That's a destination. People could use it, vacation. So go get one with a pool and just get us a nice house today. All right, go. And Jerry called back later on that day and said, hey, I've got a house. He said, great, buy it. Bought a fucking house. And we had a house to give away. We sent the crew down there to shoot it and got that fucker on TV. Just amazing.
When Briscoe, I mean, is this the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard in your life? Like, hey, got an idea. We're going to give away a house. Just go get one today.
Yeah. That shit happens all the time.
Only in Vince McMahon's world. But I mean, it is an interesting idea. You know, I mean, the idea is you guys are collecting addresses where you're going to turn around and sell and send them WWF merchandise and catalogs and flyers about, you know, toys and pay-per-views and all that. And you're going to encourage people, hey, and you want to be sure to order the pay-per-view to see if you win the house. And by the way, Meltzer would say this segment, the only thing not staged on the show, was probably the best part of the entire show. Well, except the opener. Just a note from someone with experience in in-house giveaways. In the vast majority of cases where these houses are given away, the new owner winds up selling the given house away within 6 months because of the tax bill, because there will usually be some taxes associated with getting a gift like this, but whatever, you're getting a huge windfall here. Is this one of the crazier ideas Vince ever had, or crazy like a fox?
It was a great idea. You know, and again, it's like giving away $1 million, and it just was so happenstance when you're talking about giving away a house, giving away $1 million. Goes, because, well, shit, since Republic's going to have to fucking be my money. And he goes, fuck it, I'll give away $1 million. And the absurdity of it all, go buy a house. And by the afternoon, you have a house.
Right.
And 3 weeks later, you give that house away to a 14-year-old kid or whatever he was.
Yeah, it is a kid. And his dad, of course, assumes it and wins it. But yeah, I mean, a little fucking kid in Henderson, Nevada, a 6th grader, wins a fucking house.
Only in America.
Only in anything can happen here in the World Wrestling Federation. Years later, the company would follow up with the kid to find out what happened to the house. It turns out, yes, they did wind up selling the house like 6 months later. The family apparently had just moved from New York to Nevada. They didn't want to move again. The sale of the house, which I think netted the family like over 175 grand, effectively paid for the kids' college. So, if you're a youngster listening to this, you need better parents. But let them know if they ever try to get onto you for watching wrestling. Hey, one day this shit might pay off.
We could win a house, Dad.
Or you can at least refi one or buy one for no money down with your new pal, Conrad Thompson. The next match is your main event. It's for the world title. Diesel is your world champion. He's defending against Sid. As a reminder, at WrestleMania 11, Diesel retained over Shawn Michaels. But the following night, when Shawn is looking for a potential rematch, he's trying to give Sid the night off. Sid attacks Shawn Michaels, powerbombing him 3 times. Eventually, Diesel comes out to help Shawn Michaels, and you guys turn Shawn babyface. And then along the way here, we are on a collision course. There's a match with Diesel and Bam Bam Bigelow for the title. Over the weekend of April 16th, the match between Sid and Diesel are scheduled for In Your House. And Sid is now potentially facing Diesel for the WWF title, depending on whether or not Diesel can retain against Bigelow. So on the April 24th show, he says he's unhappy about the situation, meaning if Bigelow wins, Sid does not get the title shot. Of course, Diesel retains when the corporation turns on Bigelow, with Tatanka tripping Bigelow as he runs the ropes. Diesel hits Bigelow with a big foot and then the jackknife, and that's the end. After the match, Bigelow is insulted by Ted DiBiase and attacks the corporation. Diesel, who'd gone back to the locker room, comes back out to help Bigelow, and now Bigelow's a babyface. So we've got lots of sort of moving chairs on our way here. We should mention that DiBiase is eventually going to reveal that he and Sid had been working together this entire time, admitting that it was him who told Shawn Michaels to get a bodyguard in the first place. So it turns out everybody really does have a price for the $1 Million Man. Unfortunately, he can't save the main event here. 11 minutes and 29 seconds. Meltzer would say it was a clumsy, predictable match. He gave it 3/4 of a star. And oh, by the way, Diesel retains because of a DQ. Tatanka interferes. Bam Bam comes out to make the save. It's just sort of a blah way to end the pay-per-view to me. You watched it this time for the first time in 25 years. What'd you think?
Blah's a word. It was clumsy. Is a good way to describe it. And it just felt like, looks great on paper, by the way, but it just was oil and water, and they didn't mix, especially when you look at it. Sid may have been the better charismatic babyface, and Diesel might have been the better heel. The roles were reversed, and it just felt clumsy. It was not a good match, and it didn't gel well, to say the very least.
I mean, I think both of these guys probably need a guy like Shawn Michaels to fly around and make them look like monsters, right? And so
exactly.
On paper, you know, one monster versus another probably sounds awesome, but then you get out there in execution, you're like, man, I need them to be throwing somebody around, and that's not really possible here.
Yeah, exactly.
We should mention there's 4 dark matches at the live show. So even though the pay-per-view goes off the air, the fans in the arena still get to see some other matches. Before the show started, we had Jean-Pierre Lafitte, who we know as PCO now, pin Bob Holly. And then after the main event, we got Bigelow beating Tatanka, Undertaker beating Kama, and Davey Boy going to a draw with Owen Hart. So there is a lot of meat on the bone here. If you're an old school WWF fan, Diesel and Sid do wind up having a rematch at In Your House 2. I'm sure we'll cover that sometime soon. But you watched it back for the first time in a long time. What would you give it? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
You know what? I give it thumbs up just because it was the first one. And it had been, I hadn't seen it since we did it. So from that vantage point, it was nostalgic and kind of fun for me.
It was. It got 44.8% thumbs up, 38.5% thumbs down, 16.8% thumbs in the middle. I really enjoyed it watching it back, and I think a lot of it is just the nostalgia, like you said. According to the Wrestling Observer reader poll, the best match, no surprise, Bret Hart and Hakushi comes in first place. Worst match, no surprise, Diesel and Sid. This was fun, man. There's going to be a lot of In Your House shows to come. Where would you rank this one overall? I got to say, and I know you're going to laugh at this, to me, this is going to wind up being near the top just because you gave away a house. And whenever I think of this In Your House concept, I never forget the idea that you guys gave away a fucking house. And then you get going on the thing. Rhodey is a serious bright spot. The debut of Savio Vega, the last time we see Adam Bomb, the Hakushi thing and with Bret was phenomenal. I thought there was a lot of really cool stuff that happened on this show, especially considering it's just a 2-hour episode.
I would say it was definitely the first one.
Yeah. I think out of all the shows they did, this was the first one. I would have to agree.
Yes, sir.
You motherfucker.
What?
Nothing. It's just funny to me that you started off this show a little cantankerous. You started to get into it a little more, and now
I'm still cantankerous, damn it.
You are. We should mention, October of 95, I think, is when Sean has his incident in Syracuse, not here. Right?
Yes, exactly. Because that was during the time, with the Shane was in, Shane Douglas, not Shane McMahon. So yeah, it had to be October, right? October, September.
Yeah, it was in the fall. I'm just saying, I know it wasn't this era. The reason I know a lot of our listeners are probably thinking, well, no, if he's not on this, it's because he was beat up here. No, he took all those power bombs from Sid and took a little bit of a break. But he'll be back. Let's get to Twitter. It feels like a month ago we posted and said, hey, we're going to be covering this show. You guys have any questions for Bruce? We got tons of questions. No way we can get to them all. Let's just handle a few here rapid fire. Drew Landry wants to know, would the Hakushi Bret Hart had more heat if fans thought Hakushi stole Bret's jacket?
Goddamn right it would. Bit Borrelia.
Nearly every question we have is about Hakushi. Luke from Eastern Iowa wants to know, Hakushi always seemed like a low-key interesting dude. Do you have any interesting or amusing Hakushi stories you can share with us?
I do. The Undertaker and I had gone to Japan for Michinoku Pro, and the match that they had Undertaker in was against Hakushi. And Hakushi had cult-like status in Japan for Michinoku Pro, and his character was revered in that promotion, much as Undertaker's is all over the world. So Hakushi had come up with this idea the last time that he had been in the Hakushi stuff. Basically, he was sent away and they buried him. So he wanted to have a resurrection. In the match against Undertaker, they brought him out in a casket held overhead. And this is online somewhere. I've seen it. But they bring him out over their head. And they dump him out of this casket onto the ground in the ring. And he's all dirty, like they dug him up. And so he's covered in dirt and shit, like all over as if he was in the dirt, in the ground. And he lays there dead until the Undertaker comes out. And I actually managed Undertaker for that match in Japan. And then he came to and they had their match. But the best part was we were in Sumo Hall, and Undertaker and I, we had a private dressing room that was the size of like a basketball court. It was huge. And they had like sheets draped up everywhere. It was just very odd, but it was pretty cool. I'm a sumo guy too, and I enjoy that tradition. So they have to sneak their kayfabe dressing rooms. They're separate. The heels and baby faces are always separated. But they had snuck Hakushi over to our dressing room, and at some point they had gotten us over to say hello to Sasuke and do that bullshit. But Hakushi come over. He comes over and hello, and they're good to see everybody and everything. And Hakushi's, I write down, and he takes out like 5 pieces of paper, handwritten. It's all Japanese characters, so I have no idea what the hell it says. But he starts going over a match with Undertaker. And Mark is just looking at it. And he says, he goes, Hakushi come to the States. Young boy. Now you big star. And he kind of giggles nervously. He's like, not really knowing where Taker's going. He goes, tell you what. He goes, I'll see you in the ring. Okay. He goes, we'll call it out there. He goes, you and I are good. And he looks at his 5 sheets of paper, and he's just kind of dumbfounded. And he goes, okay, thank you. See you ring. And walked out. They called it in the ring, man. It was all good.
What'd you think of the In Your House set? Lots of questions are about, how much people miss the old sets and the set designs. This one is obviously a little more low key than some of the more elaborate stuff you would do during the Attitude Era, but still, that's kind of fun. What'd you think of it?
Yeah, I thought it was cool because it pretty much in a set told you what the event was. In your house. So when we came to the ring, we were coming out of your house. That's what? It should have been out of your house.
Well,
they're coming out of your house.
I think the idea is that you watch it in your house, though. You see.
But I was there, so I didn't. Which one were you talking about?
Never mind.
Okay.
Well, listen, we got tons of questions, usually about Hakushi or about the set, and lots of questions about, hey, what happened to the house now? Well, we don't know. We assume that normal human beings are living in the house. But there's a question here you and I have never really discussed that I do want to bring up. Mr. William wants to know, who owns the rights to the pre-show free-for-all, and why is it not on the network? And we've gotten that a few times for different shows that we've covered. The free-for-all, by the way, back before everyone had DVR, the only way and on-screen channel guides, the only way you knew what was coming on TV is if you had that day's newspaper or you picked up a TV guide. And then there was a station that made their living just telling you what's on all these different stations. But there would be a little screen in the corner that would show like pay-per-view previews and, hey, don't forget. So they're driving revenue for the cable system. And they would sometimes show what was called a free-for-all. So there'd be a 30-minute sort of pre-show. Usually there'd be a match, maybe 2, but the rest of it is packages and interviews trying to sell the pay-per-view. But all these years later, that stuff's not on the network. Do you think the cable system's on that, or do you think you guys own it and we just haven't gotten around to it?
I don't know that anybody would really want to watch a 30-minute Shield show talking about what's going to come up next.
Well, here's the thing. You've got some pretty monumental matches like SummerSlam 96. You had Yokozuna. He's wrestling Steve Austin. The top rope breaks. He falls. Austin pins him. And that's also where you had like the bikini blast off thing or whatever. Sonny was as Roll Tide gets in that episode. I'd be very interested in that free for all from SummerSlam 96 if you can put your hands on it.
Yeah, I'm sure it exists somewhere. I just don't know that. Maybe it is. Maybe that's something that we could put out that, to me, I wouldn't want to watch it, but again, there's probably people out there that would.
Lots of questions like this one from Charlie Thrower. What's Sid up to these days? I haven't seen or heard from Sid. Have you run across Sid in more recent years? Do you have any idea what he's up to these days?
I have absolutely no idea what, Sid is up to these days.
I think the rumor and innuendo is, I thought he was booked to come back to some sort of reunion show for y'all and then just no showed. Maybe since you've been back. Have you heard of that, or is that just rumor and innuendo?
I don't know. That one I don't know.
Well, listen, this was fun. I appreciated us sort of getting back in our Wayback Machine and talking a little bit about the forgotten era of 1995. Is there anything else you think we should cover about this show, or have we said it all?
I think we said it all. And this was, by God, the first In Your House. Numero uno.
Yeah. And it was fun to go back and visit it. And I'm glad we were able to make it happen. And we apologize it's late, but if you've been listening to the shows we've done since, you know that Bruce's schedule has been a little chaotic, to say the least. But if we promote it, we're going to do our damnedest to bring it to you. So better late than never. Hope you check us out over at adfreeshows.com. You would have gotten this show early and ad free had you checked us out over there. And there's tons of bonus content, including most recently, Bruce and I watched an episode of Saturday Night's Main Event from 1990. It's a fun little piece of watch along action that you can only get at adfreeshows.com, including a bonus episode about one of our more requested topics, WrestleMania 8. No, Bruce wasn't there, but he had particular insights that you guys wanted to hear. And that's available for you now at adfreeshows.com. Pick up a shirt over at bruceprichard.com and save yourself some money at savewithconrad.com. We'll be back next week. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard.
Shaka Khan.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. And joining us, of course, is someone who is allegedly very stressed, sleepy, and tired. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, how are you, man?
Well, you know, it's funny how the news cycles go these days, isn't it?
Well, I thought it was interesting that when I said, if I had to guess, Bruce would be stressed, trying to create TV in a pandemic, 5 hours worth a week. I can't imagine how stressful that must be. And then, of course, fans are worried about WWE executive who's stressed. Is that breaking news, buddy? That working for WWE, creating live TV on broadcast television is a stressful gig? I didn't think that was that newsworthy.
Well, there's cable too.
Who could forget 3 hours of cable TV too? Man, I'm just glad that you're still able to make a little time, even though we do wind up recording these shows at the crack of dawn. So you're sleepy and tired when we do them, but we have gotten such good feedback about us revisiting the good old days, or well, maybe the not so good old days. We just did
the old days. It's just old.
There you go. Just old days. We did In Your House, the very first one, on June 5th. We were back at you talking about Kevin Nash on July 10th. And today we're talking In Your House number 2 from 1995. I don't know why, man, but I feel like 1995 is like a new gold mine for us. I feel like we've spent a lot of time on this show talking about the golden era, you know, Hogan, Savage, Demolition, that sort of timeline. And then fast forward to the Attitude Era. I feel like we've spent a bunch of time there, but I don't think that we've really spent a lot of time on the transition years. And I guess 95, to use like a sports franchise term, was a bit of a rebuilding year. Fair to say?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, you say transitional years, just like a transitional champion. This will be the transitional year.
Well, we're coming off the horrific King of the Ring 1995 show, which we talked about a little bit on our Kevin Nash episode. Mabel has gone over, Diesel and Bam Bam Bigelow are going to main event against Sid and Tatanka. And we're moving on to In Your House 2 after King of the Ring 95. And Meltzer would write in the Observer, all that we know right now for In Your House 2 on July 23rd in Nashville is that it will have Diesel and Sid and what was advertised on television as a lumberjack match. Although there have been rumors that it may be changed to a cage match for the title on top. We'll also have Jeff Jarrett defending and probably losing the Intercontinental title to Shawn Michaels and what will be the show stealer, Bret Hart versus Hakushi, Bam Bam Bigelow versus King Kong Bundy, coming as the third show in a 9-day period following the Shamrock Severin match in the UFC, which is going down on July 14th, and the Hogan Vader cage match on July 16th. The WWF may find itself in a very rare position, coming in third in a 3-way race. This is something you and I haven't talked a lot about, but in the pay-per-view era, which there we go, doesn't even seem like it should be a thing. But back then your major promotions would have pay-per-views and obviously WCW is one of those and the WWF is one of those, but so is this new outfit, the UFC. And this is sort of pre-Ultimate Fighter. This is back before the UFC was more mainstream. It was still underground in the beginning stages, if you will. How much of the planning went into how do we avoid that same day, B, avoid the same weekend? And was there a strategy to let's get in front of them or let's be at the end of them? Like, did you guys do like A and B testing on from a financial standpoint, with the idea being that every American household doesn't have just endless amounts of disposable cash? Some folks are going to have to pick, honey, we can afford to get this one or this one and that one, but not the other one. Did that type of conversation happen when it came to competing for household dollars with all this competition in the pay-per-view landscape?
Well, I don't think that anybody was looking at UFC as competition, and it was a completely different product and something that appealed to a different audience as well. Was it crossover? Of course it was. But I think that if anything, the other folks that were doing pay-per-view were probably looking at us and wondering what we were going to do and when. However, in the same breath, we had made the commitment to go monthly. And in making the commitment to go monthly, you've got to realize at that point that you are out there and there's going to be competition from anybody and everybody. So you either have to decide to be out there or not be out there. We made the decision, let's go for it and put our head down and move forward.
What was the thinking in trying to compete? I mean, what must it have been like for Vince, I guess is what I'm driving to, that now he finds himself competing with his own creation of sorts. I mean, I know that Hulk Hogan was a thing before he came to Vince, but with Vince's help, Hulk Hogan became a household name, and it sort of becomes a chicken and the egg conversation, I guess, because people argue, you know, who helped make who? Well, clearly both helped each other. But now when Vince is sort of struggling to find his next big thing and get a guy over like he has before with Hulk Hogan, he also finds himself competing with Hulk Hogan. And we say on the show all the time that you guys used to ask when it came to marketing someone like Brett or perhaps even Diesel, what would we do for Hogan? And now while you're trying to sort of recreate the magic from Hogan, damn it, he's a competitor for you too. That's gotta be a catch-22 type situation.
It is. And more than anything, I think that it probably hurt Vince that he was even in that position of having to deal with Hulk on this side of the fence. So I think you take care of your own business. You just look at your own shop and go from there. And probably one of the biggest deterrents to what we did over the years was acknowledging Turner and trying to, you know, discredit them, if you will, and talk about them, because we just gave them more and more publicity. By acknowledging them and moving on, it gives them more publicity. And when we just said, you know what, they're going to be there, screw it, take care of your own business and focus on what it is that you do best and not what everybody else does. Because in history, you go down and you look at every single one of those promoters that when Vince made his national expansion, Vince went to all of them, tried to buy them out or bring them in. They all said, you know what? No, man, I'm going to put you out of business. They started focusing on Vince and what Vince was doing, and they forgot about what they had at home, and they stopped taking care of it. And that's the reason that the local promoters went out of business, and the reason that they weren't able to continue to do business for all those years, because they were, okay, you're going to come into Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Well, then by God, we're going to go into New York City. But that's what they did. Jim Crockett sitting there in Charlotte wasn't happy being the king of Charlotte and being the king of the East Coast, on the southern end. Wanted to go into, oh, by God, I'll come into New York City. So that was the downfall of Jim Crockett Promotions. It was the downfall of Bill Watts. Jerry Jarrett, for as much as he lacks a lot in acumen, at least just stayed in Tennessee and didn't venture out.
And made money.
Well, for himself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Nobody else did, but he did. Let's talk about somebody else who's making the news here. Meltzer would write, it appears that the Ultimate Warrior will be making his first wrestling appearance in the United States in almost 2.5 years on July 22nd for promoter TC Martin in Las Vegas. In this era, you would occasionally hear, oh, the Ultimate Warrior's coming back, but he's doing this shot in Las Vegas, or he's going to be over here in Australia or whatever. These sort of random one-off Ultimate Warrior appearances, promoters were rolling the dice in a big way, I'm sure giving him a major payday in the process. And it would create a little bit of at least underground buzz. And that has to be attractive to Vince, even though Vince knows, hey man, this has not worked multiple times now. But every time somebody mentions his name, it gets attention. And by God, that's what we're looking for. Does that even cross Vince's mind here in 95? Or are you so fresh on the previous sort of back and forth lawsuit situation? And maybe it's just not in the budget. You just know economically what he's going to ask for, and where our business is right now, we can't even have that conversation. What can you tell us about that? Do you think Vince had any sort of interest in this newfound underground buzz about, oh, the Ultimate Warrior might be back?
Well, we just thought to whoever had him, good luck, and thank God it's you and not us.
Let's talk about something going on at the Raw tapings in June. Meltzer says, we don't have any details on the Raw taping on June 26th in Danville, PA, other than what aired live. In the TV main event, Jarrett retained his title, getting a DQ against Vega when the roadie interfered. Michaels, who was doing commentary with Lawler absent, wound up fighting with Rhodey just before the finish and ended up cleaning house on both Rhodey and Jarrett to start the build for the IC title match. Jarrett was really good in carrying the match. They announced Bigelow versus Sid as a TV main event for July 3rd. Lawler did an interview with the new storyline basically being that because of what Hart did to him, his breath is bad and his teeth are in rough shape, and his dentist, Dr. Isaac Yankem, is so mad he's coming to the WWF to get revenge on Bret Hart. Lawler said Yankem used to be a pro wrestler under an assumed name, which makes me think it will be Shane Douglas. We'll know for sure by next week. So Meltzer freestyles a guess that the evil dentist will be Shane Douglas. It turns out, no, Shane Douglas is going to be an evil teacher. The mayor of Knox County is going to be the evil dentist. Tell everybody the gimmick behind how we got this name, Isaac Yankem.
Is it just now that you're figuring out that Meltzer was taking a guess? It's all he ever has done, and it's all he ever will do is just guess because he doesn't know. And the report, well, we don't have any reports other than what I got to see on TV because I didn't know a fan in the area to give me their dirt or their opinion. So anyway, what the fuck was the question? No, Isaac Yankem. Isaac Yankem was something, I've had a lot of dental work and different things done over the years. So the one thing I've always kept in my back of my mind was old Dr. I Yankem. It's his name, Isaac Yankem. I Yankem. And that's an old Bobby Heenan joke that he loved that. Just talking about his dentist wherever he'd go to. You're going to go see Dr. Yankem. Isaac Yankem. I Yankem. And it was just one of those characters that literally everybody, no matter how old you are, has a dentist story.
Yeah. Nobody wants to go to the dentist.
Most people, you won't go to the dentist.
I said most people don't want to go to the dentist. I go twice a year every year.
Yeah, well, after my last experiences, I'm reconsidering that too.
What is it with when all of my podcast co-hosts go to work for Vince, their teeth start falling out? What's up? What's at the water cooler up there in the office?
No, mine were falling out before.
It didn't help when Brock Lesnar broke your face either. I mean,
that didn't help either.
No.
It's
just funny to me that this evil dentist became a thing. And this was very much in the occupational era of gimmicks, if you will. But it's just, I don't know. It's fun to look back at the tremendous career that Kane had and know that once upon a time, Jim Cornette made him dress up like a Christmas tree. And Vince McMahon made him dress up like an evil dentist, and he came out.
His Cornette didn't do that. That was Jerry Jarrett.
Okay, my apologies. He's a fucking mayor now. Meltzer would say, rumor has it Dustin Rhodes signed this past week and should be in shortly. You guys already had the idea for Goldust ahead of that. We've talked about that in the archives. Go listen to our Dustin Rhodes episode. It is an epic episode, like 5 or 6 hours worth. Meltzer would also say lots of talk regarding Titan and the USA Network, but my feeling is it's all talk. Meltzer would say that Titan's contract with the USA Network was set to expire at the end of December. And the story that's been reported in many places is the current deal for 3 shows is that USA pays Titan $12,000 a week. And Titan gets to keep 2 minutes of advertising time to either sell or for its own use. Titan wants that increase to 5 minutes of advertising time and is using the E network as negotiating leverage. Monday Night Raw is on a phenomenal ratings run, with it often being the highest rated regular weekly show on cable. Ratings of the other 2 shows, while nowhere near that level, are competitive for their time slot. However, the E network only reaches about 28 million homes as opposed to 65 million homes for the USA Network. So really there's no leverage there at all. With syndication dwindling, Titan simply can't afford that kind of a loss in exposure. So it just isn't going to happen. So this is one of the first times that I remember Vince trying to figure out a new TV deal. And man, I hope that you take that piece of the notes and you show that to Vince, that once upon a time you were getting $12,000 a week. Oh my God. It's a whole new ball game now. Is it not, my friend?
It's a little bit different ball game altogether, just in every landscape. So yes, without a doubt, it was different times and different ways of looking at the business. But at the same time, it was not just settling for what you had and saying, okay, well, we've got this deal, and was still going out looking for a better deal financially. And look, even then, based on the way that networks were paying for programming from syndication to cable and everywhere in between, it was, what about us? Great. You're paying us a small production fee is kind of how I looked at it. But they should have been paying more back then too.
Of course.
And takes a while sometimes.
I mean, really, it is remarkable to think about how far the wrestling business has come. That once upon a time, the biggest around was only getting $12,000 a week, allegedly, and keeping 2 minutes of advertising time, which is, night and day from where we are right now. Did you guys have any sort of hesitation, when you know that Vince is trying to leverage the E network, but we also know that show is a fraction of the size of USA Network? Was there any concern that, man, we might be on the verge of losing the USA deal?
I think every time that the contract came up for renewal, there was talk of, should we stay or should we go? And is the grass greener on the other side?
Right.
Look, if you're in business, you have to do that. Otherwise you're cheating yourself. And I would dare say those conversations take place every time that contract would have come around.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it just feels like, especially when Because here's the thing, although it's easy to look at that and say, well, they're just getting 12 grand in a couple of minutes of commercials. No, they're really getting an opportunity to sell pay-per-view, to sell live events, to sell merch, to grow their brand and expose themselves to this huge audience. So there's more to it than just the money. But money is obviously something that's very important in this era, and nobody knows that perhaps better than Matt Osborne. Meltzer is going to write that the company would file suit against him. He's 37 years old and the former Doink the Clown. And Meltzer would write, Titan is asking a federal judge to order Osborne, who now lives in Elwood City, Pennsylvania, to stop using the Doink name and gimmick on independent shows. According to the lawsuit, Osborne, who was better known in his pre-Doink days as second generation wrestler Maniac Matt Bourne, had promised Titan he would stop appearing as Doink, but has refused to put that in writing. Titan is claiming trademark infringement because Osborne appeared as Doink, among other places, April 21st in Elwood City and March 17th at Plum High School near Pittsburgh. Titan attorney Jerry McDivitt was quoted in an article in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, easy for me to say, saying Titan would go to court if necessary against anyone using the Doink name and gimmick. My God, dude. Why does the company care? This feels like we're throwing resources and money after something that in the scheme of things is rather insignificant. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Do you want somebody opening up a First Family Mortgage down the street from you?
Buddy, if they want to dress themselves up like a clown and do it in front of a couple hundred people at a Plum High School near Pittsburgh, wear it out. Cause it fucking don't matter.
And if you let them do it there, then they're going to be able, you have to let them do it in Huntsville. You got to let them do it in Birmingham. You got to let them do it in New York City. If you don't do something about it, it's IP. It's creation that we came up with, that we own, that we invested in. So, as has been the case, taking that creation and had other people portray that character because the creation was something that we did.
McDivitt came out really strong in the newspaper though, saying that the real thing that they're trying to avoid is getting some stink on themselves because Matt Bourne has run into some legal problems. He was arrested on June 13th, charged with a domestic abuse claim from a dispute with his girlfriend, jailed in his hometown of Elwood City, released 2 days later on $1,000 bond. Either way though, the quote from Jerry is, this guy was arrested and people think, oh, that's Titan's character. Titan is very concerned about the image of its wrestlers. That's part of the reason you don't want people using your trademark because it dilutes the meaning of your trademark. Matt Bourne is a guy we've talked a lot about in our Doink episode, which is available in the archives, but it's sad to see that a guy with this much talent at 37 years old, he's got himself in a bit of a mess here, and it doesn't feel like he's going to pull the nose up.
No, and it's really sad because Matt was such great talent, and Matt was someone that could offer so much, not just to the product at the time, but Matt was one of those unique talent that was able to teach and able to take somebody and groom them coming up and be able to explain why he did what he did and where to put certain things in matches and what makes sense and what doesn't. So from that perspective, Matt was missed. And I think that Matt could have done a whole lot more for himself and for the business.
Meltzer would update the card here, and he would say the latest information for In Your House 2 from Nashville is that Diesel versus Sid will be a lumberjack with 30 lumberjacks. Some of these names include Hunter Hearst Helmsley, Duke Drosay, Man Mountain Rock, Techno Team 2000, and a lot of others, but those really stood out to me. Of course, who could forget Mantar? He would also say, thank you for that. 2 matches have been changed in regards to the local hype in Nashville. The Bigelow King Kong Bundy match wasn't announced on TV and may be dropped since Bundy has been out of action lately, apparently from pneumonia. Bret Hart's opponent has been switched from Hakushi to Lafitte, And also on the show will be Jeff Jarrett versus Sean for the Intercontinental title, with Jarrett doing a live concert of the song that he's done on video. Apparently there will be a screw up with the lip syncing to reveal that it's really Rhodey who's been doing the singing, and it was Rhodey's voice and Jarrett just lip syncing. Rhodey will take on 1-2-3 Kid. Owen Hart will team up with Yokozuna to defend the tag titles against Davey Boy and Lex Luger. Why the switch from Hakushi to, quote unquote, the pirate? It feels like
this goddamn pirate stole his jacket.
I'm with you on that, but I'm saying you guys scripted that.
You got to throw down if somebody steals your jacket, man. Big party.
I just, selfishly, I wish we would have gotten a little more Brett Hakushi. Not so much for you.
No, I would have loved to have had more Brett and Hakushi as well. I thought that they had good chemistry, good matches, but the feeling overall was at this time it felt like Brett just wanted to, have matches and be done, eat up opponents pretty quickly. So after their match, it just felt like, damn, what else you going to do? Wasn't a lot left. Wasn't a whole lot left for Hakushi to do or get any heat.
A big part of what we're going to be talking about today is Jeff Jarrett and the way he's going to wind up leaving the World Wrestling Federation. But this is the first time that I would read, in this particular issue of the Observer, that there is a concert planned where they're going to reveal that not only did Jeff lose his title, but he's also been exposed. He's a fraud. He wasn't singing. It was the roadie. When did you get the inclination or the feeling that, we might have a problem with Jeff?
Literally not until that night.
Okay.
If anybody tells you any different, I know Jeff has got a different side of the story. The only thing was that he never indicated to any of us, when I say any of us, specifically myself or Pat Patterson, who had pretty much been giving him this story all the way along. And this was not something that was just sprung on him or anybody else. It was a story that we had laid out for quite some time.
Meltzer would also say that on those same tapings in Danville on June 26, besides the live hour of Raw that aired that night, they also had Lex Luger and Davey Boy going over Henry Godwin and Tatanka, with Tatanka being pinned because, of course, we need Henry Godwin protected. The 1-2-3 Kid returned and looked pretty damn good for a guy who broke his neck 2 months ago, that according to Dave Meltzer. He also says that Waylon Mercy debuted, and here's the way he described the gimmick. His gimmick is interesting as he shakes hands with the ref and his opponent and then goes psycho during the match using the sleeper as a finisher. His wrestling is really bad though. I did think it's fun that this is the first time we see Waylon Mercy, and that's the takeaway. He shakes their hands and then he goes psycho. I mean, I guess that's kind of the write-up if you had to describe it, but it does feel like the character is so much more than that.
Yeah, he was a very sick and demented individual that once you get into the arena and you get into the match and everything starts, there's something that snaps in him that makes him go crazy. But outside, he's a very deceptive individual in that you want to trust him because he's so damn nice and he can be a very charming person. So coming down, I will embrace all of the fans. I'll embrace the referee as well as my opponent. But you just don't know what to make of him.
In the main event that airs on July 3rd, Sid's going to beat Bam Bam Bigelow when Godwin pushes Bigelow off the top rope. And after the match, Sid powerbombs Bigelow as well. Is the bloom off the rose for Bigelow at this point? I mean, we're not too terribly far removed from WrestleMania where he's main eventing against Lawrence Taylor, but now we've got Sid beating him and a powerbomb afterwards. And it looks like Godwin's going to be involved. How much influence is this of backstage politics, or why is Bigelow scooting down the cards?
I don't know if it's anything to do with backstage politics. It's more of an issue of Sean turning babyface and being on that side when we had been looking at Bigelow, kind of being that new babyface that was going to emerge after WrestleMania. And when Sean emerged, it was, you've only got so much of a spotlight to share. Sean stepped into that spotlight and Sean took it and ran with it. And I don't think that Bam Bam was somebody that, really took it and ran with it the way that he could have. And it just was, it kind of fizzled out more than anything. We were expecting Bam Bam to have a lot more momentum coming out of WrestleMania.
Oh, man. Let's keep going. The Superstars taping on June 27th in Bethlehem, PA included the debut of the Jarrett video, which was really good. During a skip squash, Sonny said,
"You remember that video?
How did it go, Bruce? What was the gist of it? Do you recall?"
Yeah. Well, goddamn, I'm going to have to go back and spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight. My baby's got me wrapped around her little finger. And that I would walk through hell and back to be with her. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight. Where
did y'all produce that video? Do you recall?
Yeah, studio.
Oh, that was all at the studio?
Yeah.
I thought there was some sort of stage or something with folks there. I didn't realize it was.
Oh, you mean the
music video?
That was at a little club in Connecticut somewhere. We just kept doing it over and over, and then the rest of it was done in the studio.
Let's talk about something.
Turn the lights off, bolt the door. We'll leave every worry in the world behind.
How many more times do you think we're going to hear that on SmackDown?
I don't know.
I got to tell you, my phone blew up when it happened most recently, and everybody was like, "Oh, we know who booked this shit." Which made me laugh because I don't know that song would be as popular or over or whatever if you hadn't started singing it like a goof on this show 4 years ago.
Why I gotta sing like a goof? I'm a damn good singer.
That's
what do you say? I got a brand new record. God. I gotta play. She says, "Not now, boy, but I did anyway because I'm ready."
Let's talk about Godwin here. On this Superstars taping on July 27th, Meltzer would say the only real angle was during a Godwin Adam Bomb match, which only went 41 seconds. Godwin, after a double countout finish, poured the slop bucket on Adam Bomb. How excited was Vince for the slop bucket? This feels like a Vince-ism all day.
Love the slop bucket. It was great. It was nasty. It was something that a hog farmer would do. You got to carry around your bucket of slop. By God, somebody's going to get slopped.
What? I don't even know what to say. Well, I mean, obviously, Henry Godwin is a very imposing figure, even in real life now. Like, he is a fucking man mountain. I saw him a few years ago at a convention and I did a double take like that. Looks like that kid, holy shit, he's still a big man. Vince is in love with the gimmick or the size and the slot bucket. What was it about Henry O that he thought was going to be a hit? Is this the new, more badass hillbilly Jim? Chat me up.
Yeah, I think, going back in time and you look at some of the characters throughout the years, like Haystacks Calhoun, Hillbilly Jim is a good one. That those down home characters really resonated with the audience, and Henry O. Godwin was someone that we were looking to kind of step up and take that place, but we'd never had a mean hog farmer before. And the idea behind it was to tap into a nasty side of Henry and just see that he can be pretty damn mean-spirited and get out there with, a different edge in his work and his promos, and let his promos be a little sick. But at the end of it, kind of like the snake, you didn't get the snake on you got the slop.
Let's keep it going. There's Challenge and Action Zones tapings happening on July 28th. And this is pretty notable because we're going to get Barry Horowitz pinning Skip here. When Skip's doing push-ups and Horowitz does a side roll for the pin. After the match, Skip would demand a rematch, and Horowitz said he couldn't beat him within 10 minutes. I don't know if they did a rematch that night or they're saving it for the road, but the gimmick is they tease a time limit, but Skip wins in like 9 minutes and 55 seconds. Debuting was Spellbinder from Memphis, doing a magician-like gimmick, either as Maurice the Magnificent or Magnificent Maurice. My God, there's so much on this set of tapings. Let's start with the magician first. Chat me up on the magician gimmick.
Well, Kingfish, Jerry Lawler had a guy. His name was Del something.
Del Rios.
Del Rios. And he's a magician. Oh my God, it's great. He does these magic tricks during the match. And what if we could do this? What if we could do that? So we started thinking about the possibility and the endless possibility of a real magician being able to do things in the middle of a match, like make someone disappear and 1, 2, and he's gone. Hey, I'm over here. Yeah, illusion and magic is a little bit different. Needs a lot more setup and a lot more a talent than Del Rios had. So we did, this was his debut, just see what the hell was there. And God damn. It's another one of those fucking bell ring, man. And he had to do something. And it was the
Fantasio. Am I saying it right? That's what you guys were calling him?
Phantasmo or Fantasia or something like that.
I think it's Fantasio.
Yeah, it was El Shito. He was horrible, but his magic. Do you know who Marshall Brodeen is?
No.
Okay, some of our older fans. When I was a kid, there used to be a commercial on TV. Saturday morning cartoons, and you'd wake up and you'd watch that cartoon block from 7 a.m. till.
The guy who sold magic on TV.
It was Marshall Brodeen. Marshall Brodeen, hey, get your Marshall Brodeen magic kit, and you can do magic just like the pros. And he had the mark cards. He had all the little fucking simple magic tricks in there and all this shit. So a kid down the street where we lived put on a magic show for us one day. And it's just kids in the neighborhood, went up to, his house, and he had the whole thing set up. And I remember he poured rice into a newspaper, like curled up into a cone. And then he poured Rice Krispies out on the other side. And after seeing that, man, I had to be a magician. I went right home and I got a newspaper and I curled the newspaper up and I poured a bunch of rice in the thing. I said the right words. I did all the shit that he did. And when I poured it out, I still had rice. And then I explained to my mom that the reason I only had rice was because I didn't have a Marshall Brodeen magic kit. And if I could only get my hands on one of these, I'll be able to take care of the whole damn family. Until I was old enough to get my wrestling license. Because I could be a magician as a kid. I knew I could do it. Well, Fantasio, I think, still fucking was working off of that Marshall Brodeen fucking magic kit. And it was shits. He just had the shit that came out of his mouth. He had little poppers and shit that it was terrible. And then the fucker set Gorilla on fire with his liquid fire shit. Now think about that. Now think about this. This son of a bitch had a bottle, and it was called liquid fire. So that with this liquid, you could make fire with it. It was a magician thing. Doesn't tell anybody what the fuck he's going to do. We're in a small little like high school doing TV. My gorilla position is inside on the gym floor, where you're warned 400 times a day whenever you're in one of those, don't fuck up my gym floor. And I've got curtains around me, a lot of electrical equipment. And this son of a bitch dropped his bottle of liquid fire. Well, whenever this shit makes contact or whatever the hell the dynamic was, he set Gorilla on fire.
Gorilla Monsoon is on actual fire.
No. The Gorilla position.
Okay.
If Gorilla Monsoon had been on fire, we would be talking about, that's not what we would be talking about right now. We would be talking about the day that Del Rios got his ass whooped by a fucking 60-year-old man. I don't think Gino was that old at the time, but still, like, it's going up. And the truck is calling, where is he? Where is he? I said, hey, man, this stupid fucker just set Gorilla on fire. I need fire extinguishers, somebody here now, because I can't get out. Because I'm cornered and the fire is around me. And this guy's standing there with his hands out like, oh shit, I set this on fire. I've never worked like this before. So finally somebody came, their little fire extinguisher thing right there. Sent him out to go have his match. Came back. I said, what the fuck were you thinking? I said, forget about the fact that you damn near killed me and set me on fire and the whole rest of the gym. What made you think that you could just walk out there and do fire tricks? We're in an enclosed place. There's a fire marshal. We don't spring this kind of shit up on fire marshals and just say, oh, it's a trick, it's TV. Because obviously, that's real fucking fire. Obviously, all this shit burnt around here is from that fucking fire. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he was a wonderful piece of work.
What a weird gimmick. I mean, to be clear, we've now got a pig farmer, a garbage man, an evil dentist, a half man, half beast, and now a magician.
A shitty magician.
Perhaps the biggest magician of all, though, Barry Horowitz finally getting a win. This was all over my feed last week because we just passed, or a couple weeks ago rather. But we just passed the anniversary of this, and my goodness, he finally gets a win, and it is a moment, is it not?
Yeah, it was a great moment. I mean, it was something different. They think that whenever they see Barry Horowitz in the ring, that it's going to be a loss for Barry, and for him to win and catch that upset was a huge deal. Got a tremendous pop. They went banana.
I think this is, I know that in hindsight, some people would say, oh, what's the big deal? But at the time, Barry Horowitz was he was like What George South was to Crockett TV, Barry Horowitz was even more on WWF TV. He was the perennial underneath guy, enhancement talent. He's here to take your finishes and sell for you and make you look good. And then holy shit, he wins one. The fans are really, really excited, and he had to have the right opponent for it. And man, did Skip and Sonny sell it well. I thought this was very well done, and it was fun to watch.
It was very well done. It came from a deal that we had done in Global where Barry was the winner and won one match, and we made him a championship out of tuna fish cans in a weight belt, I believe it was, but it was, yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
It was good. I enjoyed it. We'll try to find a clip and share it on our social over at Prichard Show. Meltzer would write, the head shrinkers have been broken up. Fatu is getting a new gimmick with the same name, now being from San Francisco, which is a shoot as a street gang type of guy, telling kids to stay in school and not use drugs. Boy, Fatu with this gimmick didn't stand a chance, did he?
Well, no, it was actually something he really wanted to do. And it was something that he felt very passionate about by going out and talking to the kids and being a part of his community. And living in San Francisco, there was a lot of gang violence, and he felt that, hey, if we could have this character on television, it may add a little bit more credibility and credence to what he was doing in real life.
Let's talk about some news and notes that make the Observer in mid-July. The end of a mythical era in WWF came to an end on Wednesday when President Jack Tunney resigned, at least according to WWF Storyline. Both Tunney and his longtime associate Billy Red Lyons out of the Toronto office are no longer affiliated with the WWF due to the company wanting to more aggressively promote and build up other avenues of business, such as merchandising throughout Canada. It was part of a major week-long house cleaning of the WWF front office, which saw numerous key people in the promotions, public relations, and pay-per-view departments let go, including bigwigs like Rex Lardner, Skip. Boy, you're gonna have to help me with the last name here, Bruce. Desjardins?
Skip Desjardins.
Okay, there you go. I'd have never gotten that one. What about Steve Planamenta? How's that one? The WWF hadn't released any official statement or comment regarding these cutbacks, which some within wrestling are attributing to Titan's immense legal bills and real estate costs as the downturn of the wrestling industry. While there are no figures available that I'd consider reliable enough to print as far as King of the Ring, within wrestling, it is widely being said it was the lowest buy rate in company history, and those within the company have termed both the apparent lack of buys and the poor choice or poor show as a major wake-up call to the promotion. The company will now open up a new Canadian office, which will be headed by Carl DeMarco, the former business agent of Bret Hart. Tunney and Lyons had run the WWF operations in Ontario since '84, when Tunney had a falling out with Jim Crockett Jr. and ended his business relationship with the Crockett office. Tunney, whose Uncle Frank was a legendary promoter during the heyday of Toronto, where crowds would routinely flock to 15,000 or more at the Maple Leaf Gardens every other Sunday afternoon for 12-match shows headlined by 3-minute main events by the Sheik, had taken over the business when Frank passed away. Frank Tunney and Vince McMahon Sr. were longtime friends, and both men and even their wives took wrestling vacations together. So a big shakeup. Most of these names are not going to be familiar to us fans, with the exception of Jack Tunney. I mean, he was the figurehead president of the company or head of the company for, it felt like my entire life up to this point. I guess he was. But I guess maybe the bigger shakeup are some of these other names. What can you tell us about Steve, Rex, or Skip?
Not much. I mean, they were three guys in the office that not really much to them. Steve was the PR guy. Rex was like marketing and PR. Just kind of revamping of that particular department. And as far as Jack Tunney goes, it was a strategic move for Canada. Jack wasn't necessarily interested in promoting all of Canada, especially on the West End Vancouver, Calgary, places like that, that Jack wanted to do Toronto. Jack wanted to do Toronto in his area, and that was it. The offer was made to Jack to work with us and to continue working with us and be a part of the company, and that wasn't something that Jack was interested in doing if he didn't have all of Toronto. And it was no different than any other place that we had co-promoters in. That, look, we were changing the way that we do business, and Jack didn't want to be a part of that change and felt it was better for him to leave rather than stay around and participate in something that he didn't want to do.
What does that mean? Participate in something he didn't want to do?
Jack didn't want to promote anyplace else other than Toronto. Jack didn't want to go to Vancouver and promote shows, or Montreal and all those other places. Jack just wanted to stay in Toronto. So he didn't want to be a part of anything else and just wanted to have his own little area there, Hamilton, Ontario, and things like that. So
I guess my question is, and I'm
interested in more.
I'm not asking this to be stupid, but help me out because I don't understand. What other option does he have? Like, if this is his primary, was this his primary income? Like, it's not like at this point WCW is going to start running Toronto, or did he think maybe since they had Hogan they would?
I don't know really what his thinking was, but it was. I also think that Jack was pretty well off and didn't need it. He had a very successful career, and it was something that he wasn't looking to, necessarily do for the rest of his life. And maybe at that point, he just wanted to retire too. And this kind of helped nudge him in that direction.
Well, let's talk about how Carl DeMarco gets the gig. We're familiar with him. We saw him through some of those late 90s, early 2000s documentaries. If you were a fan, I'm sure you saw some of those references, and he's going to become a name that at least a lot of us were familiar with. But I saw here, he's the business manager of Bret Hart. That's how you guys were first introduced to him?
Yeah, he was, there are a lot of discrepancies as far as how Carl DeMarco came to be, but that he was driving Bret around and he was a friend of Bret's, and next thing you know, he was doing bookings for Bret outside of, wrestling and what have you, autograph sessions and just different things like that. But Carl came into the office with a business plan and a way to promote the entire country of Canada. Carl had a plan to do things and branch out, do some more. Very aggressive plan. Carl was one of these guys that always liked to have press conferences before the shows and things like that, and just a very aggressive promoter. And the plan made a lot more sense than what we had been doing, which seemed to be the status quo. So as far as Carl goes, it was looked at as, here's a businessman that is trying to come in and actually has a plan, and someone that is going to help grow our business in Canada. Another thing that was happening at the time was, for Canadian television, you had to have so much Canadian content in all your TV, which is another reason we always had a lot of Canadian wrestlers and what have you. But this also, we put an office in Canada that promoted, and that was our place of business for Canada. It wasn't Connecticut anymore. So that was another thing. Jack didn't want to go into an office every day. So that's, pretty much the gist of it, is that we were setting up shop in Canada, and Jack wasn't really too thrilled about setting up shop.
Let's take a minute and just talk about the Tunney relationship. I mean, knowing that Frank Tunney and Vince McMahon Sr. were so tight, does Vince feel some sort of obligation to keep that going? We've often heard that quote unquote junior, and he's not really a junior, but the Vince that we all know really looked after folks who meant a lot to his dad. And I realize that this is the son of that person, but I guess that only carries you so far. Or did he really struggle with, man, this has been part of our family business for so long, I'm really not sure what to do here. I mean, previously, he had worked for or done some stuff with Crockett, so it's not like they had always been together. Talk me through that.
Well, I think that it just is a changing in times, and at some point, you have to change. Yeah. You have to change or you die. And it was that time. It wasn't anything personal. It wasn't anything that Jack Tunney had done or Billy Red had done. Nothing like that. It was just a case of, hey guys, times are changing. Either get on board or thank you very much for your time here and we'll move along.
Before we talk about who's going to replace Tunney, and what the speculation is, I do want to ask, when we mentioned the other three names, specifically Steve, Rex, and Skip, you said, oh, we were just, going to have a different approach towards PR and things like that. Is it simply based on, hey, we're going to have a paradigm shift about the way we approach these facets of our business? Or is the driving factor in this decision, hey man, we're not as profitable as we used to be. We need to tighten our belt. That's what's economically and fiscally responsible.
Well, it's a little bit of all the above, but at the same time, when you're looking at the way you're doing business, we were changing the way that we were doing business and trying to streamline things. So either you fit or you didn't.
Here's where I'm getting at that. It feels like we've heard in various shoot interviews from guys like Jim Cornette, where he would say, man, Vince believes perception is reality. When you go in and you start making these cuts from longtime folks who were staples in the office, none
of those guys were longtime folks that were staples in the office.
Okay. So it didn't affect the perception. My wonder is, when you make a cut like this, the guys start looking around and saying, shit, do I need to call WCW and see if I can get some of that sweet, sweet Ted Turner money?
I don't really know. I think that there are people that may have thought that, but at the same time, if we're getting rid of them, is that something that WCW really isn't going to want? Maybe they did.
Well,
that's how they did their business model for a long time. If you work for WWE, well, shit, we want you.
No,
don't know what you did, but we'll take you.
I mean, that's what happened in 95, dude. They took all the cast offs, and that was my wonder is, is there some uncertainty that people start to get a little nervous? Meltzer would talk about the figurehead role here. He says, with Tunney and the WWF parting ways, the figurehead president role will be going to someone new. And on TV, there were hints that there will be an angle coming out of the decision-making process. It's already been speculated that Shane Douglas's initial role with the promotion could be as a heel commissioner, and eventually he'd be parlayed into being a heel wrestler. Douglas has not yet signed as of press time, but it was still considered by both sides as a 95% possibility that it would happen. By the way,
he's on top of shit with Shane Douglas. He's going to be the dentist. Now he's going to be the figurehead.
Dude, that tickled me. Like, he's going to be the evil dentist / president. Meltzer would freestyle here, and this was a great idea. Wouldn't Bob Backlund be an awesome choice for this figurehead president role? If you wanted to have like a heel authority figure, how great would it have been to have Bob Backlund doing that in 95?
Bobby could have done a good job. Yeah.
Let's talk about something else that really caught my attention. WWF President Linda McMahon sent out a business statement on July 11th, stressing a need to constantly adapt to marketplace changes, talking about going direct merchandising through online services, and that licensing and international television deals have exceeded projections, and that the first In Your House exceeded internal projections. In regard to the changes, McMahon wrote, quote, we are moving forward, but we must consolidate and streamline some areas and change the management systems in order to operate efficiently. Some positions will be lost, and the transition phase will require everyone's cooperation. When additions are necessary for growth, they will be added. So this is basically her saying, we got to become more efficient. And that means some of you got to go, with the hope that, hey, when business picks up, you can come back. Do you think when those three names in particular that we mentioned, Steve, Rex, and Skip, do you think they left thinking, hey, maybe there's a chance to come back when business turns around? Or was this, see you later, although that means never?
I think actually Steve came back at some point.
I thought so, because I remember seeing his name. It feels like later in the 90s.
Yeah. But, I think that they all thought that there's a possibility of coming back, but no promise.
Is this the era where you've joked about, or it's been joked about, that Vince even removed the water coolers from headquarters?
I think this was about that time. You know, that seems to be much bigger news to people like Dave Meltzer and Eric Bischoff that love to talk about. They even took the water coolers out.
What year was it? You've told me before. I don't even think we were recording a show. We were just talking in real life about sort of the ebbs of WWF business and how sometimes it's great and sometimes it's not. Vince don't sell shit for nobody, blah, blah, blah. But there was a moment of frustration you told me about once where you said, I had to pull whatever number of millions out of my ass. When was that?
I mean, that was right in this time. And it was
tell the story for our listeners who've never heard it.
Well, people think that Vince is this horrible human being that, whose middle name is Beelzebub, and that he just didn't care about people, didn't care about anything but the bottom line. And it was during a time we were not a publicly held company, and Vince and Linda privately held that company. And when the company is losing money, Vince was taking out of his own pocket while losing millions of dollars, and would make sure that everyone was paid each pay period out of his own ass, out of his own side, privately funding that. But his thing was, he wasn't going to miss a payday for people, because he had too many people that were depending on it. And that was a level of frustration that he just had to keep putting back into the company instead of just folding up shop and saying, okay, shit, we're losing too much money. I think Vince would have put every single penny he had in the company and mortgaged everything he owned and found ways to get loans to do it. But Vince didn't want to do that, didn't want to mortgage everything to the hilt and borrow a bunch of money. He wanted to make sure that he did it himself. So yeah, the money came out of his ass, and the money came from him specifically. So yeah, it was a major frustration.
It's so remarkable. I mean, when you really think about it, imagine for a minute if Vince had said, okay, my financial advisors and all the people who help me manage my personal wealth have said that, this is not good for me. And I've had a conversation with my wife, and she's agreed that we need to just, take our purse and go home, because they had built amassed an incredible personal wealth, but now the business is losing money. And so Vince is pulling money out of his own personal coffers, out of his personal investments, and funding the company with it because it's literally losing cash. And I think he probably could have gotten some advice from different folks to say, yes, you could cut X, Y, and Z, and maybe that would make it more palatable. But Vince, with this large sum of wealth you've accumulated for yourself, why are you fooling with this? Why don't you just go rest on your laurels a little bit and come up with a new idea in a few years, take a few years off? And wrestling, by and large, would have been different forever. And I don't know that it would exist the way it does now had Vince not dug into his personal coffers, because it's not like WCW at this point was exactly innovating.
No. But Vince had faith in what they all, he wanted to do, knew that he could do it. So,
and passion for wrestling. I mean, I know that sometimes wrestling fans online will say, oh, Vince hates wrestling. Clearly he doesn't hate the wrestling business, because if you hated the wrestling business, this is your excuse to leave. It's losing money. Wash your hands of it. It's no longer a cash cow. But to throw your own cash behind it tells me he has a passion for this.
Well, without a doubt, he wouldn't be in it all this time if he didn't.
Let's talk about some other changes that are going to be happening. Meltzer would say, besides the employee comebacks, come August, there will be major changes made in the way they do TV. They've already moved from doing tapings every 3 weeks to every 4 weeks, doing 4 Raws and 4 Superstars at every taping. The Wrestling Challenge is being dropped in the fall. WWF was facing cancellation of the show in both New York and Los Angeles markets and had weak times in most other markets, so they felt the cost of doing the third day of taping just wasn't worth the exposure they were getting. The show had been almost a throwaway for the past several months, with the only newsworthy items coming from most challenge tapings being Action Zone main events, which had for the most part been discontinued the past few weeks. Action Zone, which consisted of the challenge matches plus an added main event, will stay on USA, but with a format change. In markets where Titan had a second syndication clearance, they will do a highlight show, which may be called Challenge or Spotlight or something else, but it'll be a spotlight format with all the major angles from either Superstars or Raw. The tapings will always come the Monday and Tuesday after a pay-per-view show, and that way they will never publicly tip their hand as to a pay-per-view finish the way WCW constantly does. That's a little note, but I appreciate that we're not going to do that, because we used to, in this era, see a series of tapings in Orlando from WCW, and different guys would show up wearing the same belts and be introduced as champions, because this is going to happen 2 months from now or 3 months from now or 4 months from now, what have you. And it never actually aired on TV how they won the belt. So if you're in the crowd, you're like, wait a minute, they didn't have the belts 2 matches ago. What is this? So I appreciate that continuity to the fan. But when I read that Challenge is going away, I think about my old pal Bruce, because you had a soft spot for Challenge, and to hear it's going under finally had to be a little bittersweet for you.
Yeah, by this time I hated Challenge.
But when you first came into the company, it was one of your first projects, right? But way back in like 87, 88?
Yeah, I mean, they all were, but it was Challenge was probably the lesser of all the evils. And it was getting to work with Bobby and Gorillas what made Challenge fun.
Right.
So, but it was also just Challenge, and it was kind of viewed upon by everyone in the company a little bit as, it's just Challenge.
All right. Here's some news.
It was the redheaded stepchild.
King Kong Bundy is still with the company. He missed the tapings because of walking pneumonia, and Henry Godwin was given his spot and his push, including Bundy's original match against Bam Bam Bigelow on July 23rd. Bundy's being phased down because it's been readily acknowledged his matches have been poor. Although the weekend he worked against Bigelow on top at the B shows in New Jersey, which drew 12,000, 20,000, and 25,000 respectively. The A-Team with Diesel and Sid in cage matches, and Undertaker and Kamala in casket matches with Jarrett and Shawn Michaels for the IC title drew 41, 55, and 105,000 in Columbus, Indianapolis, and Chicago. Bigelow and Baum broke the ring the first 2 nights. The first night, the ring ropes broke, and the second night, one of the metal supports broke. A lot to unpack here. First of all, the other show, I mean, these A and B shows, boy, they could not be different in the amount of money they're drawing, you know, from 25,000 compared to 105,000. Do you totally contribute that to one piece of talent, or is it a combination of things? Is it the combination of Diesel, Undertaker, and Shawn, or is it mostly Undertaker? What do you, I mean, the Undertaker in a casket match is an attraction in any year, but in 95, it was even another level, was it not?
Absolutely. And it's attraction driven, but it's also market driven. And the B shows were specifically, easy for me to say, marketed to smaller markets. And those were your high school gyms. Those were your just much smaller venues and smaller arenas. They weren't meant to draw that $100,000 gate. They were meant to go in and do $50,000 and get out of there with profit, move on to the next one. They didn't have the expenses of the A shows and the larger venues. So the disparity in what we drew, that was, you couldn't have drawn 100,000 in some of those markets.
Let's also talk about Bigelow and Adam Bomb breaking the ring. This is sort of post Hogan Kamala era, but still, two big old boys with Bigelow and Adam Bomb breaking the rings. Is this around the time you guys started to loosen up on the stiffer rings, or is this just the stiffer rings wearing out? I know there was definitely sort of a before and after of how the rings changed. And I think you've explained privately before that maybe some of that was Vince actually getting in the ring. But when you're seeing the rings breaking like this, it makes me sort of scratch my head and think, is this before or after?
No, this was basically, man, two big boys in there that were beating the shit out of the ring, and nothing more, nothing less. These were still the concrete rings, I like to call them. They were brutal.
How was Bundy to work with at this point? You know, but we're acknowledged here in the newsletter that his matches on top or have been poor, to say the least. And I know that you've always used the Ernie Ladd joke, but realistically, what was it like working with Bundy in this era? I mean, did he know that he wasn't meeting the mark for you guys?
I think that Bundy kind of at this time was in a bit of a time lapse, and felt that what he was doing was enough, but it just wasn't. He didn't have it anymore. He didn't care. And it just was, it wasn't good. I mean, he wasn't there. He wasn't the King Kong Bundy of old. The King Kong Bundy of old had some snap in his step, and this King Kong Bundy did not. Great guy. One of the funniest sumbitches in the locker room, but I don't think that Chris cared at this point.
Talk to me about Sid. Meltzer would write, expect Sid to be phased down from the top and Mabel to be given his shot at the top heel spot. Is Sid just becoming less and less reliable? Does it feel like he's not gaining the traction we wanted? Why is Sid coming down and Mabel going up?
Cycle of the business sometimes. And we had heard rumblings that WCW had something big planned with Mabel as the third man.
Oh, Jesus.
And we wanted to get ahead of that.
Let's talk about something that really jumped off the page of my research.
Well, I read it in the Wrestling Observer. Got to be right?
The WWF is starting its own newsletter put together by Vince Russo, who did a terrible newsletter of his own 3 years back, which lasted all of a few issues. Actually, WWF could put out a very profitable newsletter if they did it correctly, but the ability to give up the BS is virtually impossible within the industry, and that's their biggest handicap. What do you remember about Vince Russo potentially running a WWF newsletter?
Oh God, we talked about two different times, different machinations of all the newsletters out there. And well, shit, why don't we print our own gossip and our own news? This is just another one of those times, but I think, having Vic Venom be your dirt guy just doesn't do wonders to the credibility of something. Not that having the name of Dave Meltzer lends any credibility to anything either. Actually, Vic Venom probably would have been more credible than Dave Meltzer, but yeah, just one of those discussions of what ifs.
Let's also talk about, since we're cutting costs, how we're reinvesting some of that newfound wealth. Meltzer would write, the WWF blimp costs $250,000. They're going to send the blimp to different cities ahead of time where they run live events. What the fuck is this?
Oh my God, that was cheap. With the amount of publicity that we got from that blimp and being able to travel all over, and get on major networks and be sitting up there next to Fuji or Goodyear blimps and major events. We had a lot of exposure with the blimp, and that was something that a lot of it you could never pay for. A lot of that exposure you could never get by just going out and buying it.
Did y'all buy that blimp from Lou Pearlman?
Who's Lou Pearlman?
The guy who did NSYNC and all those other boy bands. Before that, he made his money selling blimps to people like Jordache and I don't know, a bunch of others, McDonald's.
I don't know. Just rented it. We rented it. We rented the blimp for the promotion. It was the brainchild of a gentleman named Bob Collins. And again, it got so much publicity, and the exposure was worth well over the $250,000.
So you think it was a success?
I do.
Wow. Do you think it would work now?
If there were enough live sporting events going on all over the country, yes.
Let's talk about some injuries as we head towards the pay-per-view. Meltzer would say that Tom Prichard is out of action with a knee injury. Brody missed the weekend due to being banged up in an auto accident, but he'll be back this week. Meltzer even says he's going to get a huge push as a face, it appears, since on TV this week they were already referring to him as having so much charisma. I can't wait to talk about what could have been there. He would also say, expect Waylon Mercy to get a huge push as the character has been well received. Radford got a badly bloody nose in his match with Fatu in Columbus. Fatu went over in Radford's first house show matches. Some of our listeners may not be familiar, but Radford is Louis Spicoli, who we would see later in ECW. And then of course, last in WCW before we lost him way, way too young. He was like a child prodigy almost at wrestling, was he not? I mean, he was signed with y'all when he was very, very young.
Yeah, he was. Louis was someone out in California that always came to us, and he was part of that Bill Anderson and Louis Hernandez. I think it's Louis Hernandez. I know I just screwed that name up. I can picture him. Good Lord, Bruce. Anyway, Louis was part of that group, that Southern California group, and a hell of a talent, hell of a worker, just a little immature, I think was the...
So when you say Southern California, I think of Rick Bassman and Roland Alexander. Either one of those?
No, Rick, no. God, no.
Okay.
Roland Alexander was San Francisco. It was Billy Anderson and Jesse Hernandez, something like that.
Meltzer would also continue the talk of Dr. Death. He says negotiations with Steve Williams are still alive, but he's neither agreed to come in or turned anything down. But if he came in, he would surely get a push. Who was pushing for Dr. Death here in 95? It couldn't have been JR at this point, right?
If JR was breathing, he was pushing for Dr. Death.
I'm saying he was playing hokey pokey with the company at this point.
Yeah.
Oh.
But still, if he's breathing, he's pushing for Dr. Death.
Okay. Let's keep it moving. I do want to ask, we talked about it at the top of the show. Do you think Hulk Hogan Vader as a main event was of any concern to Vince? I mean, that feels like sort of his old formula. Hulk Hogan against a big, nasty heel. Was that considered stiff competition, do you think, this month?
At this point, the shit they were doing really wasn't. And it was just another, rehash. It was the same formula that we had followed for years, Hogan against the big monster. That was Terry's story, and that's how Hulk got over. So go back to the formula that works.
Let's talk about, I know this sounds weird, but you've often said that sometimes you would watch these WCW pay-per-views with like Pat Patterson or Howard Finkel. Did Vince ever watch a WCW pay-per-view with you guys? Would he watch it at home, or did he not watch the other stuff at all?
From time to time, he would watch a pay-per-view. Yeah. One of their specials, TBS specials, something like that. But it wasn't a regular deal. No.
A couple weeks after they were let go, Meltzer would write in the newsletter that, after those key executives, quote unquote, and the head of public relations and the head of marketing, meaning Steve and Rex, were let go, a lot of wrestlers who are working, quote unquote, on bottom are worried about their jobs. Apparently there'd been discussion of doing this even before WrestleMania, but it wasn't until last week when it happened. Do you think Vince was sort of reluctant to make these cuts, and it wasn't until he knew that King of the Ring was not the boom that he hoped? Maybe he thought originally, after WrestleMania, okay, that didn't draw the buy rate, but maybe we can pull the nose up on this thing by June. And then when it doesn't happen there, it's just time to get to business.
Yeah, I think that, look, all the time you're going to run into situations where business isn't what you want it to be. And yes, we need to turn things up and we need to change things around a little bit. That's business, and you just have to reevaluate and constantly reevaluate and reinvent as you move along.
Well, it's funny because, you've got sort of mixed messaging. King of the Ring does a 0.65 buy rate, which Meltzer would say would make it by a sizable margin the lowest rated WWF pay-per-view in history. That would indicate, what Vince is calling, 150,000 buys for a $1.6 million company gross. Meltzer would say, if 1 year ago you told me the UFC would be beating a WWF pay-per-view, he would have doubted it. And the gist is, at the same time, while pay-per-view is down, we're doing some decent numbers live. The live gate for the show at the Spectrum was impressive. There's 16,590 folks in the building. 14,142 of those were paying. The gate is $311,680. That's the second largest gate of the year, only behind WrestleMania. How do you reconcile this, where fans will turn out in droves for you to see you in certain markets, but the pay-per-view is just circling the drain? Is it just, you had a poor lineup, you did a poor job promoting? What's the lesson Vince learns in a moment like that?
Well, obviously you didn't have an attraction that people wanted to see. And it was also new to do the monthly pay-per-view. So people had not got into the habit yet of monthly pay-per-view and, okay, I need to budget my money here and I need to do this. We weren't there yet. So I think it's just a combination of a lot of things. And that, brand new all-night gas station opened up down the street.
Oh God, I love when you do that. One more thing, or I guess a couple more notes before we get to the pay-per-view. Meltzer would say, speaking of WrestleMania, one of our readers bumped into Lawrence Taylor's this past week, who made it clear he'd never wrestle again, saying it was the biggest mistake of his career to do so. I don't know how much I believe, somebody bumped into somebody. I understand that that's easy to shit on, but I've never really heard Lawrence Taylor talk about wrestling, or his experience. Have you talked to Lawrence or ran across anything where you got an indication whether or not he felt like it was fun or had a good time or worthwhile or successful, or did he just regret it?
Well, I can only talk to my personal experience with Lawrence, is that he absolutely loved the experience that he had with us. And it was a dream come true to him because he had been a fan his whole life, and he had a shitload of fun with the build-up, the training, all the way to and through the match. So, no, I never heard that, and I doubt anyone else did, other than somebody saying, "Hey, man, boy, that sure was a mistake what you did at getting in the ring at WrestleMania, and you must have hated that." And for them to just say, Lawrence not knowing what the fuck they're talking about, saying, "Oh yeah." There's a lot of negative people that will only hear and say the negative, that's what they're going to want to believe.
Let's talk about morale. Meltzer would say the morale on the road is really bad, and I'm told the majority of the wrestlers right now are trying to do as little as they can to get by, which makes sense for lackluster house shows. Would you say overall that morale was down here in the summer of 95? I mean, we're seeing folks let go, record low pay-per-view numbers. Do you think that morale was low, not just in the office, but amongst the talent?
Yeah, I do. I think that the paydays are down. I think that, overall, anytime that pay is down a little bit, the guys start talking and guys start buzzing about, oh, what's next? What are we going to do? So sometimes the morale is like a roller coaster. They'll go and they'll be good one moment and bad the next.
Let's talk about something that's going to be good forever. Meltzer would say they'll be filming another Jeff Jarrett music video in Denver at the Grizzly Rose on August 11th. They will introduce a line dance called the Double J Strut. Now we know, based on what's going to happen tonight, that's never going to happen. What were the original plans for the line dance, the Double J Strut?
Well, you didn't do the Double J Strut. That was where you were going to find out who the true singer of it was, because by God, here's the scoop. Double J didn't sing that. Well, Double J did sing it. Just wasn't Jeff or Jarrett.
Let me admit something now that I can't believe I never got until right now, but we've been talking about Bret Hart, and as you like to call him, the pirate, stealing his jacket, and that being a worthwhile, use for a feud. I mean, you and I argued about that once, and the next big thing, Mance Warner texted me and said, I'd whip somebody's ass if they stole my jacket. You're wrong. Bruce is right. So just saying, people are agreeing with you about the jacket thing. This is in the Observer, and I laughed out loud when I read it. They're doing an angle where WWF wrestlers are supposedly having things stolen from the dressing room, in which apparently will wind up, it will be Jean-Pierre Lafitte to get over his pirate gimmick. It wasn't until I read that sentence that I realized the reason he's stealing stuff is because he's a pirate. It's tremendous.
That's a pirate. Well, that's a fucking, now hang on.
I know. I never thought about
that's what a pirate
does.
do. And I told you that
they steal booty. I got it.
Yes.
Damn. All right.
You cannot trust a pirate.
Clearly. There's a lot to unpack here on the show. I want to get to it, but I also want to talk about some news and notes, because the gist is Titan's in bad financial shape. Titan Sports has lost millions of dollars over the past few years due to a combination of major decrease in revenue from house shows, a decline in pay-per-view buy rates, major legal bills, and higher real estate bills. And rumors went around wrestling like crazy over the past week about how serious the condition is. Although there was no way to really know what the long-term effects are, the two indications are that Titan was really in trouble would be for the McMahon family to sell a percentage of the company to outsiders, which hasn't happened, in order to raise funding. This is something I believe the McMahons would only do as a last resort. The other real sign of danger would be a move from Titan Towers to a less expensive office setup. Since neither has happened, I don't take any of the talk of impending doom too seriously. Although clearly this is a company facing a major downsizing, as Jim Crockett Promotions in 87 and 88 and the UWFI in 94 and 95 showed, it doesn't take long for a wrestling company that looks to be thriving on the surface to get financially overextended and cease to exist. The thing that sticks out to me, because we've talked about almost all of this so far, but high real estate bills, was it often thought of at the time that Titan Towers was an albatross of sorts? Man, this is such an expensive, fancy building, and maybe we're overspending here.
I don't think so. I mean, again, it was, we needed office space, and it was not like, oh, hey, let's move over to this office building because it's fancy office space. It was, we needed to move because we had grown out of the several offices that we were in at the time, and to be able to consolidate the office into one building, excluding the studio at that time.
It's pretty remarkable that the news of the WWF's sort of poor financial state really gets out there and becomes a story when a lot of the PR people are let go, because that's usually who the media is communicating with. So Multi-Channel News would even do a story on the dismissal of Skip, who had been the head of Titan's pay-per-view department, as quote unquote being well respected within that industry. And as a result of these news stories, some cable operators begin to question hey, is our cash cow leaving? Because they've really been the juggernaut of pay-per-view for a long, long time. And I don't know that maybe that was, not something Vince thought about, that, hey, our spokesperson who's handled all this media spin stuff for us for so long, if they're gone now, maybe this gets a little more rampant. Clearly they survived. Didn't really matter, but there are going to be a lot of other names who are going to be on the outs. Even more questions about the financial stability of the company were being asked after all sorts of rumored wrestling cuts took place this past week. While a complete list is not yet available, those believed to have been dropped include the former Barbarian, whose position was dropped when Fatu was made a single, managers Afa and Lou Albano, Doink and Dink, television announcer Stephanie Wyand, Duke Drose, and road agent Tony Gurria. There are many other names that are expected to be dropped between now and September, the biggest names on that list being King Kong Bundy and Hakushi. In addition, Mantar, the Heavenly Bodies, and Techno Team 2000 will be phased down and get limited, if any, bookings after a few more weeks. The only real surprises to me on the list are Doink and Dink, and even though the gimmick has more than run its course, the WWF has merchandised them heavily and even brought forth a lawsuit against Matt Osborne a few weeks ago to enforce their trademark. Talk is that there will be less B shows in the future to go along with the cutback in television costs, going from 51 TV tapings down to just 26 TV tapings. Man, a lot of heads rolling here. Lou Albano sticks out to me, and Tony Gurria as being longtime WWF guys. What do you remember about them getting their walking papers here?
Well, that's probably about the 100th time that Tony had gotten his walking papers. The same thing with Lou. But they were, look, making cuts is not easy.
Right.
And it's extremely unpleasant. Sometimes you have to look at your bottom line, and you have to look at your roster and everyone in the company and what have you. And sometimes you have to make cuts. They're hard. They're unfortunate. They affect people's lives. And it's not something that's just flippantly done. It's just say, okay, we'll get rid of these guys. You have to put a lot of thought into it, and you have to also accept the responsibility when you do make cuts and move on. But you have to do what's right for the company at the time.
Let's get to the pay-per-view. We're finally here, July 23rd, In Your House 2. It's the Nashville Municipal Auditorium. Meltzer would say it was an easy thumbs up, although he was a little surprised by the responses from the readers. He says, I've seen plenty of better WWF and WCW pay-per-view shows that didn't get anywhere near the level of positive response that this show got. I'm not sure if that's an indication of decreasing expectations, and thus 1 outstanding match, 3 better than average, and 2 bad matches constitutes an excellent show nowadays, or simply that people vary their responses based on the price tag. And since this show was only $14.95, less is expected than the other shows. But in comparison to King of the Ring, the WWF rebounded big time. In fact, the readers of the Wrestling Observer gave this 88.7% thumbs up. So if that's any indication and you haven't seen this show, go out of your way to go watch In Your House #2 on the WWE Network. 88.7, that's pretty damn good. Thumbs down is only 4.4%. Thumbs in the middle is 6.9%. There was one dark match that night. It was Skip beating Aldo Montoya in the opening dark match. It's about 4 minutes. Montoya is going to come off the top with a crossbody block, and Skip rolls through holding the trunks. Meltzer was told it was all action, but too short, and gave it 2 stars. Let's get started on the show. We should mention that Meltzer said the crowd estimate was between 6,500 and 7,000 fans here. WCW had sold out the same building in December for Starrcade, but that was the stinker Starrcade. Hulk Hogan was on top. He was wrestling the former Brutus the Barber Beefcake, but still it was historically a big show for WCW. So it sold out. So not quite a sellout here, but not the worst crowd. And they get a good show here. Brody's going to pin 1-2-3 Kid in the opening match in 7 minutes and 26 seconds. I think this is a really great match for both guys. You get to see the charisma for Rhodey really for the first time in the ring. And 1-2-3 Kid, I think, is at some of his very best work here in 95. I really dug this one. Meltzer did too. He said it was damn good and would have been even better if they would have been given a little more time. 3.25 stars. And Rhodey goes over because they got big plans for him. What'd you think of the match, and what'd you think of the Rhodey as he starts to sort of come out of his shell here?
I thought it was excellent because it told the story exactly what we wanted to do. And that was to show that Rhodey was someone that was able to hang and give him some credibility in the ring. He had been pretty much, that bit part player for Jeff Jarrett. And Rhodey at the time, man, was, goddamn, he had star written all over him. And we just wanted to get him out there and get that ball rolling so that when it was time to let him out of the gates, he was ready to rock and roll.
They're even going backstage twice during the match to show Jeff Jarrett in his dressing room paying no attention to the match, just all into himself. And so he's supposed to care about his pal Rhodey, but clearly he doesn't. Next up, we've got Men on a Mission beating Razor Ramon and Savio Vega. They get 10 minutes and 9 seconds. And Meltzer would say this was probably the surprise match of the night, considering Ramon was in his first match back after missing 6 weeks with a rib injury, and Men on a Mission are usually awful. But he liked this one, 2 3/4 stars. And, he says, as Vega and Mo both went over the top, Mabel squashed Ramon with a belly to belly suplex for the pin. He says this was gutsy, but also logical booking, having one of the most over faces do a clean job to the heel ready for his title shot. It's something most U.S. offices have backed away from in recent years. 2 3/4 stars. And it is a big deal. Razor Ramon coming back, one of the most beloved characters, and Mabel pins him clean. What'd you think of this one?
Well, because nobody saw that coming, and nobody thought that would actually take place. I thought that the match was excellent, and to that degree, that credit, where it goes. It goes to Razor Ramon and Savio,
Of course.
But at the same time, Mabel and Bobby had to they had to hang, and they did. So the other thing it tells you is that, all right, with the right opponents in there that are leading them through this match, they can go and they can keep up. So to me, it was a win-win on every aspect in it, and was a way to start the build of Mabel.
Next up, we get Jeff Jarrett doing the concert. Meltzer would say it was pointed out that the fat guitarist was Al Anderson, formerly of the band NRBQ, which was years ago connected with Lou Albano. The lip syncing was obvious when you were looking for it, but it came off great. This is probably one of the best quote unquote gimmick angles ever done. I mean, I really enjoyed this, especially because we've had so much fun with the song. And I think that Jim Johnston is out here, right?
Yes. Yeah. I think Jim was definitely out there.
The idea of doing this concert on the pay-per-view, is this a Vince idea? I mean, is this a Vince storyline is my point. We've often heard that Vince really focuses on certain acts, certain performers, certain storylines, and he really sinks his teeth into it. This feels like this could have qualified for one.
Vince was heavily involved in it, but this was also during a time where Pat and I had a little bit more free reign. And so this was something that we had developed for quite a while, and we're really looking forward to the payoff and then the next steps.
Next up, we've got Bam Bam Bigelow pinning Henry Godwin in 5 minutes and 33 seconds with a cradle. Meltzer will say nothing with the match was wrong, but it was just kind of dead. 3/4 of a star. Is this just one of those Styles Clash deals? They both need a smaller guy to sort of build around a little bit.
Big time. It was just like two guys colliding in the middle of the ring, and then neither one really knowing exactly what in the hell to do.
It is pretty special when you think, hey, I'm going on last with Lawrence Taylor. I'm in the main event of WrestleMania. Fast forward a handful of months. Now I'm wrestling Henry Godwin for 5 minutes, middle of the card. Next up, here's why we're really
on
here.
the card.
They are on the card. Tremendous match. 4.5 stars is coming up here for Shawn Michaels and Jeff Jarrett. Shawn's going to win the Intercontinental title. They go 20 minutes and 1 second. Really great stuff. Go out of your way to watch. This is Shawn when he is really in his prime. He's starting to really showcase what he can do. I think his best stuff is probably second half of 97, early 98 from a character, but in ring, man, it's hard to poke holes in Shawn Michaels' game here. And Jeff Jarrett holds his own. A really, really good show. for both guys. Meltzer's going to say Jarrett signaled for Rhodey to trip Michaels as he got whipped into the ropes, but Michaels reverses it and Jarrett was tripped. As he got up, Michaels hit him with the super kick for the pin. After a celebration with Michaels in the dressing room, they went back to the ring, presumably for the Jarrett Rhodey split, but it didn't happen. And later, Hendricks did a stand-up babbling about a phantom split. All right, a lot to unpack here. Bruce, what happened?
They went out, they did their match. Jeff did the job exactly as was supposed to be done. And then after all was said and done, Jeff called for Road Dogg to just pull him out of the ring, pulled him out of the ring. They went to the back. And, I believe that my exact words were, "What the fuck?" And they just kept right on walking, grabbed their bags and left the arena.
Meltzer would say the biggest story revolving In Your House 2 was just minutes after being involved in the two best matches on the show. Jeff Jarrett and the Roadie quit the promotion. Details as to why are sketchy at press time, although it is known they were unhappy about the angle, which had been a major source of discussion over the past few weeks. Originally, during the In Your House pay-per-view show, when Jarrett was lip-syncing a concert of the song, there was to be a screw-up, revealing Roadie as the singer. Between that and the screw-up in the IC title match, it would start the feud with them meeting and facing each other at SummerSlam. There was a lot of talk, largely based on how well the video was received, that doing a turn this early was premature. As it was, they did the turn, or at least were booked to do it, later in the show during the match where Jarrett lost his IC to Shawn Michaels with an attempted interference by Roadie backfiring and then leading to the finish. Jarrett and Roadie were supposed to do a breakup after the match, but just didn't do it. Instead, they went backstage and had Doc Hendricks in his lone appearance talk about the breakup happening backstage and a fight without it ever actually taking place. Jarrett and Roadie simply both walked out of the building that night in the middle of the show. There were plenty of rumors as to why the two would leave together, since Jarrett, mainly from the video, was actually starting to show some charisma after a lengthy mega push that for the most part had been unsuccessful. There were also rumors with Jarrett's father, Jerry, working as a consultant to WCW, that somehow there's a connection there, and WCW is said to be interested in Jarrett, but it's not such a small matter to overcome that Jarrett has a WWF contract. Roadie, who was also being given his first career break after being a jobber for WCW and Smoky Mountain as Brian Armstrong, from the looks of things, seems to be walking away just as his career was getting ready to take off. At the Raw show the next day in Louisville, they didn't give a strong impression that they were gone, but Vince McMahon did give away that Jarrett was lip syncing the previous night and left the impression Roadie was singing, and said Jarrett would never sing on a WWF show again. My goodness. This is one of those, like, what stories, sometimes Bruce, people say, "Hey man, who else would you like to do a podcast with? Who else do you think you could have a great podcast with?" And I always say, I think Jeff Jarrett has a story unlike anybody else. I mean, let's not forget, this is the same guy who once, quote unquote, held Vince up for money with the whole China Intercontinental title thing. But now here, years prior to that, just walks out. What was Vince's reaction when he's looking around saying, "God damn it, where's Jeff?"
Not real happy. I wasn't real happy. My brother actually is the one that came up to Gorilla to tell me. He said, Jeff and Brian just left and said they quit. I was like, okay, great. And continued on with the show.
I believe the rumor over the years is Jerry Jarrett had given them bad information. And let's not forget,
imagine that
Jerry was fresh off of his run with you guys. He's no longer a part of the company, correct?
Who? Jerry Jarrett?
Yes, sir.
No.
So Jerry Jarrett, when Vince thought, quote unquote, he was going to prison, was around the company and would try to program some of the weekend programming where it heavily featured his son. His son now gets a big push, and so does his pal Brian Armstrong, but maybe they didn't like the creative, so they just walk out, perhaps thinking that Jerry has other ideas planned for them. And we know that that's not exactly going to work out. They've got to wait out Jeff's contract. And then of course, Roadie's going to come back first, and They're going to try to repackage him and build it up. But man, Brian had a lot of momentum here in this show and was poised to do big stuff. Is this the definition of loyal to a fault? I mean, it hurt his career to leave here, and he had the biggest company with the biggest push behind him, and he just threw it away based on loyalty. Is that the way you think this can be summed up?
No, I would call it stupidity. I would call it just, naivete. Didn't think it through, believed in somebody that obviously had an axe to grind and had a history of just being Jerry Jarrett. So to that extent, that was, look, we all have to make our own decisions. And Brian and Jeff made a decision based on whatever information, whatever they were told and sold, if you will. I believe it was the wrong decision, but I also know from our vantage point that every step of the way that they were aware of what we were going to do, how we were going to do it, and had input into it. So it was a shock. It was a shock to me. It was a shock to Pat. But it also hurt. And that was one that hurt, because it's like, all you had to do was say, I don't want to do this, or can we do it a different way, or something like that, versus just saying, oh, well, Vince didn't talk to us and we didn't like the way it was going. And you never made an attempt, at least that we know of, to talk to Vince and or to tell him that. And you had many, many opportunities to tell us, and instead you yapped us to death, to the point that we felt everybody was on board and everybody was good to go. So to that, shame on you. And we move on. But it was not, wasn't received well by me. I can definitely tell you that.
Have you talked to Jeff about it in recent years?
Oh yeah. I mean, I talked to Jeff about it when he came back, and I've talked to Jeff about it over the years. I think we agree to disagree. And I think that Jeff realizes now that wasn't the greatest move in the world to make.
Right.
So being in a position of being a promoter and being in the position of trying to do a television show and work with a lot of talent, and then have someone treat you like that, all of a sudden you go, oh, wow, hey, maybe I didn't handle that the best way. So I don't agree with the way Jeff and Road Dogg handled it in any way, shape, or form. And wish it wouldn't have happened, because I think that the angle and the story that we had laid out would have been awesome.
There was some sort of, maybe I have this confused, but I thought there was a phone call that night, maybe from Jeff or Jerry, but somebody either called the office or called Vince, or maybe someone called Jerry's house. I forget. But the gist is Jerry told somebody, oh, they're in my hot tub right now.
That was Jerry Lawler and Jerry Jarrett. And Lawler pulled us over on the side of the road to inform us of it, that Brian and Jeff were in Jerry Jarrett's hot tub drinking champagne. And they're they've quit. They're not coming back. They're going to start WCW. And that was Jerry Jarrett to Jerry Lawler, then Jerry Lawler to us. So as far as, what they truly were doing, I don't know. Maybe they were, but good for them.
Well, I'll tell you this, Jeff went out on a high spot when it came to the readers of the Wrestling Observer. It was almost unanimous. The best match was Shawn Michaels and Jeff Jarrett. It got 159 votes. The only other match that got best match votes was Rhodey and 1-2-3 Kid. So the two guys who people thought had two of the best matches, and granted they're working with Shawn Michaels and 1-2-3 Kid, they're out of here, but the good wrestling has to end eventually. And it does. We get to Owen Hart and Yokozuna retaining the titles against Lex Luger and Davey Boy. Meltzer would call this something of an upset. They get 10 minutes and 54 seconds. Finish would see Luger and Smith doing a double back suplex on Yokozuna. Luger has him pinned. Owen comes off the top rope onto Luger and puts Yoko on top. 2.5 stars. I mean, what did you think of the team of Lex Luger and Davey Boy?
I thought they were a good team, and it was putting listen to what I was about to say, the less charismatic Bulldog with a more charismatic Luger, but that wasn't the case. You had a better worker in Davey Boy, putting him with Lex to compensate there. Owen and Yoko was Owen and Yoko, and I thought they were both great. But the match, come on. I mean, Owen Hart had his working boots on and got to work a lot with Davey. So the match itself was good, and Owen could work circles around Lex and make Lex look like $1 million. Yoko always does his shit good, and I thought it was a damn good match.
Well, let's get to our main event. I bet you don't think this was. Diesel retains, pinning Sid in what Meltzer would call the blow off of their feud in a lumberjack match. It's 10 minutes and 2 seconds. It's certainly not 2 stars. Meltzer writes, this would have been a negative star match if not for the lumberjacks. Sid manages to get worse every time you see him, and Diesel didn't look any good here either. But he's not exactly the caliber of a performer who can carry someone this bad. It was weird because Diesel looked so much taller and larger than Sid. The lumberjacks, particularly the heel ones, kept interfering to take attention away from the fact that these two simply can't work together. Finally, Diesel does a plancha. Seriously. Onto all the heel lumberjacks who caught him, but I'm sure he's still the largest man to ever try a stunt like that. At one point, Mabel squashed Diesel into the post and leg dropped him on the outside of the ring to set up an angle for the next pay-per-view, but Diesel kicked out of the pin attempt. After a lengthy chin lock, Sid hit the power bomb, and Sid was high-fiving everyone, so Diesel kicked out. Diesel backdrops his way out of a second power bomb, and Sid then for some reason goes out of the ring and starts fighting with all the babyface lumberjacks, allowing Michaels to come off the top with a double sledge to the head of Sid. As Sid stumbles in, Diesel hits him with a poorly timed foot to the face for the pin. 0.5 star. Holy shit, this was awful. God bless Meltzer for giving it a 0.5 star. But I do have to say, whoever put this together, whether it was you or Pat or whoever, adding the lumberjacks as garnish did sort of camouflage some of the shortcomings of a real Styles Clash with two monsters. I mean, both of these guys can have good matches with somebody like Sean Waltman or obviously Razor Ramon, of course, Shawn Michaels, but against each other, well, there's just not a lot you can do. So I did like sprinkling in the other lumberjacks. And I'll admit, I totally forgot that Kevin Nash ever even attempted a plancha. What'd you think of this match?
Ooh, rough. Not pretty by any stretch of the imagination. And thankfully it was short. There you go.
It was short. It's a weird time for the business here. But it's not weird to know that when it comes to the best match, it's Shawn Michaels. And when it comes to the worst match, believe it or not, Diesel and Sid came in second. Bam Bam Bigelow and Henry Godwin, according to the Wrestling Observer, thought it was the worst match. What'd you think was the worst match?
It was, I would have to say it'd be a tie, but for a main event, when you put that main event out there, that for the championship, that kind of outweighs it because of the position it was in. It just wasn't good. Thank God we did have lumberjacks. At least we had a lot of star power out there.
Well, it's remarkable to me that this show got 88% thumbs up, but it really is a 2-match show. It's just crazy to see at the end of that, 50% of those guys are gone. They just walk out here. What would you say of this show, Bruce? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
I actually thought it was pretty good. Again, if you just watch the last match, may leave a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth. But again, I thought the show was pretty good. When you try to remove yourself from how miserable I was that night after the whole Jeff Rhodey debacle, I was pissed and miserable. So watching it again, knowing what's going to happen, and you kind of don't have as miserable feelings anymore. So I thought it was good. It was good.
After you see a performance like this from Shawn Michaels, does Vince come around on him even more? I mean, I know Shawn at different times had given him trouble, and we know that that's not done, but he went out here and had a tremendous match with a guy who's leaving and really helped steal the show. Shawn did. Does this just change Vince's opinion of him, or did he already have that high opinion? It just really further cements it.
I don't think that anybody ever didn't have a high opinion of Shawn's work and what he was capable of doing. So that just reinforces it every time he goes out there and steals the show, because that's what Shawn does. So this was an opportunity to show once again why Shawn was the man.
Let's get to Twitter. We let you guys ask questions at Prichard Show. If you've got questions for next week's episode, which is Great American Bash 2005, well, you need to follow us on Twitter. That's simple. It's at Prichard Show. Next week, as I said, it's Great American Bash 2005, which went down on July 24th. The main event of that show is JBL versus Batista for the World Heavyweight Championship. We've also got Rey Mysterio working with Eddie. And this is the famous thing where Guerrero's going to reveal a secret. That's okay. Anyway, this undercard, something else here. Legion of Doom taking on Eminem, Booker T working with Christian, Orlando Jordan with Chris Benoit for the U.S. title, Undertaker and Muhammad Hassan, easy for me to say, for the #1 contendership. The Mexicools working with the BWO. Can't believe that's a real thing. Melina and Tori Wilson. And as we said a minute ago, Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero. The deal here is if Mysterio loses, Guerrero is going to reveal his secret on live TV. That's what we're doing next week. It went down in Buffalo, New York, July 24th, and it's going to be in your ear holes on July 24th, the exact 15-year anniversary. If you've got a question for us, go ask it right now at Prichard Show. And that's how you can stay involved in everything that we're doing. By the way, I realized we had a lot of ads this week. I want to remind you, you can get all of our shows early and ad free over at adfreeshows.com. You would have gotten this show at least a day early. And as we said, without any commercial interruption. So join us in all the fun we're having over there at adfreeshows.com. There's some great bonus content over there, including video of JR and Tony Schiavone doing some road trips together. And maybe my favorite new thing, Eric Bischoff blasting people who have fired off on him in shoot interviews. I'll play a clip of said shoot interview and then he responds. It's gold. It's called Eric Fires Back. We've got a couple of new fun things coming your way. Stay tuned over at adfreeshows.com. But without further ado, let's get to some Twitter questions that you guys had about In Your House #2. All right, Bruce, #1, and this is a fun question for us. Rajiv wants to know, was there a possibility of a second house giveaway, or was that more of a one-time thing? I do think a lot of people watch the second In Your House thinking, oh, they must be giving away another house.
Maybe that was the reason we gave away the first one. So put that subliminally in people's mind, but no, that was never a option.
Pender J wants to know, did you guys sell a lot of these event specific shirts? It seems like they're cheesy, but cool at the same time.
Not really, but we didn't make a whole lot of them. You know what I mean?
Right.
They were there, but there weren't a whole lot to be had.
Steve wants to know, did you know at this time the 2-hour concept was flawed regarding the $14.95 price point? I believe is what he's asking.
No, I don't think it was flawed. I just think it was different.
The Rosen Coaster wants to know, were pile drivers banned in the company at this time? I'm asking because Rhodey wound up executing one off the second rope on 1, 2, 3 Kid. That looks pretty scary to watch back. If not, was there any heat on him for doing such a move?
Not that I remember. I don't think that the pile driver stuff was a little bit later.
Machu Spanks wants to know who dressed Mr. McMahon on this day and where did he get his wardrobe? You know, I understand what he's hinting at here. Does Vince have a personal stylist who prepares what he's going to wear on camera for him?
Yeah, that would just be Vince McMahon.
Okay. There you go.
You all know what's scary?
What's that?
Is my daughter just sent me a picture of Billy Gunn holding her in about, let me think here,
3 weeks ago.
That's not totally. She's about 4 or 5 months old on the beach in one of those Wrestle vessels.
Oh, wow.
That's hilarious.
Rajiv wants to know, do you think this is Jeff Jarrett's best match during his run with WWE? I think it probably is. What say you?
I think it probably is too. It was incredible.
Brent says, we hear stories of Vince telling commentators what to say through the headphones during a pay-per-view, but when he was on commentary, who's giving him something to say? You sort of hinted earlier that you were in Gorilla. Would you have been giving him things to promote or little notes along the way, or who would have been in his ear, if anybody?
It'd probably usually be me.
Instagram or Wrestling Historian wants to know who would have won with Jesse James and Jeff Jarrett at SummerSlam 95 if they hadn't quit. I guess the idea is, would that have been the start of the feud or would that have been the blow off? Like, are they going to keep that thing going or do you think that would have been it?
No, we definitely would have kept it going. So, you know, that probably just would have been the start of it. That probably would have gone to at least Survivor Series.
Rory wants to know, was there ever a consideration of adding a Russian like perhaps Nikolai Volkov to the team of Bulldog and Lex Luger and making it an allied powers with multiple countries represented?
Who's that from? Nikolai?
I don't think he's sending questions anymore.
Oh, okay. No. Yes, actually, yes and no. There was talk of just doing kind of an international deal, but never anything more serious than that.
Mike G wants to know, how did paydays work for talent who were there just being lumberjacks on a card? I know that's way in the weeds, but that is a pretty good question, Bruce, because we've always heard that, man, the pay-per-view payoffs are what you live for. But if you're a lumberjack, I mean, yeah, you're kind of involved in the main event, but not really. How does that work?
I mean, you get paid just like any other day.
Well,
you get paid.
Bobby Salsa wants to know, and we got this a lot. Can you name one good lumberjack match? Thank you. Because a lot of people, and I'm not saying there isn't one. I think he's legitimately asking you, can you name one? Because a lot of people think this is perhaps the worst possible gimmick match, but I thought it worked in this instance. Where are you on lumberjack matches? And do you have a favorite?
I don't know that any one favorite stands out in my mind, but I do enjoy lumberjack matches when they're done properly.
Josh Clemens wants to know, what's the best part of the show and why is it Michael Hayes' description of the Rhodey Double J fight? I got to say, in hindsight, I do feel bad for our old pal Michael having to just pull some shit out of his ass here, don't you?
Michael's used to pulling shit out of his ass, though.
Okay. On that note, we're going to wrap up this week's episode and we'll be back next week. We're excited to talk about Great American Bash 2005. Don't forget, you can get all these shows early and ad-free over at adfreeshows.com. Until next week, I am Matt. Hey, it's Conrad. He is stressed, tired, and sleepy. And we are,
hey,
we'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With, Bruce Prichard.
Rock on.
You gonna go take a nap now? Have a good day, buddy.
I'll holler at you later.
See ya. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With, Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
That gummit, Conrad, I'm just happier than a pig in shit.
Well,
that's pretty damn happy.
That is pretty happy. I got to tell you, I'm in a good mood today. I am back amongst the living. I was feeling pretty rough last week as I recorded on the road with 1,000 little snafus as we got set up with my mobile rig out of town, but Man, we're back in the saddle. You're in Friendswood, Texas. I'm in Huntsville, Alabama. I don't feel like run over asshole. I don't feel like spilt fuck. I'm feeling pretty good, Billy Ray.
Run over asshole and spilt fuck. If that ain't a way to start the goddamn show. Last week I was singing, ha! And people seem to like it. They like my Aerosmith shit, my Steven Tyler. I'm like, I got that shit down. But you were under the weather. We were in a different place. And I just love how the negative Nellies like to come out and tell us that. But damn it, we're in a great mood. We're in our home studios. We're ready to rock and motherfucking roll.
I'm pretty excited about today's episode. We were originally saying we're going to cover a show from 2009 when I forgot in a fever dream that Bruce wasn't even fucking there. So we called an audible to
In Your House for years, dog.
In Your House 3, September 24th, 1995. And I'm looking forward to this one because I'll be honest, I was not watching wrestling when this show happened. So
me neither.
Yeah, but clearly when you watch this show, nobody up there was watching. This is my first time seeing the show, so I'm excited to talk about it. Well, and here's what everybody's going to be emailing about today. In Your House 3, it's the triple header. It's going down September 24th, 1995 from the Saginaw Civic Center right there in Saginaw, Michigan. It drew 6,500 fans. This is the third In Your House pay-per-view event. I guess they started just a few months prior.
Did you see the first two?
Well, I have seen the first one. I don't believe I've seen the second one. We're going to have to go back and find a way to watch that one.
Okay, I'm just making sure because you weren't watching at the time, and I know you had reason to go back and see the first one because it was the first one. We gave away a damn house.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. And the second one is Diesel and Sid on top. Shawn Michaels is working with Jeff Jarrett, and I know that we've covered that match in particular. So I've seen that match, but I don't think I ever stuck around to see Diesel and Sid in the main event. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Either way, In Your House, sort of an interesting concept. We've touched on this a little bit in the past. Once upon a time, the WWE did 4 big shows a year. I think everybody knows it was Royal Rumble, it was WrestleMania, it was SummerSlam and Survivor Series. Eventually King of the Ring pops up, and somewhere along the way, you guys decide, hey, why don't we start doing these more regularly? But instead of having all of them be $24 or $29.95, why don't we take it from a 3-hour show to a 2-hour show, reduce the price, and keep that revenue going? And we know in 1997, that's going to pivot. But talk to me a little bit about the original idea. And I guess WCW was sort of proof of concept on this first about doing regular pay-per-views, but you guys had a different take with making them shorter and reducing the price. Talk me through that.
You're looking at, this is a time where for so long we had done cassette tapes, and you would wait for the cassette to come out, which would normally be anywhere from 60 to 90 days a lot of times after the event itself had taken place. So pay-per-view, it was bigger, and it was along the lines of you're watching DirecTV and you would see all this emptiness under the pay-per-view. They would have a few select movies, and you could watch a movie basically every 15 minutes. And we started thinking about cassette sales. They're dwindling. People are looking. This is a much easier option for them. If you want to see it, you get it on pay-per-view. And the reduced price was in direct from the video sales. You had years before that. I remember Batman, I think, was the first cassette tape that came out at $9.99, and they blew up the video world with that one tape. And we were looking, okay, let's blow up pay-per-view. Let's do a shorter pay-per-view with a reduced price. So it's not going to be as big as the Big Five, but it'll still be a pretty good card. And for the live event, shit, we still had a 3-hour show basically, but it was an experimental deal to see if there was an appetite for it. If there was an appetite for more, there wasn't nearly as much wrestling on television for free at the time. So it was kind of a novel concept. Okay, well, let's give them a pay-per-view every month and see how they respond. And there seemed to be an appetite for it. This
is an interesting concept because it's roughly half price, $14.95. And we're on the heels of SummerSlam 95, which is one of those big five. And we see Diesel retain the world title, beating King Mabel. That's your main event of SummerSlam 95. Shawn Michaels would successfully defend the IC title in another classic ladder match over Razor Ramon. And this is called In Your House Triple Threader for a specific reason. For the first time in history up to that point, we're going to see all the titles in the entire company on the line. Of course, our main event is our world champion Diesel teaming up with our Intercontinental champion Shawn Michaels, and they're taking on the tag champs Owen Hart and Yokozuna. And the rules of the match are, if Shawn and Diesel win, they're the tag champs. However, if either Owen or Yoko get the win by pin or submission, they get the title of whichever man they beat. So if Owen is the guy to make Diesel submit, he's your new world champion. But if Owen were to pin Shawn Michaels, he's the Intercontinental champion. Of course, same with Yokozuna. I got to tell you, this is a pretty interesting concept. I don't know that I remember you guys doing this in a pay-per-view prior to this. Do you remember how this idea came together and who was all for it? And did anybody say, I don't know, that's a little out there?
Oh, I remember exactly how it came together, because we were looking for some unique concepts for In Your House and trying to do things differently, because you're now looking at a pay-per-view every month. And that was a little bit challenging. It was Pat Patterson's idea, and we started talking about all these different scenarios that we could do. And one thing led to another. And the idea was eventually to get to Shawn and Diesel with all the championships. And that was the original concept going into this damn thing. And then trying to spin out of it, possibly Shawn and Diesel splitting up with the tag team championships and having that dilemma. Those were the original conception and how we got to it. And there were a lot of, what if we did this? What if this happened? And what if that happened? So we went into it with that idea in the back of our head. And obviously from the results and everything that went down, didn't go all the way through with a lot of that shit. But that's how it started. It was different. It was kind of a first time ever to have all the championships on the line in one match, and a unique concept. If Yoko pins Diesel, he's the WWE champion. If they pin Shawn, they're the Intercontinental champion. And vice versa. If Shawn or Diesel pin either Owen or Yoko, they're the tag team champion. So it was, no matter what the finish was, in theory,
you're getting new champions.
You had a unique situation.
I don't mean for this to sound weird, and I know that some of our listeners are going to have fun with the way I'm phrasing this, but it's been said once upon a time that in order for you to be really a top guy, the top guy, Vince has to sort of fall in love with you. And I think when you look at the statement you made a minute ago of, well, the idea was, how do we get all the belts on Diesel and Shawn? It feels like Vince is in love with Diesel and Shawn at this point. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if he was or not, but that wasn't Vince's idea. That was our idea. Our idea was to get everything on them to then blow them up. That was the impetus of this whole thing, where Pat and I are talking about, okay, let's load them up so that you think these guys are impenetrable, and you can't. Is that even a fucking word?
It is now,
Okay. Impenetrable. Yeah, that. They're on top of the world, and then blow it up. So that was, as you're going into this shit and we're doing this and everything's happening so damn fast that, okay, let's do this. Let's go here. And then obviously shit changed as we got into it. But, no, it wasn't even Vince's idea. Vince was like, what the fuck do you do with it? And his first thought was, goddamn, they can't be tag team champions, which again, we'll get there.
Talk to me about, my freestyle that maybe Vince has to be in love with you to be the top guy. Like, I know that certainly he rode Hulk Hogan to the promised land, and, then, the Shawn Michaels run is really the one I think of next, because it does feel like whenever Vince is on commentary, he's really selling it. And we've heard for a long time that, Vince had a different relationship with Shawn, where it was maybe different than the relationship he had with Bret or Hogan. And, obviously, he's going to have a really tight relationship for a while with Steve Austin, a very much open door and a different type relationship again than what he had with Shawn. But we hear that he had that with John Cena as well. Is there some sort of, hey, when we're going to give you the ball, when we're going to make you the champ, when I'm going to sort of put my company on your shoulders, we're going to get a lot closer here. We're going to be on the same page about what we're doing. Cause we're not doing it, any other way than together.
Well, that's accurate, but I think that a lot of it starts most of the time it'll start from a whole different relationship. I mean, it was Shawn Michaels wasn't Vince's favorite person in the beginning by any stretch of the imagination. You can go down the list of those talent, but when they get to that point, you got to have a strong relationship and a strong bond to be able to work together as closely as we all do. And Vince wants their input just as much as anything, because they're the guys out there carrying that ball, and they're the ones that are putting the company on their back. So but that relationship is built over time. It's not like, God damn, I love you, I'm gonna make you champion.
Oh no, I didn't mean
it's I'm gonna make you, we're gonna put this on you, and we're gonna get through it together. And if a bond builds, then a bond builds. Sometimes the bond doesn't build.
Yeah, I didn't mean to insinuate that, these guys are holding hands and writing love notes and doing picnics. I was trying to not insinuate that. I just mean in terms of, hey, this is our guy. Let's give him every opportunity we can. We're going to do everything we can to sort of put the franchise on him. And it feels like at different times he's done that with Roman Reigns, or he's done that with John Cena. Certainly he did it with Stone Cold, and he did it with Shawn Michaels, and he tried to do it with Bret, and he did it with Hogan. And this just feels like right now, for whatever reason, in 1995, man, it's all about Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash.
Yeah. And they were the guys that he was looking to and putting the company on their shoulders. That bond was developing during this time.
Is Vince, when he talks about Shawn and Diesel in this era, does he believe that Shawn is the best wrestler in the world and Diesel is sort of the airport guy? Like, God damn, look how big he is. And he's quote unquote natural. He's not this gassed out of his mind guy that maybe people would raise an eyebrow about just a couple years prior.
I think the argument could be said on both of them, because Kevin Nash was that guy. To this day, Kevin Nash walks into a room, he's damn near 7 feet tall
and jacked
looks
up.
It looks like a fucking matinee idol. And even now he's, gray hair, this debonair, does the damn, stroking the goatee and all that shit. Cause he has a quote weak chin, but, they were a package. And Shawn, just the way Shawn strutted around everywhere, Shawn Michaels looked like he was somebody. So they lived it to the hilt. And Kevin Nash was the kind of guy, when you look at him, especially during this time, he stood out. I mean, you could pick him out of a crowd, and he was somebody that we were looking to get behind and move up that ladder.
Let's mention briefly that this is an interesting time in the wrestling business, much like it is now, I guess. But Nitro has just come out a few weeks prior to this. I think everybody knows by now it's September 4th, 1995, and Raw is preempted that day. So I'm curious, did you and Vince and a few others watch Nitro together?
I was in Hong Kong, dog. I was thousands upon thousands of miles away from that shit. And, I'll never forget it. I'll never forget getting that phone call from Pat Patterson, letting me know that Lex Luger was on Nitro.
What was the phrase?
Fucking Lex Luger, he showed up on Nitro. Fuck him, they can have him. Pat was happy. So was I. Like, all right, great. No more Lex. We had been doing the stuff with Lex and Davey Boy as a team. They were Davey Boy with the Union Jack and Lex with the American flag. and Lex left right in the middle of it to go on to Nitro. But yeah, it was a bit of a pivotal moment. But in WWE land, they were doing the open for Raw when all that Nitro shit was going on. I don't think anybody was paying that much attention to them in the beginning.
Well, the first Nitro on September 4th does a 2.5 rating. Of course, as you mentioned, Lex Luger debuts as the big surprise. The next week, September 11th, it's the first head-to-head meeting between Raw and Nitro. Raw does a 2.5, Nitro does a 2.4. And on that September 11th edition of Nitro, during the first head-to-head meeting between the shows, Eric Bischoff gave away the results for Raw live on Nitro while he's doing commentary. What was Vince's reaction when that happened? And as an old school wrestling person yourself, what did you think of that move?
What a chicken shit little piece of shit. That's what we thought. You know, it was unheard of to do that, even in a wrestling war. But then again, I guess when you go back and look at wrestling wars, even in the old Kentucky territories where Angelo Poffo was warring with the Jarretts over Tennessee and what have you, they had all of their guys shoot these interviews where they exposed the business. All of their top guys got on and said, "Hello, my name is whatever Ronnie Garvin's real name is. I go by the name Ron Garvin, and I play this character on television. But what we do, look, folks, we don't hurt each other. We all travel together. We have families. We're this, we're that." Bob Orton Jr. did it. Bob Roop did it. You know, the Poffos. It was to battle Memphis and Nashville, the guys that dominated in Tennessee, and to hurt their business and say, "Hey folks, we're not lying to you. We're the good guys here. We're being straight with you." And it's always funny when people talk about exposing the business, all the blame goes to Vince McMahon, and you go back to the shooters, you know, the guys like Ronnie Garvin and Bob Roop, who were legit badasses in their own right, that were the ones that came out. Vern Gagne years ago went to the State Athletic Commission and told them, "Hey, this is a work, guys," just so he wouldn't have to pay taxes in Colorado and in Nevada. So, you know, Vern did it long before Vince did, and the smart promoters, I give Vern a thumbs up, man. Good, smart move. So anyway, Eric doing this, it was unheard of. And this was a new tactic and one that we really didn't see coming. And what Eric was doing was extolling the virtues of, "Hey folks, over here on Nitro, we're live. Anything can happen, and I'm going to promise you that it will happen. The guys on the others, they take their shit weeks ago. Let me tell you what's going to happen tonight." And the fucker was right.
I don't know why, but like, hey, God damn it, he was right. How did he know? It's
right. You know, I'm
he wasn't even there. He wasn't even there.
Yeah. I was like, how the fuck did he know? That bastard, he ruined it for me.
So awesome.
But yeah, that was a new tactic, man. That was a new one. And I'll tell you, I didn't see it coming. I really didn't. I was pissed off when it happened. However, in a war and you're fighting for your life and you want to take over, let me ask,
did it really become clear to you, like on some level, WCW had always been, you know, the little engine that could, or maybe the little engine that couldn't? I mean, try as they might, these guys had never even turned a fucking profit. So Vince McMahon, probably not too threatened by what WCW's putting out there.
Not at all.
And then the Nitro thing happens and you think, oh, well, this could be real competition. They took one of our guys. And then the next week they're giving away your results. Was it week one? Was it the announcement of Nitro, or was it Lex Luger jumping or giving away the results that made you understand, oh, fuck, they want a war here?
Well, it probably took a little longer. I'll go back to, this is how I'll describe it best. It's John Layfield tells a story of getting in a fight with Steve Blackman at Baggage Claim. And Bradshaw says, Mr. Prichard, he hit me 8 times before I realized I was in a fight. This kind of what happened with Nitro, because we looked at them and said, okay, they're going to do their thing. They're going to try and stake out some real estate here on Monday night. We were beating them. It wasn't that big of an issue. We thought that, all right, we'll see, we'll see what happens. And kudos to Eric Bischoff for having the balls to do what he did. And he went a completely different route than what was traditional. And I think that there were people even within his own organization that were like, I don't know about that, Eric. And he did it anyway. He went out and said, okay, let's go. So, the gloves came off, but it wasn't like we were in a war. At this time, it wasn't a war. It was a nuisance. It was an annoyance. This little prick.
Yeah. Who the fuck is he? Why is it? Yeah.
Yeah. John Davidson lookalike wannabe motherfucker. His jet black hair and all that shit. And
here's the deal. Like, he's taking all kinds of little digs. One of the things he says here when he's giving away the results is, Shawn Michaels beat the big guy with a super kick that he wouldn't be able to get a green belt with at the Corner Karate Studio. And the big guy, of course, is Sid. And this is a 2-week prior taping. So it's easy for him to have these results. And he's taking shots throughout the entire show. Some of the things he's saying, like when Luger's coming out, he says, yeah, he left the Bush Leagues to play with the big boys and he won't be the last one. And then he says something like, several times, he says something like, just 9 days ago, Lex Luger was in the WWF. And then he had Steve McMichael say something like, don't turn the channel and watch a show named after an uncooked egg. And, they also changed
Mike pissed me off again.
Mike Rotunda's name to VK Wall Street. Of course, the VK being a little tongue in cheek for Vincent Kennedy. And, on that Nitro, Luger challenged Hulk Hogan for the world title. I guess it could have been called the dream match, cause I don't think it had happened up until that point. And during the match, when Luger's in trouble, Bischoff says something like, Luger's rusty because it hasn't been facing the level of competition that he's got here in WCW, which is, I don't know, interesting to say the least. And he's saying that, their world champion was barely a mid-level guy here. Now that's a shot at Diesel, who of course is the WWF world champion, but back when he was in WCW, he was Steel as part of the Master Blasters and Oz. And then of course, Vinny Vegas. I mean, when you see and hear this, what's Vince's reaction? You told us what your reaction is. What's Vince think of this? And what do the boys think?
Well, I think the boys were, again, it was more of an annoyance and a nuisance than it was taking it really seriously, but it was, all right, you little prick, you'll get yours. So we didn't think it would have that much effect really in the very beginning. And we were trying to keep our eye on our business. We had so many different things going on at the time, between the federal trial and all that other bullshit and taking place. We had other shit going on that was more important than Eric Bischoff giving away our results. And you're trying to maintain your own business, and our business wasn't good at the time. So you're battling things on all fronts. And frankly, at the time, that was just, keep saying it was an annoyance. Yeah. It's just kind of like, okay, they'll come and go. They've been on the air on TBS forever, and they'll have their little audience and we'll have our audience.
Well, it is fascinating that all of a sudden there's competition, and fast forward to here we are now, and we're on the heels of maybe another little wrestling war. Maybe not. On the September 11th Raw, you guys have a new opening for the show. I'm sure that was just timing and coincidence because you were off the week prior. What do you remember about the new opening? Cause it would be reported that it was, recorded on September 7th, which would imply that maybe it was done after Nitro had debuted. Is this new taping done in response to, hey, there's a new show, we want to update our look and feel as well, sort of step our game up? Or was it in the works long before and this is just the way it shook out?
Oh yeah, on September 5th, we got everybody on the phone saying, okay, you guys get up here. We're bringing all the talent in and we're going to do all this shit and have all of these film crews and helicopters and all this other shit.
Hey,
we did all that in 2 days.
Hey, dickhead. I didn't mean you did it in 2 days. You knew that Nitro was coming. It's not like you were flipping through the fucking channels. They're like, oh, goddamn, a wrestling show. You fucking knew before the 5th. I'm asking, did you realize?
It had been in the works. It had been in the works for a while. And god damn it. I hate you sometimes.
I don't know why that tickled me, but it's like, come on, Bruce. Like,
yeah, on September 5th, we got all the phones. Oh my God. Lex Luger's there. We've got to do something.
Well, the report is it's recorded on the roof of Titan Towers between 7 and 10:15. I love that it's so specific. It lets you know for sure somebody's a leak. Reportedly cost $200,000 for what's essentially 4 minutes of footage. And there were major stories both Friday and Saturday in the Stanford paper regarding the taping. Many people living in the area called the police, complaining about the searchlights and helicopters. The Federal Aviation Administration also received multiple complaints, and a second day story had police saying the event was perfectly legal and the Titan had filled out all the necessary paperwork for everything it did. And the Darien police chief, Hy McManus, which sounds like a wrestler, said the event attracted a lot of attention and was not a serious problem. Of course, a week later, Meltzer would report a retraction and say the $200,000 was greatly exaggerated. It was actually under $100,000. Well, if anybody knows for sure, it would be you, Bruce. I have a feeling you were heavily involved in this. Chat me up. What do you remember about the shoot?
Did you make that name up? Hy McManus.
I read that right out of the Observer and thought,
oh, well, it's got to be fucking true because Dave was there.
Well, you know,
he wrote the check for it.
You know what's funny is a minute ago when you were talking about Eric giving away the results, and you're like, and then he was right. I don't know why that tickled me, but I can only think probably because he read it out of the Observer, but I didn't want to get you fired up. So chat me up. What do you remember about this shoot between 7 and 10:15 p.m. on September 7th?
Well, on September 4th, we were all sitting around, hanging around a TV. It was a big one, about 12 inches. It was only black and white, but we were all huddled around it. And when we saw Lex, we said, oh my God, we've got to do something. We just started calling people. And we said, can you get anybody know anybody with a helicopter? And then we found the helicopter guys. The helicopters are us.
Okay.
So
all right. Let's take a pause. So in real life, I think you've mentioned before that Lex was supposed to be a part of that shoot, right?
Yeah, he was. And I was happy he wasn't. And you know what? And that was it wasn't my first clue. It was my,
that's when you knew, like,
my stand. It was my stand basically, because I kept refusing to put him on the list just so I would bring it to Vince's attention that he hasn't signed yet, Vince. And when he signs, I'll put him on the list. And I would get my ass chewed out for it every time, but I just had a bad feeling about it. And
tell the truth here, whose responsibility was it to get him signed? And every time it came up, did Vince not say, well, so-and-so says it's fine, or so-and-so has it handled, or
JJ was the head of talent relations at the time.
Okay.
So whatever that miscommunication was, I don't know, but it was JJ's responsibility at the time. From a creative standpoint, Lex was being difficult, and going down the list, you keep looking at it and going, okay, well, you know what? his contract's up. This is the carrot we can dangle. Sign your fucking contract. We'll get you in the Raw Open. We'll have you in this. But we had planned it probably, I bet you it was at least 2 months of planning through storyboards. And I mean, it was an elaborate fucking shoot. I was not there. I was still in Hong Kong. But I was a part of the planning and the storyboarding and all of that shit, well ahead of time for a long, like I said, it was probably about a month or two ahead of time at least, because we had always changed our open basically for the fall. When everybody was having new shows, you would change the look, you would change your open, kind of blow it up and do something different. And that's what this was. So we had it planned for a while, and it was in the works, but it was elaborate as hell. We had the Stanford Police Department involved, with the cops running up the ramp at the deal. But how the concept originally started was, we were looking at what could we do different. And the first idea that we were talking about, God, wouldn't it be cool to have a ring on top of the Empire State Building? Or what if you had a ring on top of one of the World Trade Centers, and you had this spectacular scene with searchlights and shit, and you basically are shooting it from above, and you're throwing out all these ideas, and then it's like, well, goddamn, we've got a building. It's our headquarters. We've got the giant logo and the flags and everything up here. We've got room for a ring, and you're not going to have as many restrictions in Stanford, in our home, that you would have elsewhere. I mean, there were crazy ideas thrown out. I always would go back to the promo Superstar Billy Graham used to cut many years ago. They had a Superstar Billy Graham showed up, and they had to put rope rings around the Eiffel Tower to be able to hold the superstar in the ring. And I'm like, I'd throw out Eiffel Tower, all these different landmarks and shit. And we settled on fucking the WWE headquarters. And that's how it all started. It became, what spectacle can we create for this chaos and all this shit happening? And storyboards were made, and that's what we came up with.
Well, what else you've come up with is somehow, as you would call him, the pirate, but as he's now known, PCO, Jean-Pierre Lafitte, is in a prime spot here. On September 15th in Montreal, he's got a world title shot against Diesel. There's a lot of controversy about this match, and we've touched on this before, but we'll do it again here now. PCO's from the area. He's booked as the local big draw because he's the local hometown boy. He's a big part of the local promotions for the show. And Meltzer would report, when he arrived to the building, he's told by Tony Gurria that it's a jackknife finish, and he immediately refuses. And Gurria tries to talk him into it. And PCO says he thought the finish would not only hurt him, but would hurt future crowds in Montreal. And he would walk out and not do the match, and rather cost himself the job than do the job here. And eventually Vince McMahon is called at home, and after a 15-minute conversation, he and Pierre agree to a double countout. Diesel was really mad about this, made worse by Shawn Michaels, who's riling him up about it, saying that Pierre should be fired. And Meltzer would continue, there's always been heat between Michaels and Pierre to begin with, because Michaels isn't well liked in the locker room. And if people try and defend Michaels by pointing out his work rate, the response is usually that Pierre can do anything Michaels can do. And Pierre said he'd do a job for Diesel anywhere except his hometown. And there we have an impasse. And of course, Shane Douglas has famously told the story that he was there, of course, at the time as Dean Douglas, and he saw all of this happen. And he sees Shawn Michaels sort of instigating it and stirring up the pot and standing behind Pierre, sort of mouthing to Kevin Nash, "Fuck this motherfucker, jackknife 1, 2, 3," and flipping him off and all the silliness. And after the match, where it's a double count out, Shawn comes backstage and is cussing everyone out, including Pierre. Pierre's fired up, and Pierre's so wound up. He goes to Diesel's dressing room. No fight happens here, but people are not happy with the double count out. And it's been reported that later at the hotel, Shane Douglas saw the Clique sort of get everybody together and invited him into the room. And they're sort of kicking around the idea of how can they get revenge on this fuck Pierre who thinks he's too good to do the job for our champion. And they talked about maybe we should get him fired. And allegedly somebody says, what if we just have Vince starve him out? And it wasn't too long, and the pirate is no more. I know you're going to poke holes in this. I know you weren't there for this, but you probably heard about the issue. You're a little old school. What do you think of Pierre's stand? What do you think of Vince's compromise? And what do you think about the rumor and innuendo around this sort of backstage allegation that the Clique were trying to shit on Pierre?
Well, again, I wasn't there. So I can't speak to actual whatever he said, she said, he did, she did bullshit. I have no idea. I do know that when they got there, and I don't know, and I do not know if the finish was jackknife 1, 2, 3 or what. But I do know that Pierre wanted to change the finish and that he was unhappy with the finish. There's been a long-standing situation, I guess is the best word I can think of, in Montreal. Montreal was treated
different,
for whatever reason, different than everywhere else in the fucking world. They got a different show. They got, their French Canadian stars were featured on our shows, hence Pierre,
right,
being in the main event against Diesel. So the French Canadian talent took their place on the card very seriously, and they were very concerned about how they were viewed. I mean, the whole 9 yards. It was very different than every place else in the world. And to this day, I don't get it, because now when we go there, they get the same show that you're going to get in Montreal, you're going to get in Kansas City. Same draw, but at that time it was different, and it was a different thing. So Pierre was concerned about it. They came up with it, whatever finishes they came up with, and that was it. But it was viewed by the talent, and I got to tell you, not everybody was on Pierre's side on this one.
Right.
There were quite a few people that were on the other side of it saying, why in the fuck are there different rules in Montreal than every place else? So it wasn't as clear cut as some people like to paint. Oh, fucking Diesel and Sean flexing their muscles and poor Pierre. It was both sides of that. There were those that wanted to side with Pierre because it was Diesel and Sean. And then there were those that were like, why in the fuck are there different rules in Montreal?
Well, and also too, and I don't mean for this to be weird, and I really don't mean for this to be disrespectful, but just based on the way the cards had been done, who the fuck is this guy to not want a job to the champ? Like back in the day, everybody lost to Hogan. And by the way, he's a fucking giant. It's not unbelievable that a giant would beat you. And he was routinely beating other guys. I mean, Bob Backlund, I know that's a weird comparison to make, but here's a guy who was the top guy for a long, long time. Pierre never was, and he got beat in seconds. So shouldn't be that big of a deal. And I realize it's a different time, but I don't know. It's just fascinating to me to talk about even all these years later.
Yeah. And it was fascinating then, because for me, it was hard to justify, but to everybody else, it seemed like, no, you don't understand. It's Montreal. So I just used to take the stance of, I don't understand. It's Montreal. And
I'm curious, what did Pat think? Because Pat's local. I mean, was he the guy who was sort of on Pierre's side saying, no, it's Montreal?
Oh God, no. Pat did subscribe to that theory, as did Vince, but that goes back, the whole Montreal different booking even goes back to when Vince's dad, and with the Montreal promotion, and Vince's dad would send guys up there. It goes back to Andre, and just, it's a different world in Montreal. It's a different world. You know, they want to be their own country. You know, there's parts of that city where they only speak French Canadian, Quebecois, and qu'est-ce que c'est at a base.
Well, but I'm asking specifically about Pat. Do you remember? Because Pat was.
I think Pat subscribed to the theory that Montreal was different.
Okay. I just wanted to get where you thought he came down on that, because I know he had a soft spot for Sean. And if Sean probably felt really strongly about something, then Pat would at least lend an ear to hear it.
Pat would lend an ear no matter what it was. But I think that in this situation, Pat would also empathize with the Montreal situation. And say, it's Montreal, they're a better case, a chase, you don't understand.
We should mention that's not the end of the story. We've never talked about this, but the very next day, there's a rematch, September 16th. This is in Quebec City. And this time, Pierre does a leg drop off the top rope, but mistimes it and lands with his butt directly on Diesel's face. Nash gets up immediately and is throwing live rounds, super hard punches, hits a jackknife, and there's the pin. Meltzer would say, one WWFer told me the schedule finish was another double count out, but since the night before, Pierre was adamant he'd do the job anywhere but Montreal. I don't know if that was the case, but it was the talk of all the dressing room this week. Anyway, by the end of the week, all the problem was cleared up, and that's probably why Pierre did a clean job the next week on Raw. We should mention, we're saying it's all cleared up. He's gone by November. So, 2 months later, he's out of here. What do you remember about hearing that maybe Pierre landed on his face? Maybe there was some live rounds. Maybe the finish was changed. And maybe just to make sure that we get our point across, we're going to have him lose on Raw.
Well, I'll go back to, first of all, on Pierre. I never remember ever having a problem with Pierre doing a job anywhere. Right. And that's why I think that this sticks out so much, because here was a guy that was all business all the time. And, French Canadians are French Canadians, and they're proud of their heritage, and they're proud of where they come from. And it's different. I mean, that's the best I can tell you, is it's different, but we never had a problem with Pierre. And I don't know that Vince even viewed this as a problem.
Right.
I think that it got stirred internally, and I don't think it was as one-sided as it's been, as the legend has grown, as it's become. So to that, I believe that the finish the next day probably was Diesel going over and everything being fine. I don't remember the butt in the face. If it happened, it happened, but I personally don't recall that. And as far as the pirate gimmick, matey, goddamn, I just chalk that up to, that was the best gimmick in the world, but the son of a bitch could catch a fucking ball.
There's a deep cut right there to the early days of Something to Wrestle. And the idea that he was legally blind but could catch a ball, how would you classify that, Bruce?
It's a fucking miracle, dog.
There you go.
That's a fucking miracle. Please.
Next up, we should talk about Tatanka. Meltzer would say that Tatanka's suspension looks to have turned into a firing. The story is there was an alleged incident, and something must have happened to cost him his job in December 1994 at a hotel in Anaheim, California, involving a woman who was apparently threatening a lawsuit and other WWF wrestlers. So chat me up. What do you remember about Tatanka's sort of curious end here in the company?
Well, I'll tell you what we do on our side. And the beautiful thing about this time period for me was that Pat and I were separate from everything else. And we got, okay, you don't have this guy for 6 weeks. I don't care. I don't want to know. Okay, great. We don't have him for 6 weeks. Or, hey, we had an issue. This guy's gone. If it was something like that, Vince didn't tell us for our own protection so that we weren't involved. If we knew, then we knew. But on this situation, all I remember on that was, guys, we're going to part ways with Chris Chavez. Okay. Right about. Let's go next.
Wow.
And we didn't, we tried to stay out of that. Where, that arm's length. Okay. If I don't need to know, I don't want to fucking know.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got me curious now. I'm going to have to go dig that up. I'm going to have to go figure out what's what. Let's talk about Jesse Ventura. It comes out some more details about his lawsuit with Titan in the Observer. And, he says some notes from the Jesse Ventura lawsuit being upheld by the Court of Appeals. The 3 judges hearing the appeal voted 2-1 in favor of Ventura, with Circuit Judge Morris Shepard Arnold writing a dissenting opinion.
You're just making up names tonight.
That's a fucking name and a half, isn't it? According to the suit, Ventura was earning $1,000 a week by verbal agreement when he started as a color commentator with Titan in 85, although he had signed a standard wrestling contract. In 86, he tried to quit to make it as a movie actor, but returned later that fall under another verbal deal. And then in late 87, he hired Barry Bloom to negotiate regarding his appearances on Saturday night's main event with Dick Ebersol, but those negotiations broke down. And when the 87-88 series began, Ventura wasn't part of the shows. A few weeks later, in Bloom's negotiation with Dick Glover, when the subject of videotape royalties came up, Glover told Bloom Titan's policy was to pay royalties only if it was a tape featuring one performer. And because he believed that was a company policy, Ventura signed a contract waiving the rights to videotape royalties and remained with Titan through the summer of 91. Of course, we know the result here. Ventura is going to win $801,336.06 and another $8,600 and change for merchandising claim. And this is a landmark case, and changes probably the way the company does business forever. I mean, even today, old timers who aren't there any longer get a statement quarterly that's as thick as a fucking book, for the royalties, and everybody's getting checks now. I don't know what fascinated me more about this. I guess that $1,000 a week is what commentating was paying back then. Fair to say that the commentators are doing a lot better these days.
I have no idea what the hell they're doing these days, but I would hope it'd be better than that. But then again, $52,000 a year guaranteed isn't bad. And you also have to understand that Jesse could come in and knock out 3 to 4 weeks worth of TV in one day at that time. So it was come in once a month for that money. Not a bad gig at all. And that was back when he was doing prime time with Gorilla and not doing a whole lot of stuff. But, as his role grew, I think his contract changed as well. And as far as Dick Glover misrepresenting anything, I don't believe that Dick Glover misrepresented anything either, in any way, shape, or form, because what Dick told him was exactly how it was. And I think it was an interpretation by the court that was different, because Jesse claims, since his voice was on there, that he was a performer and that he should get royalties when no other commentator had that situation. And obviously no one else claimed it either.
Wait, are you saying that on the heels of Jesse suing like this and being successful, that nobody else ever came forward and did the same, whether it was Gorilla or Bobby or Sean Mooney or Shivani, nobody else popped up and said, "Oh, what about me?"
No. And I think it was because Jesse's contract was a wrestler contract or something like that. And again, I'm fucking grasping at straws, because I don't know, but I do know Dick Glover very well. And I know that Dick Glover is.
Wait, are you saying Dick Lover?
No, Dick Glover.
Oh, you had like a silent G in there. Like the G is silent like lasagna. I felt like you were just saying
Dick Glover.
Yeah. Dick Lover.
Dick Glover.
I got it. Dick Lover.
Dick Glover. It's like, yeah, okay. Now you're like Paul Heyman teaching me kvetch. It's kvetch, where there's no k in kvetch, but it's kvetch.
I don't even know what you're saying. It sounds like you're sneezing.
You don't know what kvetching is?
I'm from Alabama. There ain't no kvetching down here.
Kvetching or as Paul Heyman would say, kvetch. Kvetching is a Yiddish term for like bitching or griping.
Motherfucker, you think I know Yiddish? We got Baptists down here. Come on. Hey, let's talk.
You hung out at the synagogue down the street.
Let's talk about Tom Brandy. He's been working the independents as Johnny Gunn, and Meltzer would report that he's been contacted about coming in to do a motorcycle cop gimmick, supposedly designed after Eric Estrada on Chips. Now, of course, we know that doesn't happen. He winds up coming in as Sal Sincere. Do you remember it being kicked around a motorcycle cop?
No, but I do remember Tom, and there were a few different times that we brought Tom in for tryouts. Great look, could work, but in my opinion, I think Tom was always just missing that it factor.
Yeah.
So when he would come in for a tryout, it would be, you know what? Yeah, he's a good looking guy. Yeah, he can work, but I don't know if you can get the next level out of him. So that may have been something Tom was thinking of.
He's like the dreaded good hand, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where if you need a utility player, you need a guy to have some good matches and make some other guys look good. He's probably good at that, but he's not going to be on the WrestleMania poster.
Right.
Let's talk about, the idea of a motorcycle cop. I know that sounds crazy, but I mean, you did a fucking hockey player and you did, a garbage man. And I mean, there were lots of a dentist and a repo man and a IRS agent. So there's plenty of occupational gimmicks. And we are in that era where Terminator 2 made that sort of motorcycle cop maybe a cool thing again. Why don't you think you ever rolled the dice on a motorcycle cop? Too close to Big Boss Man, you think, maybe?
No, I'm kind of liking the idea.
Oh, Jesus. If there's a fucking motorcycle cop on SmackDown, I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean for that. I gotta fucking keep these ideas to myself now. I didn't.
We can get motorcycle cops are us a call tonight, baby.
God damn it. If Finn Balor comes back on a motorcycle, I'm fucking canceling the podcast. Oh my gosh. Let's get to In Your House. It's a big card here. 10 matches, but only 6 are on the pay-per-view. A new 3-man team at the broadcast booth here. You've got JR, the King, and oh my, does he have it 1, 2? No, he doesn't. Vince McMahon. It's been a little while since we played, that Vince's jukebox here. What are some of your favorite Vince moments on commentary?
And then from there, oh my, look at, oh, what a maneuver. Good. That was charismatic. I forget that. I used to do the whole Sean, entrance, and I forgot it other than most charismatic, most flamboyant. The fuck. That was always my favorite because it's like he's gargling with fucking razor blades. Aretha Franklin.
It's been a while since you Cobra commanded the mic. I appreciate that. This is the first WWF pay-per-view commentator role for JR since Royal Rumble 94. There he paired up with Gorilla Monsoon to call the Razor Ramon IRS match. It's also his first full call of a pay-per-view since King of the Ring 1993. I gotta ask, why the deviation to the 3-man booth? And how excited is JR here to be back where he's at his happiest?
That's this seems like a recurring theme too, because it was, again, Vince's, in his mind and ours, we're going to fucking get Vince out of that commentary role. We're going to get him, move him on out, make that transition, slide JR in there, but you got to do the transition. So let's move him in, start getting him in and getting them used to him. And then we can make that transition. That's all it was.
So let's talk a little bit about, the decision to go with the 3-man booth. I know that you're going to argue this, but you guys had always been a 2-man booth and now you're a 3-man booth.
Vince, Jesse, Bruno, Vince, Piper, Honky. It was always a 3-man booth.
Well, but those guys would sort of float in for a little bit here or there. Like on a pay-per-view, this was kind of unique, was it not?
For a pay-per-view, we would usually go with like Gorilla and Bobby through the years. And then it was a change up, but we did both.
Has nothing to do with it being Eric Bischoff, Steve McMichael, and Bobby Heenan.
Jesus Christ. Do you think we would want to replicate that fucking horse shit?
I mean, Bobby Heenan, come on.
Bobby was great. Thank God Bobby was there. Eric and Steve McMichael, please.
Okay.
You cannot sit there with a straight Alabama face.
I can't. You're right.
And tell me that was good.
I'm just trying to stir it up. I want you fired up. It's been a while since I got you fired up.
Okay, well, you can't fucking say that was good.
All right, you know what else?
Who would ever want to replicate Eric Bischoff and Steve McMichael doing anything?
Are they going to be the commentators on SmackDown on Fox? Is it going to be Eric Bischoff and Steve McMichael?
Yeah, okay.
And Finn's coming down, little fucking motorcycle helmet. We've ruined the wrestling today. The warm-up match here. Can't believe it. Hunter Hearst Helmsley lost a match. Can you believe it? He lost
that must have been a mistake.
I know. If you could go back and change one thing about this show, it would be Hunter going over on the pay-per-view, not losing underneath in the dark match.
Sure.
Of course, 4 years later, these guys are, things are going to look a little different. You know, when it's Rikishi and Triple H, it's amazing that these are the same guys.
I did it for The Rock.
There you go. Savio Vega is going to be in here on the first match on the show, taking on a guy whose gimmick was maybe ahead of its time. He's clearly ripping off Robert De Niro and Cape Fear, but you can't watch this now and not think about early Bray Wyatt. Waylon Mercy, former Dan Spivey. Of course, at this point, he doesn't look like the old Dan Spivey. A, because of Father Time, B, because of the gimmick. I enjoyed it just because I hadn't seen much of Waylon Mercy, and Meltzer didn't like it nearly as much as me. He gave it a 1/4 star. He says Mercy's knees and back are so bad, it's almost as if he's Andre the Giant at the end. Because he doesn't put his body into his blows because of his injuries, every offensive blow looks lame, which is even worse for a big man than a small man, because at least a small man can use agility moves rather than punches and kicks. Stopping the push of this character, as this match did, definitely constitutes a Mercy killing. They did a lot of near falls at the end, some of which were okay. Others were just plain pitiful. And in one case, the ref stopped the count when Mercy clearly didn't even get his shoulder up. Not a great match, but I loved seeing Waylon Mercy here just because I hadn't seen a lot of it. What'd you think watching it back this week for the first time in a long time?
Well, it definitely wasn't, oh my God, you've got to see this match. I think I enjoyed it for the same reasons you did, because I like Dan Spivey, the human being, and I really liked the gimmick. It wasn't a great match. So, I mean, that you can say that about that, but for me, for nostalgia, going back and watching that was fun. And that was one of those matches that was a fun gimmick, and it was something that people still to this day kind of remember. Hey, you remember that guy with the tattoo on his head? And he kind of talked like this, know what I mean? So for me, I enjoy the gimmicks. Yeah, get a pace, you're a gimmick. Yeah, Jesus. So I enjoyed the Waylon Mercy gimmick.
The Waylon Mercy gimmick is, of course, very loosely based on Max Cady in the 1991 remake of Cape Fear. Of course, that's the De Niro character. He's got the jet black hair. He's got the white wife beater, quote unquote, t-shirt. He's got a Hawaiian shirt. He's got some strange.
He's got what kind of shirt?
Like a Hawaiian shirt, right?
Hawaii. Okay.
And he's got like all these weird tattoos, including like a dagger on his forehead, sort of, Manson-like maybe, but there's lots of, I don't know. I like you. And then I like the character here. He's speaking in this calm yet somehow sinister manner. And he says something like, lives are going to be in Waylon Mercy's hands. You know what I mean? I just think that was good stuff. And obviously we've seen some influence in that in later years. And he's shaking hands with the fans and thanking them for coming to see him wrestle. And he's thanking the referee, and just really, really good shit. If if Spivey wasn't as beat up, what do you think was possible with this Waylon Mercy character here in 95?
Oh my God. If you had been able to take Dan Spivey 10 years earlier, I think that it would have been take this same character and move it to 1985. He'd be working with Hogan multiple times on top. And that would have been one of those characters that would be forever ingrained in everyone's memory. Because by this point, Danny was just so beat up that, you know, a lot of that gimmick was to disguise that the athleticism wasn't there anymore. His knees and back were just shot and he was in a lot of pain. So the promos, it was all heavily character driven. And a lot of that shit came out of Spivey's head. So, I mean, he really embraced the character, and timing on it, I think, again, 10 years earlier, we'd be talking about all those Hogan's Waylon Mercy matches.
I know we're not going to ever really do a deep dive on this character because there's just probably not enough to constitute a whole show. But so because of that, I want to sort of sidebar here. When you guys first talked to Spivey, are you there when the character, this feels like a Bruce Prichard project. Are you there when you're sort of describing what this character is? And do you tell him to go watch the movie and get some gear that looks like that and talk with the Southern drawl, or what's the direction and how's it received by him?
It was received by him great. And I think a lot of it came from his head. A lot of it was Dan's whole gimmick and selling Vince on it. And Vince, more than anything, the promos made that character. Like Jake the Snake Roberts. Jake didn't have to yell at you. Jake brought it down so you would have to listen to me, my man. Come on in a little closer. And he would pause and you would wait for that next word to come out. The same thing with Waylon Mercy is Waylon brought it down so you would lean in to listen to him. And he was creepy. So you kind of turned away, but you couldn't take your eyes off of him at the same time. And it was, you forgot about the work and you just thought, wow, this guy's a big son of a bitch. He's devastating. And unfortunately, sometimes you had to get to a point like this where he had to wrestle a guy that could go in Savio all day long, get Dan Spivey over in squash matches this period, but it just couldn't hold. And Dan embraced that gimmick. Dan just loved the gimmick. And when you watch it, I think it comes through. Dan Spivey became Waylon Mercy.
That was good stuff.
He lived it.
We should mention during this match when Waylon's going for like a sidewalk slam, Doc Hendricks does a cut in and says that Owen Hart is not yet to the building. And that's noteworthy because he's in the main event. After the match, we go backstage and Gorilla Monsoon is trying to grill Owen's manager, Jim Cornette, about the location of Owen Hart. And Jim Cornette is adamant that the main event will still happen as planned. It's been a while since I've seen Cornette flipping out on WWF TV like this. That motherfucker is probably, is he 1A or 1B best manager ever?
Oh God, definitely 1B.
Just behind Bobby, right?
Maybe 3B.
Oh, really? Okay. Let's talk about that. Who else is in the conversation besides Bobby and Cornette?
Oh God, Bobby Heenan, Gary Hart.
You putting Gary Hart in there with Bobby Heenan and Jim Cornette?
Yeah, Gary was psychological. He was fucking great.
Oh, fuck.
You go back and watch old Gary Hart. Nobody could touch him at the time. I think Cornette would even agree with you on that.
I don't think Cornette agrees with anybody on purpose these days.
Well, this is could be true.
By the way, though,
motherfucker,
have you heard any of his stuff lately on the pod? It's fucking tremendous. Free plug. Go check out Cordy's drive-through. Comes out on Mondays. Man, that dude is full of wrestling knowledge and still as sharp as ever. Great listen. Next
sharp
up,
as the tack.
Oh, for sure. And you just hope that tack's not pointed at you that day, but it fucking might be. Next up, we got Henry Godwin, and he's going to be wrestling Sid here. They're going to go 7 minutes, 23 seconds. As you might imagine, Sid gets the win. It gets a half a star. Godwin is selling the back from a TV angle where Sid had power bombed him on a show that aired the previous day. And, Meltzer would say Godwin was okay. Sid's offense was horrible. He tried bumping, but his timing and his bumps looked terrible. And the finish sees Godwin use the slop drop, which is like a reverse DDT, but Ted DiBiase pulls him off. And later the Godwins come off the ropes. DiBiase trips him. Then Sid delivers a leg drop and a power bomb for the pin. And after the match, Sid shoves Godwin to the floor. Sid and DiBiase get the slop bucket. They start arguing about who's going to be the one to dump it on Godwin. And at that point, Bam Bam comes out. He's intercepted by Kama. They attack Bigelow. Godwin gets the bucket, dumps it on DiBiase. The match was just sort of there for me. It was sort of fun to see Kama the fighting machine before he was the Godfather again. And made me miss Bam Bam. What'd you think of this match? Probably bowling shoe ugly. Will that be an accurate description?
Yeah. You know, what went through my mind is, more than anything, this is a great example of you're trying to elevate someone in Henry Godwin with someone of Sid's stature. And unfortunately, you hope they're going to meet somewhere near the top so that it brings Godwin up more than it brings Sid down. And in this instance, I think that it just kind of didn't even get to the middle, unfortunately. It was such a clash of styles. You know, Henry's a big, thick, strong son of a bitch. And he's not. Sid's a big, strong son of a bitch. Neither one of them are bump-taking machines. They need smaller guys to be able to work around them and work with them to make their size and their power be accentuated. So, yeah, bowl and shoe ugly is a good way to describe it. Just no chemistry, no mesh. And the design of it was to bring Godwin up and to hopefully take him up to the next level and to the next stratosphere, because he had the personality, he had the size, and try to take him to hillbilly, make him that working hillbilly Jim. This one didn't work for me at all. The only fun thing is DiBiase getting slopped.
I feel like we should mention too that, as a reminder, Sid was in the world title match in the main event at the most recent In Your House, and now he's working with Henry O here. After the
we have big plans for Henry.
Gorilla Monsoon gives Jim Cornette two options for the main event. Either Yoko is going to wrestle Diesel and Shawn by himself, or Cornette's going to find a replacement that will have to be sanctioned as one half of the tag team champions for the night. And of course, after Jim makes sure all the other stipulations remain the same, he goes to look for a new partner. That takes us to our next match. Davey Boy Smith,
motherfucker,
thank you, gets a win over Bam Bam Bigelow in 12 minutes after a power slam. It was an okay match, I guess, maybe a little too long. Got a star in 3/4. And this is really the first time that Bulldog has turned heel. He turned heel right before SummerSlam on the August 21st Raw. I think this is the first time he's like a heel single. Of course, I guess there was a time where the Bulldogs weren't always baby faces, but chat me up. Why was Davey Boy right to be a heel in this era? Just when you looked at who your baby faces were, you needed somebody who could sort of counterbalance some of that, or what's the thinking in making Davey a heel?
Well, the idea was split up the tag team with Lex and Davey Boy, and Davey go heel. It was something Davey wanted to try and Davey really wanted to do. But we thought that is that tag team, those guys splitting up, and then Lex left. So you need something new for Bulldog. But we had actually split them right before that, before Lex left. And a new coat of paint, or a new paint of coat with Bulldog, and trying to get him out there. And you change his opponents up a little bit, change his attitude, and it was something fresh for Davey.
Let's talk about, the way he decides to become a heel. He's going to change his look. He's going to cut off his hair. He's going to switch to long tights. What's the, when a guy's going to change from babyface to heel, does the company come to him and say, okay, we really need you to change your look? I mean, once upon a time, you would start growing a black beard, maybe start wearing dark clothes. In this era, is there a meeting like that, or is it just sort of understood that probably need to freshen up your look a little bit?
Yeah, there is. And talking to him about, you don't want people to associate you with the old smiling, happy-go-lucky Brett Davy Boy Smith. We need to see some kind of physical change. And this was also, I go back to the JR rants. Sassafras. I don't know why if you're going to be a wrestler, that you got to have long hair. Is that just like 101 wrestler? You got to have the long hair. Well, fucking cut your hair off. I see your traps. I see your shoulder. You look bigger with short hair. Shit, that's all Davey had to hear. I look bigger with short hair. But it was a conscious effort to try and change his look up and make him different. You see a difference in attitude. You see a different change in the way that he looks. So yeah, talk to him ahead of time.
Let's talk a little bit about Bam Bam Bigelow. We should mention that earlier this same year, he's on last with Lawrence Taylor at WrestleMania. And now maybe not so much. Allegedly, he was having some problems behind the scenes with the Clique. Do you chalk all of that up to rumor and innuendo, or what else would you sort of put his maybe sliding down the cards? What would you attribute that to?
Bless his heart. I'll tell you what I attribute it to is that when it came time to change Bam Bam, I'll put Bam Bam in the same category that I will put Diesel in. Going from heel to babyface, the characteristics of the heel that the audience begins to like, if you take those away from them as a babyface, you're kind of taking away the cool shit. Bam Bam goes babyface, and all of a sudden he's coming out in bright, shiny new gear and the flames shooting out and shit. And it came across very disingenuous with Bam Bam when he made the turn. You can look at him as a viewer, and he was a scary looking dude with the fucking flames on his head and everything. He looked intense. He looked like a mean son of a bitch. I can believe him being a bad guy.
Right.
You needed something more for the audience to get behind him. And they were starting to get behind him as a heel because he was a tough son of a bitch. But when we turned to babyface, he began working like he wasn't as tough. He began selling for things that he didn't sell for as a heel. And the audience just kind of farted on it. They didn't want him as a babyface all the way. Maybe he was just going to be that tough heel that they respected. But it did not click with the audience. And we saw with him on top in that top spot that, man, I'll even go back to fucking Bam Bam when he first came in with Humperdinck. They thought that he was going to be the second coming, and he just didn't draw. And Scott's a hell of a worker, man. He's a goddamn. He was a hell of a worker, bumping big man, great big man. Sometimes he wanted to show off what he could do physically and athletically instead of being that killer monster heel. And there's a fine line there.
Well, I can't wait to talk about the next match. Before we do, though, we should mention that Bob Backlund's going to come out, do a crazy routine, insulting the crowd. It is what it is. But then he introduces...
that's not a routine.
No, I've met him. That's him in real life.
That's Bobby.
Yeah. And even at his advanced age, he's like the most in shape motherfucker in the room wherever he is.
Yep.
He introduces Dean Douglas. Dean Douglas's theme music starts with fingernails across a chalkboard. If you've never heard that, go out of your way not to. Dean comes in, does a little bit of mic work, and then he introduces Razor Ramon, which is a little odd, maybe, but the backstory here is the 1-2-3 Kid was recently wrestling. Dean Douglas is obviously in a feud with Razor Ramon, and the 1-2-3 Kid has recently wrestled Dean Douglas, and Dean had plenty of opportunities to pin him, but would always pick his head up before 3 so he could continue to beat on him. Of course, you can imagine where this is going. There is a ref bump. Douglas misses a splash off the top. Ramon uses the razor's edge. Backlund's holding the ref to keep him from turning around and counting. So 1, 2, 3 Kid does a run in and counts the fall, but Ramon doesn't see that it's 1, 2, 3 Kid making the count. So when he gets off of Douglas and stands up and realizes that's who it is, he gets a shoving match with 1, 2, 3 Kid. That allows Douglas to come from behind with a rolling reverse cradle for the pin. Now the trouble is the shove on Waltman looked great, but the cradle from Douglas could not have looked more shitty. It is the shittiest roll up that you will see until SummerSlam 97, when one of the combatants is paralyzed. And after the match, Ramon and Kid have a pull apart again with the agents. Pretty good story involved in this one, but the finish sort of fucked it for me. 2.25 stars. What'd you think of the match?
Well, the match was very good. The match, the body of the match, all that shit I thought was very good. I love the shit with 1, 2, 3 Kid and that whole story. Yeah, the cradle wasn't best, but I think people can forgive that for the match and everything else in there. For me, I know Razor didn't like working with Shane and felt that Shane was always a step behind. And unfortunately, when you go back and you watch those matches, it is different. And Razor was bringing it. And I think Shane was rusty and hadn't been in the ring in a while when he came up. And I don't know that he's just ever caught up. He never caught up to that pace. But this match, I didn't think was that bad. You know, I think that Razor may have slowed down a little bit to make it work. But that was Shane's rap when he got here. And Shane and I used to have talks about it all the time. And Shane would say, he goes, man, I need more ring time. I got to get in there. I'm just rusty. And it didn't come.
Scott Hall has said about Shane, if he has to work with somebody and they suck, then they have heat with him. Scott says that Shane came in with the reputation of being great. And Scott said his role was upper middle babyface. And when you went through him, then you'd go to work with Kevin or Shawn Michaels. But if you couldn't have a good match with him, then you went down. And Scott said when Shane came in, he thought he could do the same thing with Shane that Scott did with Shawn, because Shane was about the same size and Scott thought he was probably as good of an athlete. But Scott said, no, he's slow, he's heavy, and he thinks Shane is so overrated. So not a fan. And Shane's been very clear about his feelings about the Clique. And when Scott Hall popped up in ECW once upon a time, when he was sort of on the outs with WCW, Bam Bam Bigelow and Shane Douglas and Chris Candido met him at the door. They didn't forget everything that happened here in the WWF and felt like this is our territory. And I don't know, man. Shane Douglas and the Clique just didn't click. Pardon the pun, huh?
No, they didn't. And to Razor's credit, though, I mean, people went to Shane. Razor went to Shane. Said, hey, man, you need to step it up. We'll work with you. Let's get the ring rust off. And I just don't know that it came fast enough or that it ever really came during the whole Dean Douglas stuff before Shane left. So it wasn't for lack of trying. And there were people that did go to Shane, and I believe Razor went to Shane. Agents had gone to Shane. Vince went to Shane. So it wasn't like it was a secret to him. And yeah, just the Clique didn't click. He didn't click with Razor, that's for sure. He didn't click with Shawn either.
We should mention that Shane had been in the WWF in the early 90s as a babyface single. And he was sort of like a temporary member of the Rockers when Shawn Michaels was recovering from a knee injury. And around that same time, he had like the 7th longest time in the first 4 years of the Royal Rumble, which was Rumble 91. So there were chances where you thought, hey, maybe this guy's going to be something. And I think most people remember him with Johnny Ace and WCW as a dynamic dude. But then he really
dude.
He really caught fire in ECW with the whole franchise character. And that's when he comes in here. And of course, this doesn't work out. So he's going to go back, do that again, and then wind up showing up in WCW. But back in that initial run in 91, I think Shane has said something like Vince had a gimmick for him where he's going to be some sort of a rock star. And he had even, I think, recorded some music with Jimmy Hart, but his dad got ill. So he leaves the company to take care of his dad for a little bit and thinking about maybe going back to school. Of course, it doesn't work out, sticks with wrestling. Do you remember there being, I know you weren't there in 91, but do you remember there being a discussion of, hey, we could throw another gimmick on him, maybe make him a rock star?
I don't remember. I never heard of a rock star gimmick, but I do know that throughout the years that there was always interest in Shane, and whether that, I'll go back to the late 80s. There was interest in Shane. So for whatever reason, it never worked out until the Dean Douglas thing, and that didn't work out.
Explain the Dean. I don't know when we'll talk about him again. So explain the Dean Douglas character. Some of our listeners who may not be familiar with the gimmick.
Dean Douglas was like that horrible school teacher principal that used to walk down the hall with the paddle and was a complete asshole to everybody in school. That was an abuse of power and an abuse of authority. So he was Dean, and we took Shane Douglas from the Shane Douglas stuff and made him the Dean Douglas. And it was this professor or principal, whatever you want to call him, from hell. I wanted him to paddle people after he was done with them.
That would have been fun. Okay, next up, this is an interesting match, my friends. We've got the Pirate, as you like to say, Jean-Pierre. It's going to go 16 minutes and 37 seconds with Bret Hart. Bret does a promo beforehand backstage and finishes by saying something like, he's some sort of pirate, huh? Well, tonight he's going to walk the plank. And that's the go home line of the promo. And then we get a shot of him taking.
They didn't have writers then.
Yeah.
So that's the talent doing their own stuff.
So he takes a few steps right through the In Your House set, and it is really a cool shot. If there's one thing on this show to see, I really loved the transition where he's backstage. I don't know, it's a little thing, but he's backstage doing the promo, takes just a couple of steps and goes right through the front door on the In Your House set, and the camera follows him through. And the way Vince was pitching all of this, saying, and we're in your house, and Bret Hart is in your house. And he's really trying to drill in your house, in your house, in your house. Really a cool shot. And Meltzer really liked the match. He gave it 4 stars, probably the best match on the card. If you're going to watch one match from this show, it should be this one, but make sure you see that promo so you can see the walk the plank line and the really cool entrance. I thought it was a good match. And of course, we know how it ends. Bret Hart wins with the sharpshooter, 16 minutes, 37 seconds. What'd you think of the match? Pierre's not long for this world, but he's putting on a good show here.
Yeah, it was a hell of a match. And you go back and you look at Bret's matches during that time. Bret was going to get him. Bret was going to get that crowd come hell or high water. If you give him time, Bret's going to go out and get you and tell you a story. And that's exactly what he did in this situation. The build up for this, I don't think that.
Wait. No, let's tell everybody. Why are these guys having a match? What's at stake? What's the issue? What's the hot angle? What's the beef?
The Pirate took his jacket.
The Pirate took his jacket. This is 1995.
Motherfucker, hang on. 1972, Houston, Texas. Fucking Dory Funk Jr. came out with his West Texas State University football jacket, would wear it to the ring, and work a program with Jose Lothario, and Funk screwed Jose, and then Jose got screwed over again, and Jose said, you know what, fuck it, man, I beat you, and if I'm not going to take your belt, I'm going to take your jacket. Dory Funk was fucking hot, and I to this day, man, I've got the program. Ben por ella, come and get it, says Jose to Dory Funk Jr. Ben por ella, come and get it, want it. And the jacket was more important to Dory Funk Jr. than the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, by God. Bret didn't see.
Bruce,
oh, no, I just get a new jacket.
Bruce, did you?
God damn it, Bret. It means something to you. If the jacket means something to you, it'll mean something to other people. If you tell us it means something to you, then it'll mean something. Ben por ella.
Just so we're clear, in case you haven't put together the country math on this one yet, dear listener, this was Bruce's idea. You can tell from the way he just pitched this fucking Jose Lothario bullshit.
Jose Lothario bullshit?
Well, you love that angle so much you tried to recreate it with the hitman and a goddamn pirate.
Don't you besmirch the good goddamn name of Jose Lothario.
Well, I'm just saying, you're out here trying to defend this shit. Even Lawler on commentary says something like, well, wasn't he going to give away the jacket anyway? What's the difference? He gives away his sunglasses every time.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck Lawler for ruling it too.
By the way, this is real. They're on pay-per-view here. Your former world champion, your tippy top guy. Yeah. Wrestling for a leather jacket.
That jacket meant more to Dory than the fucking championship. If Brett had made that jacket mean something and been upset when that fucking dastardly goddamn, what do pirates do? They steal shit.
They steal your booty.
They plunder.
Steal your booty.
They steal your plunder.
They steal your booty. They're looking for booty.
They like booty. Pirates dig booty.
So does old Dick Lover. So let's talk about what you're doing with Brett here. The match is great. I'm not going to argue that. The premise may be a little silly, but this
premise,
like, I feel like if Bret Hart was going to go punch Vince McMahon in the mouth, November of 97, okay, maybe that would have been a fine time. But you know, September of 95 wouldn't have been bad either. So far, he's feuded with Bob Backlund, Hakushi, Jerry Lawler, Isaac fucking Yankem, and now a goddamn pirate. Now, this is the former world champion. We've wrestled an evil dentist, a king, a Burger King, a crazy politician, a Japanese man covered in tattoos who can summon lightning and shit, and a pirate.
Bob Backlund, former WWF champion.
You missed the W.
WWF.
There you go.
World Heavyweight Champion. Okay. Credible opponent. One of the greatest of all times. Had a hell of a program with him. I quit matches back and forth. Great shit. Jerry Lawler, the king of Memphis. Everybody's fucking hero. That was a hell of a fucking angle. King against king. King of the ring versus the king, Jerry Lawler.
But dude, it's a fucking kiss my foot match. And now we're wrestling for a fucking leather jacket.
Goddamn personal issues will mean more than fucking championship all the time.
Well, they didn't.
Okay, hang on. Hakushi. Fucking guy coming in, trying to make him, and it's an opportunity. You're going to get made with Bret Hart. Glenn Jacobs is goddamn mayor of Knoxville, motherfucking Tennessee.
Yeah, but Isaac Yankem ain't shit.
And Pierre's a pirate.
Yeah.
Shiver me timbers. Shiver me timbers. Fire.
Again.
Hey, throw me a ball, mate. It's a miracle.
He's not in the main event. He's not your world champion. He's wrestling the pirate. Has a great match. It is a good match. Go watch the match. But I could see why Brett was maybe getting a little frustrated here. And this won't last long. He's going to win the world title from Diesel a couple months at Survivor Series. And by then, that fucking pirate's on it. Jim Cornette is going to announce that the British Bulldog is going to be replacing Owen Hart in the match. And he's going to be one half of the tag team champions that night. So as a reminder, Yokozuna and Owen Hart are your real tag team champions, but nobody knows where Owen Hart is. So Davey Boy Smith is going to take the spot. Sean's out first as your Intercontinental Champion. Then, of course, here comes Diesel. As you may imagine, Diesel and Sean, surprise, they're victorious. And we have all the belts now. So Sean is now the Intercontinental Champion and a tag champion. Diesel is now your world champion and a tag champion. But the finish doesn't come when Diesel jackknife power bombs Davey Boy Smith. No. Owen Hart does a run in, even though they couldn't find him. And even though he wasn't the legal man or sanctioned as a tag team champion, and he had been replaced, he takes the pin. Yeah. So they run a storyline here that Owen's not going to show up. But the next night on Raw, they air a tape segment where Monsoon rules that since the pin was counted on someone not in the match, that the tag titles are going to go back to Yokozuna and Owen. So the guaranteed hype for the last few weeks that at least one title will change no matter what is, of course, broken. It's an okay match, 3 stars. Probably not the best. I mean, a little bit of a clash of styles here. It's hard to argue that Sean could even have a bad match here. And Davey Boy was a good worker, but maybe a bit of a styles clash with this foursome. What'd you think of the show or the match? And what'd you think of the Owen situation and then reversing it the next night?
Shaka Khan.
You just done? Just fuck this match. I hated the creative. Fuck it.
Hey, I got it. I actually do have to do a sidebar here. I had 3 different people this week
Hit you with
in
Shaka
New York
Khan?
City come up to me and do Shaka Khan. One guy had a conversation with me. So if you're listening, hey man, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I love you. To my New York peeps. There was I used to be over in the hard cameras at SmackDown. I think that was pretty cool shit. But,
hey, by the way, when you're in Gorilla and you see one of your shirts on the hard cam and you're sitting right next to Vince, do you like elbow him like, hey, look, there's my shit?
No.
Well, you should, because then we can get our shirts on www.shop.com and make some real fucking money.
Yeah, well, you know,
just pitch it next time.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you guys for that. That was pretty damn cool. The match was good.
Oh, I'm not arguing that. It's not a bad match. It's just the finish.
The finish was here's what the finish was. The finish was, in my opinion, the Dusty Rhodes finish with Gary Hart.
Yeah.
Where you didn't want to beat the heel, so you pinned Gary Hart.
Right.
We always planned on switching the tag team titles to Shawn and Diesel. But by the time we got there, Vince was like, God damn, why would they even want the tag team titles?
Right.
So they have all the belts, Vince. Then you get the jealousy going between the two, and then you blow them up. And how can they defend the titles if they're at odds and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't get it. Just have the match, send Owen in, beat Owen, and then we'll reverse it. So technically the titles did change hands. And that's all there is to it. I mean, there wasn't any other big conspiracy or anything else other than that. And I think everybody involved was kind of like, huh? And Pat and I in our head were moving towards this story. And by the time we get there, Vince was like, you know what? I don't want to break them up. Well, they'll go, I can't beat them either because you can't switch the titles, the Intercontinental or the WWE title. So just beat Owen. And then Cornette's got a technicality he can bitch about.
What did Cornette think
one of our
that?
finer moments?
What did Cornette think of this? Feels like something he would have had a meltdown about.
Conrad, like when I explain to you sometimes about dark spots in my memory where I just blank shit out.
Yeah.
Going back and watching this and looking at it going, oh, fuck. I blacked it out because it made no sense. It was because immediately when you're in there, you go, oh, fuck, I remember this.
Right.
Oh, shit. Can't win them all. Sometimes you have shitty ideas. Sometimes you have great ideas like Ben Porella.
Oh, fuck you with that.
What?
I didn't say anything. Continue.
So this would be up there with it was a nice idea going in. Final execution. Not exactly what was intended when it started.
Yeah.
So it sucked.
Needless to say.
Yeah.
I got to tell you though, I did enjoy watching the show. This was fun for what it was. It's the third In Your House. You know, you were there for all three of those at this point. Where do you think this one ranked? Is this one?
Oh, definitely in the top 3.
There we go. There we go. Well, I'm looking forward to next week's episode, man. This was a fun episode to visit, but next week we're going back to 1997. And some of our listeners are like, what the fuck else is there for 97? Well, I got one more thing to squeeze out of there, baby. That's the September 22nd, 1997 episode of Monday Night Raw. And, next weekend will be the anniversary of that. And it's such a historic show for a lot of reasons. Behind the scenes, this is the Madison Square Garden episode where Brett would meet with Vince and Vince would say, I can't honor your contract. I need to get out of it. See if Turner can still make you an offer. Austin can't work. So we're going to come up with something different. And that includes stunning Vince McMahon. And we're ready to take our Mankind/Dude Love Triple H feud to the next level. So we're going to have a street fight, and Mick Foley is going to call on a persona that's never wrestled the company before. It's Cactus Jack, and he's debuting here in the company. This is a fun show. I'm looking forward to this one. September 22nd, 1997. And fitting, I guess, because you guys just went back to Madison Square Garden for Raw. What are you looking forward to talking about next week on the show?
Well, as usual, we'll revisit the whole Brett saga and kind of get through all of that. But it was an interesting time with Steve Austin because we had such a dilemma as far as, do we continue? Do we move on? And just a lot of the unknowns that were discussed and how do we get to the next point in this story and what do we do? And there were just so many unknowns, but at the same time, man, shit coming forward with Cactus Jack, first time, New York. That was pretty cool. That was special for him. So a lot of shit to talk about on this one.
A lot to talk about. Looking forward to it next Friday right here on Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard.
Shaka Khan.
I can't believe you got that dumb shit over. People actually saying that to you in public.
Love.
We'll see.